The New Jerusalem by G.K. Chesterton. Preface. This book is only an uncomfortably large notebook, and it has the disadvantages, whether or no it has the advantages, of notes that are taken on the spot. Owing to the unexpected distraction of other duties, the notes were published in a newspaper as they were made on the spot, and are now reproduced in a book as they were published in the newspaper. The only exception refers to the last chapter on Zionism, and even there the book only reverts to the original notebook. A difference of opinion, which divided the writer of the book from the politics of the newspaper, prevented the complete publication of that chapter in that place. I recognize that any expurgated form of it would have falsified the proportions of my attempt to do justice in a very difficult problem. But on rereading even my own attempt in extensio, I am far from satisfied that the proper proportions are kept. I wrote these first impressions in Palestine, where everybody recognizes the Jew as something quite distinct from the Englishman or the European, and where his unpopularity even moved me in the direction of his defense. But I admit it was something of a shock to return to a conventional atmosphere in which that unpopularity is still actually denied or described as mere persecution. It was more of a shock to realize that this most obscurantist of all types of obscurantism is still sometimes regarded as a sort of liberalism. To talk of the Jew always as the oppressed and never as the oppressors is simply absurd. It is as if men pleaded for reasonable help for exiled French aristocrats or ruined Irish landlords, and forgot that the French and Irish peasants had any wrongs at all. Moreover, the Jews in the West do not seem so much concerned to ask, as I have done, however tentatively here, whether a larger and less local colonial development might really transfer the bulk of Israel to a more independent basis, as simply to demand that Jews shall continue to control other nations as well as their own. It might be worthwhile for England to take risks to settle the Jewish problem, but not to take risks merely to unsettle the Arab problem and leave the Jewish problem unsolved. For the rest, there must, under the circumstances, be only too many mistakes. The historical conjectures, for they can be no more, are founded on authorities sufficiently recognized for me to be permitted to trust them, but I had never pretended to the knowledge necessary to check them. I am aware that there are many disputed points, as, for instance, the connection of Gerard, the fiery Templar, with the English town of Bidford. I am also aware that some are sensitive about the spelling of words, and the very proofreaders will sometimes revolt and turn Mahomet into Muhammad. Upon this point, however, I am unrepentant, for I never could see the point of altering a form with historic and even heroic fame in our own language for the sake of reproducing by an arrangement of our letters something that is really written in quite different letters and probably pronounced with quite different accent. In speaking of the great prophet, I am therefore resolved to call him Mahomet, and am prepared, on further provocation, to call him Mahound. G.K. Chesterton. End of Preface. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The New Jerusalem by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 1. The Way of the Cities. It was in the season of Christmas that I came out of my little garden in that field of the beeches between the Chilterns and the Thames, and began to walk backwards through history to the place from which Christmas came. For it is often necessary to walk backwards as a man on the wrong road goes back to a signpost to find the right road. The modern man is more like a traveller who has forgotten the name of his destination, and has to go back whence he came even to find out where he is going. That the world has lost its way, few will not deny, and it did seem to me that I found at last a sort of signpost of a singular and significant shape, and saw for a moment in my mind the true map of the modern wanderings. But whether I shall be able to say anything of what I saw, this story must show. I had said farewell to all my friends, or all those with my own limited number of legs, and nothing living remained but a dog and a donkey. The reader will learn with surprise that my first feeling of fellowship went out to the dog. I am well aware that I lay open my guard to a lunge of wit. The dog is rather like a donkey, or a small caricature of one, with a large black head and long black ears. But in the mood of the moment there was rather a moral contrast than a pictorial parallel. For the dog did indeed seem to stand for home and everything I was leaving behind me, with reluctance, especially that season of the year. For one thing, he is named after Mr. Winkle, the Christmas guest of Mr. Wardle, and there is indeed something Dickensian in his union of domesticity with exuberance. He jumped about me, barking like a small battery, under the impression that I was going for a walk. But I could not, alas, take him with me on a stroll to Palestine. Incidentally, he would have been out of place, for dogs have not their due honour in the East, and this seemed to sharpen my sense of my own domestic sentinel as a sort of symbol of the West. On the other hand, the East is full of donkeys, often very dignified donkeys, and when I turned my attention to the other grotesque quadruped, with an even larger head and even longer ears, he seemed to take on a deep shade of Oriental mystery. I know not why these two absurd creatures tangled themselves up so much in my train of thought, like dragons in an illuminated text, or ramped like gargoyles on either side of the gateway of my adventure. But, in truth, they were in some sense symbols of the West and East, after all. The dog's very lawlessness is but an extravagance of loyalty. He will go mad with joy 3 times on the same day at going out for a walk down the same road. The modern world is full of fantastic forms of animal worship, a religion generally accompanied with human sacrifice. Yet we hear strangely little of the real merits of animals, and one of them surely is this innocence of all boredom. Perhaps such simplicity is the absence of sin. I have some sense myself of the sacred duty of surprise and the need of seeing the old road as a new road, but I cannot claim that whenever I go out for a walk with my family and friends, I rush in front of them, volleying vociferous shouts of happiness, or even leap up round them, attempting to lick their faces. It is in this power of beginning again with energy upon familiar and homely things that the dog is really the eternal type of the Western civilization, and the donkey is really as different as is the Eastern civilization. His very anarchy is a sort of secrecy. His very revolt is a secret. He does not leap up because he wishes to share my walk, but to follow his own way, as lonely as the wild ass of Scripture. My own beast of burden supports the authority of Scripture by being a very wild ass. I have given him the name of Trotsky because he seldom trots, but either scampers or stands still. He scampers all over the field when it is necessary to catch him, and stands still when it is really urgent to drive him. He also breaks fences, eats vegetables, and fulfills other functions. Between delays and destructions, he could ruin a really poor man in a day. I wish this fact were more often remembered in judging whether really poor men have really been cruel to donkeys. But I assure the reader that I am not cruel to my donkey. The cruelty is all the other way. He kicks the people who try to catch him, and again I am haunted by a dim human parallel, for it seems to me that many of us, in just detestation of the dirty trick of cruelty to animals, have really a great deal of patience with animals, more patience, I fear, than many of us have with human beings. Suppose I had to go out and catch my secretary in a field every morning, and suppose my secretary always kicked me by way of beginning the day's work. I wonder whether that day's work would resume its normal course as if nothing had happened. Nothing graver than these grotesque images and groping speculations would come into my conscious mind just then, though at the back of it there was an indescribable sense of regret and parting. All through my wanderings the dog remained in my memory as a Dickensian and domestic emblem of England, and if it is difficult to take a donkey seriously, it ought to be easiest, at least, for a man who is going to Jerusalem. There was a cloud of Christmas weather on the great grey beech woods and the silver cross of the crossroads, for the four roads that met in the marketplace of my little town make one of the largest and simplest of such outlines on the map of England, and the shape as it shines on that wooded chart always affects me in a singular fashion. The sight of the crossroads is, in a true sense, the sign of the cross, for it is the sign of a truly Christian thing, that sharp combination of liberty and limitation which we call choice. A man is entirely free to choose between right and left, between right and wrong. As I looked for the last time at the pale roads under the load of cloud, I knew that our civilization had indeed come to the crossroads. As the paths grew fainter, fading under the gathering shadow, I felt rather as if it had lost its way in a forest. It was at the time when people were talking about some menace of the end of the world, not apocalyptic but astronomical, and the cloud that covered the little town of Beaconsfield might have fitted in with such a fancy. It faded, however, as I left the place further behind, and in London the weather, though wet, was comparatively clear. It was almost as if Beaconsfield had a domestic day of judgment, and an end of the world all to itself. In a sense, Beaconsfield has four ends of the world. Its four corners are named ends, after the four nearest towns. But I was concerned only with the one called London End, and the very name of it was like a vision of some vain thing at once ultimate and infinite. The very title of London End sounds like the other end of nowhere, or what is worse, of everywhere. It suggests a sort of derisive riddle. Where does London end? As I came up through the vast, vague suburbs, it was this sense of London as a shapeless and endless muddle that chiefly filled my mind. I seemed still to carry the cloud with me, and when I looked up, I almost expected to see the chimney-pots as tangled as the trees. And in truth, if there was now no material fog, there was any amount of mental and moral fog. The whole industrial world, symbolized by London, had reached a curious complication and confusion, not easy to parallel in human history. It is not a question of controversies, but rather of cross-purposes. As I went by Charing Cross, my eye caught a poster about Labour politics, with something about the threat of direct action and a demand for nationalisation. And quite apart from the merits of the case, it struck me that, after all, the direct action is very indirect, and the thing demanded is many steps away from the thing desired. It is all part of a sort of tangle in which terms and things cut across each other. The employers talk about private enterprise as if there were anything private about modern enterprise. Its combines are as big as many commonwealths, and things advertised in large letters on the sky cannot plead the shy privileges of privacy. Meanwhile, the Labour men talk about the need to nationalise the mines or the land, as if it were not the great difficulty in plutocracy to nationalise the government, or even to nationalise the nation. The capitalists praise competition while they create monopoly. The socialists urge a strike to turn workmen into soldiers and state officials, which is logically a strike against strikes. I merely mention it as an example of the bewildering inconsistency, and for no controversial purpose. My own sympathies are with the Socialists, in so far as that there is something to be said for Socialism and nothing to be said for Capitalism. But the point is that when there is something to be said for one thing, it is now commonly said in support of the opposite thing. Never since the mob called out "less bread, more taxes" in the nonsense story has there been so truly nonsensical a situation as that in which the strikers demand government control and the government denounces its own control as anarchy. The mob howls before the palace gates, "Hateful tyrant, we demand that you assume more despotic powers." And the tyrant thunders from the balcony, "Vile rebels, do you dare to suggest that my powers should be extended?" There seems to be a little misunderstanding somewhere. In truth, everything I saw told me that there was a large misunderstanding everywhere, a misunderstanding amounting to a mess. And as this was the last impression that London left on me, so it was the impression I carried with me about the whole modern problem of Western civilization, as a riddle to be read or a knot to be untied. To untie it, it is necessary to get hold of the right end of it, and especially the other end of it. We must begin at the beginning. We must return to our first origins in history, as we must return to our first principles in philosophy. We must consider how we came to be doing what we do, and even saying what we say. As it is, the very terms we use are either meaningless or something more than meaningless, inconsistent even with themselves. This applies, for instance, to the talk of both sides in that Labour controversy, which I merely took in passing because it was the current controversy in London when I left. The capitalists say Bolshevism as one might say Boojum. It is merely a mystical and imaginative word suggesting horror, but it might mean many things, including some just and rational things. On the other hand, there could never be any meaning at all in the phrase "the dictatorship of the proletariat." It is like saying the omnipresence of the omnibus conductors. It is fairly obvious that if an omnibus conductor were omnipotent, he would probably prefer to conduct something else besides an omnibus. Whatever its exponents mean, it is clearly something different from what they say. And even this verbal inconsistency, this mere welter of words, is a sign of the common confusion of thought. It is this sort of thing that made London seem like a limbo of lost words and possibly of lost wits. And it is here we find the value of what I have called walking backwards through history. It is one of the rare merits of modern mechanical travel that it enables us to compare widely different cities in rapid succession. The stages of my own progress were the chief cities of separate countries, and though more is lost in missing the countries, something is gained in so sharply contrasting the capitals. And again, it was one of the advantages of my own progress that it was a progress backwards, that it happened, as I have said, to retrace the course of history to older and older things, to Paris and to Rome and to Egypt, and almost, as it were, to Eden. And finally, it is one of the advantages of such a return that it did really begin to clarify the confusion of names and notions in modern society. I first became conscious of this when I went out of the Gare de Lyon and walked along a row of cafés until I saw again a distant column crowned with a dancing figure, the freedom that danced over the fall of the Bastille. Here at least, I thought, is an origin and a standard, such as I missed in the mere muddle of industrial opportunism. The modern industrial world is not in the least democratic, but it is supposed to be democratic, or supposed to be trying to be democratic. The 9th century, the time of the Norse invasions, was not saintly in the sense of being filled with saints. It was filled with pirates and petty tyrants and the first feudal anarchy. But sanctity was the only ideal those barbarians had when they had any at all, and democracy is the only ideal the industrial millions have when they have any at all. Sanctity was the light of the Dark Ages, or if you will, the dream of the Dark Ages, and democracy is the dream of the Dark Ages of industrialism, if it be very much of a dream. It is this which prophets promise to achieve, and politicians pretend to achieve, and poets sometimes desire to achieve, and sometimes only desire to desire. In a word, an equal citizenship is quite the reverse of the reality in the modern world. But it is still the ideal in the modern world. At any rate, it has no other ideal. If the figure that has alighted on the column at the Bastille be indeed the spirit of liberty, it must see 1,000,000 growths in a modern city to make it wish to fly back again to heaven. But our circular society would not know what goddess to put on the pillar in its place. As I looked at that sculpted goddess on that classical column, my mind went back to another historic stage, and I asked myself where this classic and republican ideal came from, and the answer was equally clear. The place from which it had come was the place to which I was going, Rome. And it was not until I had reached Rome that I adequately realized the next great reality that simplified the whole story, and even this particular part of the story. I know nothing more abruptly arresting than that sudden steepness as of streets scaling the sky, where stands, now cased in tile and brick and stone, that small rock that rose and overshadowed the whole earth, the Capitol. Here, in the grey dawn of our history, sat the strong republic that set her foot upon the necks of kings, and it was from here assuredly that the spirit of the republic flew like an eagle to alight on that far-off pillar in the country of the Gauls. For it ought to be remembered, and it is too often forgotten, that if Paris inherited what may be called the authority of Rome, it is equally true that Rome anticipated all that is sometimes called the anarchy of Paris. The expansion of the Roman Empire was accompanied by a sort of permanent Roman Revolution, fully as furious as the French Revolution. So long as the Roman system was really strong, it was full of riots and mobs and democratic divisions, and any number of Bastilles fell as the temple of the victories rose. But though I had but a hurried glance at such things, there were among them some that further aided the solution of the problem. I saw the larger achievements of the later Romans, and the lesson that was still lacking was plainly there. I saw the Colosseum, a monument of that love of looking on at athletic sports, which is noted as a sign of decadence in the Roman Empire and of energy in the British Empire. I saw the baths of Caracalla, witnessing to a cult of cleanliness adduced also to prove the luxury of ancient Romans and the simplicity of Anglo-Saxons. All it really proves either way is a love of washing on a large scale, which might merely indicate that Caracalla, like other emperors, was a lunatic. But indeed what such things do indicate, if only indirectly, is something which is here much more important. They indicate not only a sincerity in the public spirit, but a certain smoothness in the public services. In a word, while there were many revolutions, there were no strikes. The citizens were often rebels, but there were men who were not rebels because they were not citizens. The ancient world forced a number of people to do the work of the world first, before it allowed more privileged people to fight about the government of the world. The truth is trite enough, of course. It is in the single word, slavery, which is not the name of a crime like simony, but rather of a scheme like socialism, sometimes very like socialism. Only standing idly on one of those grassy mounds under one of those broken arches, I suddenly saw the labour problem of London as I could not see it in London. I do not mean that I saw which side was right, or what solution was reliable, or any partisan points or repartees, or any practical details about practical difficulties. I mean that I saw what it was, the thing itself, and the whole thing. The labour problem of today stood up quite simply, like a peak at which a man looks back and sees single and solid, though when he was walking over it was a wilderness of rocks. The labour problem is the attempt to have the democracy of Paris without the slavery of Rome. Between the Roman Republic and the French Republic, something had happened. Whatever else it was the abandonment of the ancient and fundamental human habit of slavery, the numbering of men for necessary labour as the normal foundation of society, even a society in which citizens were free and equal. When an idea of equal citizenship returned to the world, it found that world changed by a much more mysterious version of equality. So that London, handing on the lamp from Paris as well as Rome, is faced with a new problem touching the old practice of getting the work of the world done somehow. We have now to assume not only that all citizens are equal, but that all men are citizens. Capitalism attempted it by combining political equality with economic inequality. It assumed the rich could always hire the poor. But capitalism seems to me to have collapsed, to be not only a discredited ethic but a bankrupt business. Whether we shall return to pagan slavery or to small property, or by guilds or otherwise get to work in a new way, is not the question here. The question here was the one I asked myself standing on that green mound beside the Yellow River, and the answer to it lay ahead of me along the road that ran towards the rising sun. What made the difference? What was it that had happened between the rise of the Roman Republic and the rise of the French Republic? Why did the equal citizen of the first take it for granted that there would be slaves? Why did the equal citizens of the second take it for granted there would not be slaves? How had this immemorial institution disappeared in the interval, so that nobody even dreamed of it or suggested it? How was it that when equality returned it was no longer the equality of citizens, and had to be the equality of men? The answer is that this equality of men is in more senses than one a mystery. It is a mystery which I pondered as I stood in the corridor of the train going south from Rome. It was at daybreak, and as it happened, before anyone else had risen, that I looked out of the long row of windows across a great landscape, grey with olives and still dark against the dawn. The dawn itself looked rather like a row of wonderful windows, a line of low casements unshuttered and shining under the eaves of cloud. There was a curious clarity about the sunrise, as if its sun might be made of glass rather than gold. It was the first time I had seen so closely, and covering such a landscape, the grey convolutions and hoary foliage of the olive, and all those twisted trees went by like a dance of dragons in a dream. The rocking railway train and the vanishing railway line seemed to be going due east, as if disappearing into the sun, and save for the noise of the train there was no sound at all in that grey and silver solitude, not even the sound of a bird. Yet the plantations were mostly marked out in private plots and bore every trace of the care of private owners. It is seldom, I confess, that I so catch the world asleep, nor do I know why my answer should have come to me thus when I was myself only half awake. It is common in such a case to see some new signal or landmark, but in my experience it is rather the things already grown familiar that suddenly grow strange and significant. 1,000,000 olives must have flashed by before I saw the first olive, the first, so to speak, which really waved the olive branch. For I remembered at last to what land I was going, and I knew the name of the magic which had made all those peasants out of pagan slaves, and it has presented to the modern world a new problem of labour and liberty. It was as if I already saw, against the clouds of daybreak, that mountain which takes its title from the olive, and standing half visible upon it a figure at which I did not look. Ex oriente lux, and I knew what dawn had broken over the ruins of Rome. I have taken but this one text or label out of 100 such, the matter of labour and liberty, and I thought it worth while to trace it from one blatant and bewildering yellow poster in the London streets to its high places in history. But it is only one example of the way in which 1,000 things grouped themselves and fell into perspective as I passed farther and farther from them and drew near the central origins of civilization. I do not say that I saw the solution, but I saw the problem. In the litter of journalism and the chatter of politics, it is too much of a puzzle even to be a problem. For instance, a friend of mine described his book, The Path to Rome, as a journey through all Europe that the faith had saved, and I might very well describe my own journey as one through all Europe that the war had saved. The trail of the actual fighting, of course, was awfully apparent everywhere. The plantations of pale crosses seemed to crop up on every side like growing things, and the first French villages through which I passed had heard in the distance, day and night, the guns of the long battle line, like the breaking of an endless exterior sea of night upon the very borderland of the world. I felt it most as we passed the noble towers of Amiens, so near the high water mark of the high tide of barbarism, in that night of terror just before the turning of the tide. For the truth which thus grew clearer with travel is rightly represented by the metaphor of the artillery as the thunder and surf of a sea beyond the world. Whatever else the war was, it was like the resistance of something as solid as land, and sometimes as patient and inert as land, against something as unstable as water and as weak as water, but also as strong as water is in a cataract or a flood. It was the resistance of form to formlessness. That version or vision of it seemed to clarify itself more and more as I went on. It was the defence of that same ancient enclosure in which stood the broken columns of the Roman Forum and the column in the Paris Square, and of all the other such enclosures down to the domestic enclosure of my own dog and donkey. All had the same design, the marking out of a square for the experiment of liberty, of the old civic liberty or the later universal liberty. I knew, to take the domestic metaphor, that the watchdog of the West had again proved too strong for the wild dogs of the Orient. For the foes of such creative limits are the chaos and the old night, whether they are the northern barbarism that pitted tribal pride and brutal drill against the civic ideal of Paris, or the eastern barbarism that brought brigands out of the wilds of Asia to sit on the throne of Byzantium. And as in the other case, what I saw was something simpler and larger than all the disputed details about the war and the peace. A man may think it extraordinary, as I do, that the natural dissolution of the artificial German Empire into smaller states should have actually been prevented by its enemies, when it was already accepted in despair by its friends. For we are now trying hard to hold the Prussian system together, having hammered hard for 4 mortal years to burst it asunder. Or he may think exactly the opposite. It makes no difference to the larger fact I have in mind. A man may think it simply topsy-turvy, as I do, that we should clear the Turks out of Turkey, but leave them in Constantinople. For that is driving the barbarians from their own rude tillage and pasturage, and giving up to them our own European and Christian city. It is as if the Romans annexed Parthia, but surrendered Rome. But he may think exactly the opposite, and a larger and simpler truth will still be there. It was that the weeds and wild things had been everywhere breaking into our boundaries, climbing over the northern wall or crawling through the eastern gate, so that the city would soon have been swallowed in the jungle, and whether the lines had been redrawn logically or loosely, or particular things cleared with consistency or caprice, a line has been drawn somewhere, and a clearance has been made somehow. The ancient plan of our city has been saved, a city at least capable of containing citizens. I felt this in the chance relics of the war itself. I felt it 20 times more in those older relics, which even the war had never touched at all. I felt the change as much as in the changeless East, as in the ever-changing West. I felt it when I crossed another great square in Paris to look at a certain statue which I had last seen hung with crape and such garlands as we give the dead, but on whose plain pedestal nothing now is left but the single word Strasbourg. I felt it when I saw words merely scribbled with a pencil on a wall in a poor street in Brindisi, Italia Vittoricia. But I felt it much, or even more, in things infinitely more ancient and remote, in those monuments like the mountains that still seem to look down upon all modern things. For these things were more than a trophy that had been raised. They were palladium that had been rescued. These were the things that had again been saved from chaos, as they were saved at Salamis or Lepanto, and I knew what had saved them, or at least in what formation they had been saved. I knew that these scattered splendours of antiquity would hardly have descended to us at all to be endangered or delivered, if all that pagan world had not crystallized into Christendom. Crossing seas as smooth as pavements, inlaid with turquoise and lapis lazuli, and relieved with marble mountains as clear and famous as marble statues, it was easy to feel all that had been pure and radiant, even in the long evening of paganism. But that did not make me forget what strong stars had comforted the inevitable night. The historical moral was the same, whether these marble outlines were merely the isles seen afar off like sunset clouds by the Hebrew prophets, or were felt indeed as Hellas, the great archipelago of arts and arms, praised by the Greek poets. The historic heritage of both descended only to the Greek fathers. In those wild times and places, the thing that preserved both was the only thing that would have permanently preserved either. It was but part of the same story when we passed the hoary hills that held the primeval culture of Crete, and remembered that it may well have been the first home of the Philistines. It mattered the less by now whether the pagans were best represented by Poseidon, the deity, or by Dagon, the demon. It mattered the less what gods had blessed the Greeks in their youth and liberty, for I knew what God had blessed them in their despair. I knew by what sign they had survived the long slavery under Ottoman Orientalism, and upon what name they had called in the darkness when there was no light but the horned moon of Mahound. If the glory of Greece has survived in some sense, I knew why it had ever survived in any sense. Nor did this feeling of our fixed formation fail me when I came to the very gates of Asia and of Africa, when there rose out of the same blue seas and great harbour of Alexandria, where there had shone the Pharaohs like the star of Hellas, and where men had heard from the lips of Hypatia the last words of Plato. I know the Christians tore Hypatia in pieces, but they did not tear Plato in pieces. The wild men that rode behind Omar the Arab would have thought nothing of tearing every page of Plato in pieces, for it is the nature of all this outer nomadic anarchy that it is capable sooner or later of tearing anything and everything in pieces. It has no instinct of preservation or of the permanent needs of men. Where it has passed, the ruins remain ruins and are not renewed. Where it has been resisted and rolled back, the links of our long history are never lost. As I went forward, the vision of our own civilization, in the form in which it finally found unity, grew clearer and clearer. Nor did I ever know it more certainly than when I had left it behind. For the vision was that of a shape appearing and reappearing among shapeless things, and it was a shape I knew. The imagination was forced to rise into altitudes infinitely ancient and dizzy with distance, as if into the cold colours of primeval dawns, or into the upper strata and dead spaces of a daylight older than the sun and moon. But the character of that central clearance still became clearer, and my memory turned again homewards, and I thought it was like the vision of a man flying from Northolt over that little market-place beside my own door, who can see nothing below him but a waste as of grey forests and the pale pattern of a cross. End of chapter 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The New Jerusalem by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 2. The Way of the Desert. It may truly be said, touching the type of culture at least, that Egypt has an Egyptian lower class, a French middle class, and an English governing class. Anyhow, it is true that the civilizations are stratified in this formation or superimposed in this order. It is the first impression produced by the darkness and density of the bazaars, the line of the lighted cafes, and the blaze of the big hotels. But it contains a much deeper truth in all three cases, and especially in the case of the French influence. It is indeed one of the first examples of what I mean by the divisions of the West becoming clearer in the ancient centres of the East. It is often said that we can only appreciate the work of England in a place like India. In so far as this is true, it is quite equally true that we can only appreciate the work of France in a place like Egypt. But this work is of a peculiar and even paradoxical kind. It is too practical to be prominent, and so universal that it is unnoticed. The French view of the rights of man is called visionary, but in practice it is very solid and even prosaic. The French have a unique and successful trick by which French things are not accepted as French. They are accepted as human. However many foreigners played football, they would still consider football an English thing. But they do not consider fencing a French thing, though all the terms of it are still French. If a Frenchman were to label his hostelry or inn or a public house, probably written public house, we should think him a victim of rather advanced Anglomania. But when an Englishman calls it an hotel, we feel no special dread of him, either as a dangerous foreigner or a dangerous lunatic. We need not recognize less readily the value of this because our own distinction is different, especially as our own distinction is being more distinguished. The spirit of the English is adventure, and it is the essence of adventure that the adventurer does remain different from the strange tribes or strange cities which he studies because of their strangeness. He does not become like them, as did some of the Germans, or persuade them to become like him, as do most of the French. But whether we like or dislike this French capacity, or merely appreciate it properly in its place, there can be no doubt about the cause of that capacity. The cause is in the spirit that is so often regarded as wildly utopian and unreal. The cause is in the abstract creed of equality and citizenship, in the possession of a political philosophy that appeals to all men. In truth, men have never looked low enough for the success of the French Revolution. They have assumed that it claims to be a sort of divine and distant thing, and therefore have not noticed it in the nearest and most materialistic things. They have watched its wavering in the Senate, and never seen it walking in the streets, though it can be seen in the streets of Cairo as in the streets of Paris. In Cairo a man thinks it English to go into a tea shop, but he does not think it French to go into a cafe. And the people who go into the tea shop, the English officers and officials, are stamped as English and also stamped as official. They are generally genial, they are generally generous, but they have the detachment of a governing group and even a garrison. They cannot be mistaken for human beings. The people going to a cafe are simply human beings going to it because it is a human place. They have forgotten how much is French and how much is Egyptian in their civilization. They simply think of it as civilization. Now this character of the older French culture must be grasped because it is the clue to many things in the mystery of the modern East. I call it an old culture because, as a matter of fact, it runs back to the Roman culture. In this respect, the Gauls really continue the work of the Romans, in making something official which comes at last to be regarded as ordinary. And the great fundamental fact, which is incessantly forgotten and ought to be incessantly remembered about these cities and provinces of the Near East, is that they were once as Roman as Gaul. There is a frivolous and fanciful debate I have often had with a friend about whether it is better to find one's way or to lose it, to remember the road or forget it. I am so constituted as to be capable of losing my way in my own village and almost in my own house, and I am prepared to maintain the privilege to be a poetic one. In truth, I am prepared to maintain that both attitudes are valuable and should exist side by side. So my friend and I walk side by side along the ways of the world, he being full of rich and humane sentiment because he remembers passing that way a few hundred times since his childhood, while to me existence is a perpetual fairy tale because I have forgotten all about it. The lamp-post which moves him to a tear of reminiscence wrings from me a cry of astonishment, and the wall which to him is as historic as a pyramid is to me as arresting and revolutionary as a barricade. Now, in this I am glad to say my temperament is very English, and the difference is very typical of the two functions of the English and the French. But in practical politics the French have a certain advantage in knowing where they are, and knowing it is where they have been before. It is in the Roman Empire. The position of the English in Egypt, or even in Palestine, is something of a paradox. The real English claim is never heard in England and never uttered by Englishmen. We do indeed hear a number of false English claims, and other English claims are rather irrelevant than false. We hear pompous and hypocritical suggestions full of that which so often accompanies the sin of pride, the weakness of provinciality. We hear suggestions that the English alone can establish anywhere a reign of law, justice, mercy, purity, and all the rest of it. We also hear franker and fairer suggestions that the English have, after all, as indeed they have, embarked on a spirited and stirring adventure, and that there has been a real romance in the extending of the British Empire in strange lands. But the real case for these semi-Eastern occupations is not that of extending the British Empire in strange lands. Rather, it is in restoring the Roman Empire in familiar lands. It is not merely breaking out of Europe in the search for something non-European. It would be much truer to call it putting Europe together again after it had been broken. It may almost be said of the Britons, considered as the most Western of Europeans, that they have so completely forgotten their own history that they have forgotten even their own rights. At any rate, they have forgotten the claim that could reasonably be made for them, but which they never think of making for themselves. They have not the faintest notion, for instance, of why hundreds of years ago an English saint was taken from Egypt, or why an English king was fighting in Palestine. They merely have a vague idea that George of Cappadocia was naturalized much in the same way as George of Hanover. They almost certainly suppose that Coeur de Lion in his wanderings happened to meet the King of Egypt, as Captain Cook might happen to meet the King of the Cannibal Islands. To understand the past connection of England with the Near East, it is necessary to understand something that lies behind Europe and even behind the Roman Empire, something that can only be conveyed by the name of the Mediterranean. When people talk, for instance, as if the Crusades were nothing more than an aggressive raid against Islam, they seem to forget, in the strangest way, that Islam itself was only an aggressive raid against the old and ordered civilization in these parts. I do not say it in mere hostility to the religion of Muhammad, as will be apparent later. I am fully conscious of many values and virtues in it. But certainly it was Islam that was the invasion, and Christendom that was the thing invaded. An Arabian gentleman found riding on the road to Paris or hammering on the gates of Vienna can hardly complain that we have sought him out in his simple tent in the desert. The conqueror of Sicily and Spain cannot reasonably express surprise at being an object of morbid curiosity to the people of Italy and France. In the city of Cairo, the stranger feels many of the Moslem merits, but he certainly feels the militaristic character of the Moslem glories. The crown of the city is the citadel, built by the great Saladin, but of the spoils of ancient Egyptian architecture, and that fact is in its turn very symbolical. The man was a great conqueror, but he certainly behaved like an invader. He spoiled the Egyptians. He broke the old temples and tombs and built his own out of fragments. Nor is this the only respect in which the citadel of Cairo is set high like a sign in heaven. The sign is also significant because from this superb height the traveller first beholds the desert out of which the great conquest came. Everyone has heard the great story of the Greeks, who cried aloud in triumph when they saw the sea afar off. But it is a stranger experience to see the earth afar off, and few of us, strictly speaking, have ever seen the earth at all. In cultivated countries it is always clad, as it were, in green garments. The first sight of the desert is like the sight of the naked giant in the distance. The image is all the more natural because of the particular formation which it takes, at least as it borders upon the fields of Egypt, and as it is seen from the high places of Cairo. Those who have seen the desert only in pictures generally think of it as entirely flat. But this edge of it at least stands up on the horizon as a line of wrinkled and hollow hills, like the scalps of bald men, or worse, of bald women. For it is impossible not to think of such repulsive images, in spite of real sublimity of the call to the imagination. There is something curiously hostile and inhuman about the first appearance of the motionless surges of that dry and dreadful sea. Afterwards, if the traveller has happened to linger here and there in the outposts of the desert, he has seen the British camp at Kantara or the graceful French garden town of Ismailia. He comes to take the desert as a background, and sometimes a beautiful background, a mirror of mighty reflections and changing colours, almost as strange as the colours of the sea. But when it is first seen, abutting, as it were, advancing upon the fields and gardens of humanity, then it looks indeed like an enemy, or a long line of enemies, like a line of tawny wild beasts thus halted with their heads lifted. It is the feeling that such vain and sterile sand can yet make itself into something like a mountain range, and the traveller remembers all the tragedies of the desert when he lifts up his eyes to those accursed hills from whence no help can come. But this is only a first glimpse from a city set among green fields, and it is concerned rather with what the desert has been in its relation to men than with what the desert is in itself. When the mind has grown used to its monotony, a curious change takes place which I have never seen noted or explained by the students of mental science. It may sound strange to say that monotony of its nature becomes novelty, but if anyone will try the commonest experiment of saying some ordinary word such as moon or man about 50 times, he will find that the expression has become extraordinary by sheer repetition. A man has become a strange animal with a name as queer as that of a canoe, and the moon something monstrous like the moon calf. Something of this magic of monotony is affected by the monotony of deserts, and the traveller feels as if he had entered into a secret, and was looking at everything from another side. Something of this simplification appears, I think, in the religions of the desert, especially in the religion of Islam. It explains something of the superhuman hopes that fill the desert prophets concerning the future. It explains something also about their barbarous indifference to the past. We think of the desert and its stones as old, but in one sense they are unnaturally new. They are unused and perhaps unusable. They might be the raw material of a world, only they are so raw as to be rejected. It is not easy to define this quality of something primitive, something not mature enough to be fruitful. Indeed, there is a hard simplicity about many Eastern things that is as much crude as archaic. A palm tree is very like a tree drawn by a child, or by a very futuristic artist. Even a pyramid is like a mathematical figure drawn by a schoolmaster teaching children, and its very impressiveness is that of an ultimate Platonic abstraction. There is something curiously simple about the shapes in which these colossal crystals of the ancient sands have been cast. It is only when we have felt something of this element, not only of simplicity but of crudity, and even in a sense of novelty, that we can begin to understand both the immensity and the insufficiency of that power that came out of the desert, the great religion of Muhammad. In the red circle of the desert, in the dark and secret place, the prophet discovers the obvious things. I do not say it merely as a sneer, for obvious things are very easily forgotten, and indeed every high civilization decays by forgetting obvious things. But it is true that in such a solitude men tend to take very simple ideas as if they were entirely new ideas. There is a love of concentration which comes from the lack of comparison. The lonely man looking at the lonely palm tree does see the elementary truths about the palm tree, and the elementary truths are very essential. Thus he does see that though the palm tree may be a very simple design, it was not he who designed it. It may look like a tree drawn by a child, but he is not the child who could draw it. He has not command of that magic slate on which the pictures can come to life, or of that magic green chalk of which the green lines can grow. He sees at once that a power is at work, in whose presence he and the palm tree are alike little children. In other words, he is intelligent enough to believe in God, and the Moslem, the man of the desert, is intelligent enough to believe in God. But his belief is lacking in that humane complexity that comes from comparison. The man looking at the palm tree does realize the simple fact that God made it, while the man looking at the lamp-post in a large modern city can be persuaded by 100 sophistical circumlocutions that he made it himself. But the man in the desert cannot compare the palm tree with the lamp-post, or even with all the other trees, which may be better worth looking at than the lamp-post. Hence his religion, though true as far as it goes, has not the variety and vitality of the churches that were designed by men walking in the woods and orchards. I speak here of the Moslem type of religion, and not of the Oriental type of ornament, which is much older than the Moslem type of religion. But even the Oriental type of ornament, admirable as it often is to the ornament of a Gothic cathedral what a fossil forest is to a forest full of birds. In short, the man of the desert tends to simplify too much, and to take his first truth for the last truth. And as it is with religion, so it is with morality. He who believes in the existence of God believes in the equality of man, and it has been one of the merits of the Moslem faith that it felt men as men, and it was not incapable of welcoming men of many different races. But here again it was so hard and crude that its very equality was like a desert rather than a field. Its very humanity was inhuman. But though this human sentiment is rather rudimentary, it is very real. When a man in the desert meets another man, he is really a man, the proverbial two-legged fowl without feathers. He is an absolute and elementary shape, like the palm tree or the pyramid. The discoverer does not pause to consider through what gradations he may have been evolved from a camel. When the man is a mere dot in the distance, the other man does not shout at him and ask whether he had a university education, or whether he is quite sure he is purely Teutonic and not Celtic or Iberian. A man is a man, and a man is a very important thing. One thing redeems the Moslem morality which can be set over against a mountain of crimes: a considerable deposit of common sense. And the first fact of common sense is the common bond of men. There is indeed in the Moslem character also a deep and most dangerous potentiality of fanaticism, of the menace of which something may be said later. Fanaticism sounds like the flat contrary of common sense, yet, curiously enough, they are both sides of the same thing. The fanatic of the desert is dangerous precisely because he does take his faith as a fact, and not even as a truth in our more transcendental sense. When he does take up a mystical idea, he takes it as he takes the man or the palm tree, that is, quite literally. When he does distinguish somebody not as a man but as a Moslem, then he divides the Moslem from the non-Moslem exactly as he divides the man from the camel. But even then he recognizes the equality of men in the sense of the equality of Moslems. He does not, for instance, complicate his conscience with any sham science about races. In this he has something like an intellectual advantage over the Jew, who is generally so much his intellectual superior, and even in some ways his spiritual superior. The Jew has far more moral imagination and sympathy with the subtler ideas of the soul. For instance, it is said that many Jews disbelieve in a future life. But if they did believe in a future life, it would be something more worthy of the genius of Isaiah and Spinoza. The Moslem paradise is a very earthly paradise. But with all their fine apprehensions, the Jews suffer from one heavy calamity, that of being a chosen race. It is the vice of any patriotism or religion, depending on race, that the individual is himself the thing to be worshipped. The individual is his own ideal and even his own idol. This fancy was fatal to the Germans. It is fatal to the Anglo-Saxons whenever any of them forswear the glorious name of Englishmen and Americans to fall into that forlorn description. This is not so when the nation is felt as a noble abstraction, of which the individual is proud in the abstract. A Frenchman is proud of France, and therefore may think himself unworthy of France. But a German is proud of being a German, and he cannot be too unworthy to be a German when he is a German. In short, mere family pride flatters every member of the family. It produced the arrogance of the Germans, and it is capable of producing a much subtler kind of arrogance in the Jews. From this particular sort of self-deception, the more savage man of the desert is free. If he is not considering somebody as a Moslem, he will consider him as a man. At the price of something like barbarism, he has at least been saved from ethnology. But here again, the obvious is a limit as well as a light to him. It does not permit, for instance, anything fine or subtle in the sentiment of sex. Islam asserts admirably the equality of men, but it is the equality of males. No one can deny that a noble dignity is possible even to the poorest, who has seen the Arab coming in from the desert to the cities of Palestine or Egypt. No one can deny that men whose rags are dropping off their backs can bear themselves in a way befitting kings or prophets in the great stories of Scripture. No one can be surprised that so many fine artists have delighted to draw such models on the spot and to make realistic studies for illustrations to the Old and New Testaments. On the road to Cairo one may see 20 groups exactly like that of the Holy Family in the pictures of the flight into Egypt, with only one difference: the man is riding on the ass. In the East it is the male who is dignified and even ceremonial. Possibly that is why he wears skirts. I pointed out long ago that petticoats, with some regard as a garb of humiliation for women, are really regarded as the only garb of magnificence for men when they wish to be something more than men. They are worn by kings, by priests, by judges. The male Muslim, especially in his own family, is the king and the priest and the judge. I do not mean merely that he is the master, as many would say, of the male in the many Western societies, especially simple and self-governing societies. I mean something more. I mean that he has not only the kingdom and the power, but the glory, and even, as it were, the glamour. I mean he has not only the rough leadership that we often give to the man, but the special sort of social beauty and stateliness that we generally expect only of the woman. What we mean when we say that an ambitious man wants to have a fine woman at the head of the dinner table, that the Moslem world really means when it expects to see a fine man at the head of the house. Even in the street he is the peacock, coloured much more splendidly than the peahen. Even when clad in comparatively sober and partly European costume, as outside the cafes of Cairo and the great cities, he exhibits this indefinable character not merely of dignity but of pomp. It can be traced even in the tarbouch, the minimum of Turkish attire worn by all the commercial classes, the thing more commonly called in England a fez. The fez is not a sort of smoking cap. It is a tower of scarlet, often tall enough to be the headdress of a priest, and it is a hat one cannot take off to a lady. This fact is familiar enough in talk about Moslem and Oriental life generally, but I only repeat it in order to refer back to the same simplification which is the advantage and disadvantage of the philosophy of the desert. Chivalry is not an obvious idea. It is not as plain as a pikestaff or as a palm tree. It is a delicate balance between the sexes which gives the rarest and most poetic kind of pleasure to those who can strike it. But it is not self-evident to a savage merely because he is also a sane man. It often seems to him as much a part of his own coarse common sense that all the fame and fun should go to the sex that is stronger and less tied, as that all the authority should go to the parents rather than the children. Pity for weakness he can understand, and the Moslem is quite capable of giving royal alms to a cripple or an orphan. But reverence for weakness is to him simply meaningless. It is a mystical idea that is to him no more than a mystery. But the same is true touching what may be called the lighter side of the more civilized sentiment. This hard and literal view of life gives no place for that slight element of magnanimous sort of play-acting which has run through all our tales of true lovers in the West. Whenever there is chivalry, there is courtesy, and wherever there is courtesy, there is comedy. There is no comedy in the desert. Another quite logical and consistent element in the very logical and consistent creed we call Mahometanism is the element that we call vandalism. Since such few and obvious things alone are vital, and since a half-artistic, half-antiquarian affection is not one of these things and cannot be called obvious, it is largely left out. It is very difficult to say in a few well-chosen words exactly what is now the use of the pyramids. Therefore Saladin, the great Saracen warrior, simply stripped the pyramids to build a military fortress on the heights of Cairo. It is a little difficult to define exactly what is a man's duty to the Sphinx, and therefore the Mamelukes used it entirely as a target. There was little in them of that double feeling, full of pathos and irony, which divided the hearts of the primitive Christians in presence of the great pagan literature and art. This is not concerned with brutal outbreaks of revenge which may be found on both sides, or with chivalrous caprices of toleration which may also be found on both sides. It is concerned with the inmost mentality of the two religions, which must be understood in order to do justice to either. The Moslem mind never tended to that mystical mode of loving yet leaving, with which Augustine cried aloud upon his ancient beauty, or Dante said farewell to Virgil when he left him in the limbo of the pagans. The Moslem traditions, unlike the medieval legends, do not suggest the image of a knight who kissed Venus before he killed her. We see in all the Christian ages this combination which is not a compromise, but rather a complexity made by two contrary enthusiasms, as when the Dark Ages copied out the pagan poems while denying the pagan legends, or when the popes of the Renaissance imitated the Greek temples while denying the Greek gods. This high inconsistency is inconsistent with Islam. Islam, as I have said, takes everything literally, and does not know how to play with anything. And the cause of the contrast is a historical cause of which we must be conscious on all studies of this kind. The Christian Church had from a very early date the idea of reconstructing a whole civilization, and even a complex civilization. It was the attempt to make a new balance, which differed from the old balance of the Stoics of Rome, but which could not afford to lose its balance any more than they. It differed because the old system was one of many religions under one government, while the new one was one of many governments under one religion. But the idea of variety in unity remained, though it was in a sense reversed. A historical instinct made the men of the new Europe try hard to find a place for everything in the system, however much might be denied to the individual. Christians might lose everything, but Christendom, if possible, must not lose anything. The very nature of Islam, even at its best, was quite different from this. Nobody supposed, even subconsciously, that Muhammad meant to restore ancient Babylon as medievalism vaguely sought to restore ancient Rome. Nobody thought that the builders of the Mosque of Omar had looked at the pyramids as the builders of St. Peter's might have looked at the Parthenon. Islam began at the beginning. It was content with the idea that it had a great truth, as indeed it had a colossal truth. It was so huge a truth that it was hard to see it was a half-truth. Islam was a movement. That is why it has ceased to move. For a movement can only be a mood. It may be a very necessary movement arising from a very noble mood, but sooner or later it must find its level in a larger philosophy and be balanced against other things. Islam was a reaction towards simplicity. It was a violent simplification which turned out to be an oversimplification. Stevenson has somewhere one of his perfectly picked phrases for an empty-minded man, that he has not one thought to rub against another while he waits for a train. The Moslem had one thought, and that a most vital one, the greatness of God, which levels all men. But the Moslem had not one thought to rub against another, because he really had not another. It is the friction of the two spiritual things, of tradition and invention, or of the substance and symbol from which the mind takes fire. The creeds, condemned as complex, have something like the secret of sex. They can breed thoughts. An idealistic intellectual remarked recently that there were a great many things in the creed for which he had no use. He might just as well have said there were a great many things in the Encyclopaedia Britannica for which he had no use. It would probably have occurred to him that the work in question was meant for humanity and not for him. But even in the case of the Encyclopaedia, it will often be found a stimulating exercise to read two articles on two widely different subjects and note where they touch. In fact, there is really a great deal to be said for the man in Pickwick who read about China and then about metaphysics and combined his information. But however this may be in the famous case of Chinese metaphysics, it is this which is chiefly lacking in Arabian metaphysics. They suffer, as I have said, of the palm tree in the desert, from a lack of the vitality that comes from complexity, and of the complexity that comes from comparison. They suffer from having been in a single movement in a single direction, from having begun as a mood and ended rather as a mode, that is, a mere custom or fashion. But any modern Christian thus criticizing the Moslem movement will do well to criticize himself and his world at the same time. For in truth, most modern things are mere movements in the same sense as the Moslem movement. They are at best fashions in which one thing is exaggerated because it has been neglected. They are at worst mere monomanias in which everything is neglected that one thing may be exaggerated. Good or bad, they are alike movements in which their nature can only move for a certain distance and then stop. Feminism, for instance, is in its nature a movement, and one that must stop somewhere. But the suffragettes no more established a philosophy of the sexes by their feminism than the Arabs did by their anti-feminism. A woman can find her home on the hustings, even less than in the harem, but such movements do not really attempt to find a final home for anybody or anything. Bolshevism is a movement, and in my opinion a very natural and just movement, considered as a revolt against the crude cruelty of capitalism. But when we find the Bolshevists making a rule that the drama must encourage the proletarian spirit, it is obvious that those who say so are not only maniacs, but what is more to the point here, are monomaniacs. Imagine having to apply that principle, let us say, to Charlie's aunt. None of these things seek to establish a complete philosophy, such as Aquinas founded on Aristotle. The only two modern men who attempted it were Comte and Herbert Spencer. Spencer, I think, was too small a man to do it at all, and Comte was a great enough man to show how difficult it is to do in modern times. None of these movements can do anything but move. They have not discovered where to rest. And this fact brings us back to the man in the desert, who moves and does not rest, but who has many superiorities to the restless races of the industrial city. Men who have been in the Manchester movement in 1860 and the Fabian movement in 1880 cannot sneer at a religious mood that lasted for 800 years, and those who tolerate the degraded homelessness of the slums cannot despise the much more dignified homelessness of the desert. Nevertheless, the thing is a homelessness and not a home, and there runs through it all the note of the nomad. The Moslem takes literally, as he takes everything, the truth that here we have no abiding city. He can see no meaning in the mysticism of materialism, the sacramental idea that a French poet expressed so nobly when he said that our earthly city is the body of the city of God. He has no true notion of building a house, or in our Western sense of recognizing the kindred points of heaven and home. Even the exception to this rule is an exception at once terrible and touching. There is one house that the Moslem does build like a house and even a home, often with walls and a roof and a door, as square as a cottage, as solid as a fort, and that is his grave. A Moslem cemetery is literally like a little village. It is a village, as the saying goes, that one would not care to walk through at night. There is something singularly creepy about so strange a street of houses, each with a door that might be opened by a dead man. But in a less fanciful sense there is about it something profoundly pathetic and human. Here indeed is the sailor home from the sea, in the only port he will ever consent to call his home. Here at last the nomad confesses the common need of men. But even about this there broods the presence of the desert and its dry bones of reason. He will accept nothing between a tent and a tomb. The philosophy of the desert can only begin over again. It cannot grow, it cannot have what Protestants call progress and Catholics call development. There is death and hell in the desert when it does begin over again. There is always the possibility that new prophet will rediscover the old truth, will find again written on the red sands the secret of the obvious, but it will always be the same secret, for which thousands of these simple and serious and splendidly valiant men will die. The highest message of Mahomet is a piece of divine tautology. The very cry that God is a repetition of the word, like the repetition of wide sands and rolling skies. The very phrase is like an everlasting echo that can never cease to say the same sacred word. And when I saw afterwards the mightiest and most magnificent of all the mosques of that land, I found that its inscriptions had the same character of a deliberate and defiant sameness. The ancient Arabic alphabet and script is itself at once so elegant and so exact that it can be used as a fixed ornament, like the egg and dart pattern or the Greek key. It is as if we could make a heraldry of handwriting, or cover a wallpaper with signatures. But the literary style is as recurrent as the decorative style. Perhaps that is why it can be used as a decorative style. Phrases are repeated again and again like ornamental stars or flowers. Many modern people, for example, imagine that the Athanasian Creed is full of vain repetitions. But that is because people are too lazy to listen to it, or not lucid enough to understand it. The same terms are used throughout, as they are in a proposition of Euclid. But the steps are all as differentiated and progressive as in a proposition of Euclid. But in the inscriptions of the mosque, whole sentences seem to occur not like the steps of an argument, but rather like the chorus of a song. This is the impression everywhere produced by this spirit of the sandy wastes. This is the voice of the desert through the muezzin cries from the high turrets of the city. Indeed, one is driven to repeating oneself about the repetition, so overpowering is the impression of the tall horizons of those tremendous plains, brooding upon the soul with all the solemn weight of the self-evident. There is indeed another aspect of the desert, yet more ancient and momentous, of which I may speak. But here I only deal with its effect on this great religion of simplicity. For it is through the atmosphere of that religion that a man makes his way, as so many pilgrims have done, to the goal of this pilgrimage. Also, this particular aspect remained the more sharply in my memory because of the suddenness with which I escaped from it. I had not expected the contrast, and it may have coloured all my after experiences. I descended from the desert train at Ludd, which had all the look of a large camp in the desert, appropriately enough perhaps, for it is the traditional birthplace of the soldier St. George. At the moment, however, there was nothing rousing or romantic about its appearance. It was perhaps unusually dreary, for heavy rain had fallen and the water stood about in what it is easier to call large puddles than anything so poetic as small pools. A motor car sent by friends had halted beside the platform. I got into it with a not unusual vagueness about where I was going, and it wound its way up miry paths to a more rolling stretch of country, with patches of cactus here and there. And then, with a curious abruptness, I became conscious that the whole huge desert had vanished, and I was in a new land. The dark red plains had rolled away like an enormous nightmare, and I found myself in a fresh and exceedingly pleasant dream. I know it will seem fanciful, but for a moment I really felt as if I had come home, or rather to that home behind home for which we are all homesick. The lost memory of it is the life at once of faith and a fairy tale. Groves glowing with oranges rose behind hedges of grotesque cactus or prickly pear, which really looked like green dragons guarding the golden apples of the Hesperides. On each side of the road were such flowers as I had never seen before under the sun, for indeed they seemed to have the sun in them rather than the sun on them. Clusters and crowds of crimson anemones were of a red not to be symbolized in blood or wine, but rather in the red glass that glows in the window, dedicated to a martyr. Only in a wild Eastern tale could one picture a pilgrim or traveller finding such a garden in the desert. And I thought of the oldest tale of all, and the garden from which we came. But there was something in it yet more subtle, which there must be in the impression of any earthly paradise. It is vital to such a dream that things familiar should be mixed with things fantastic, as when an actual dream is filled with the faces of old friends. Sparrows, which seemed to be the same all over the world, were darting hither and thither among the flowers, and I had the fancy that they were the souls of the town sparrows of London and the smoky cities, and now gone wherever the good sparrows go. And a little way up the road before me, on the hill between the cactus hedges, I saw a grey donkey trotting, and I could almost have sworn that it was the donkey I had left at home. He was trotting on ahead of me, and the outline of his erect and elfish ears was dark against the sky. He was evidently going somewhere with great determination, and I thought I knew to what appropriate place he was going, and that it was my fate to follow him like a moving omen. I lost sight of him later, for I had to complete the journey by train, but the train followed the same direction, which was up steeper and steeper hills. I began to realize more clearly where I was, and to know that the garden in the desert that had bloomed so suddenly about me had borne for many desert wanderers the name of the Promised Land. As the rocks rose higher and higher on every side and hung over us like terrible intangible clouds, I saw in the dim grass of the slopes below them something I had never seen before. It was a rainbow fallen on the earth, with no part of it against the sky, but only the grasses and the flowers shining through its fine shades of fiery colour. I thought this also was like an omen, and in such a mood of idle mysticism there fell upon me another accident, which I was content to count for a third. For when the train stopped at the last in the rain, and there was no other vehicle for the last lap of the journey, a very courteous officer, an army surgeon, gave me a seat in an ambulance wagon, and it was under the shield of the Red Cross that I entered Jerusalem. For suddenly, between a post of the wagon and a rack of rainy cloud, I saw it uplifted and withdrawn under all the arching heavens of its history, alone with its benediction and its blasphemy, the city that is set upon a hill and cannot be hid. End of chapter 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The New Jerusalem by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 3. The Gates of the City. The men I met coming from Jerusalem reported all sorts of contradictory impressions, and yet my own impression contradicted them all. Their impressions were doubtless as true as mine, but I describe my own because it is true, and because I think it points to a neglected truth about the real Jerusalem. I need not say I did not expect the real Jerusalem to be the New Jerusalem, a city of charity and peace, any more than a city of chrysolite and pearl. I might more reasonably have expected an austere and ascetic place, oppressed with the weight of its destiny, with no inns except monasteries, and these sealed with the terrible silence of the Trappists, an awful city where men speak by signs in the street. I did not need the numberless jokes about Jerusalem today to warn me against expecting this. Anyhow, I did not expect it, and certainly I did not find it. But neither did I find what I was much more inclined to expect, something at the other extreme. Many reports had led me to look for a truly cosmopolitan town, that is, a truly conquered town. I looked for a place like Cairo, containing indeed old and interesting things, but open on every side to new and vulgar things, full of the touts who seem only created for tourists, and the tourists who only seem created for touts. There may be more of this in the place than pleases those who would idealize it, but I fancy there is much less of it than is commonly supposed in the reaction from such an ideal. It does not, like Cairo, offer the exciting experience of 20 guides fighting for one traveller, of young Turks drinking American cocktails as a protest against Christian wine. The town is quite inconvenient enough to make it a decent place for pilgrims, or a stranger might have imagined a place even less western than Cairo, one of the villages of Palestine, described in dusty old books of biblical research. He might remember drawings like diagrams representing a well or a wine press, rather a dry well, so to speak, and a wine press very difficult to associate with wine. These hard, colourless outlines never did justice to the colour of the East, but even to give it the colour of the East would not do justice to Jerusalem. If I had anticipated the Baghdad of all our dreams, a maze of bazaars glowing with gorgeous wares, I should have been wrong again. There is quite enough of this vivid and varied colour in Jerusalem, but it is not the first fact that arrests the attention, and certainly not the first that arrested mine. I give my own first impression as a fact, for what it's worth and exactly as it came. I did not expect it, and it was some time before I even understood it. As soon as I was walking inside the walls of Jerusalem, I had an overwhelming impression that I was walking in the town of Rye, where it looks across the flat sea meadows toward Winchelsea. As I tried to explain this eccentric sentiment to myself, I was conscious of another which at once completed and contradicted it. I was not only like a memory of Rye, it was mixed with a memory of the Mount St. Michael, which stands among the sands of Normandy on the other side of the narrow sea. The first part of the sensation is that the traveller, as he walks the stony streets between the walls, feels that he is inside a fortress. But it is the paradox of such place that while he feels in a sense that he is in a prison, he also feels that he is on a precipice. The sense of being uplifted and set on a high place comes to him through the smallest cranny or most accidental crack in rock or stone. It comes to him especially through those long narrow windows in the walls of the old fortifications, those slits in the stone through which the medieval archers used their bows and the medieval artists used their eyes with even greater success. Those green glimpses of fields far below or flats far away, which delight us and yet make us dizzy by being both near and far when seen through the windows of Memling, can often be seen from the walls of Jerusalem. Then I remembered that in the same strips of medieval landscape could be seen always here and there a steep hill crowned with a city of towers, and I knew I had the mystical and double pleasure of seeing such a hill and standing on it. A city that is set upon a hill cannot be hid, but it is more strange when the hill cannot anywhere be hid, even from the citizen in the city. Then, indeed, I knew that what I saw was Jerusalem of the Crusaders, or at least Jerusalem of the Crusades. It was a medieval town with walls and gates and citadel, and built upon a hill to be defended by bowmen. The greater part of the actual walls now standing were built by Moslems late in the Middle Ages, but they are almost exactly like the walls that were being built by the Christians at or before that time. The Crusader Edward, afterwards Edward I, reared such battlements far away among the rainy hills of Wales. I do not know what elements were originally Gothic or what originally Saracenic. The Crusaders and the Saracens constantly copied each other while they combated each other. Indeed, it is a fact always to be found in such combats. It is one of the arguments against war that are really human, and therefore are never used by humanitarians. The curse of war is that it does lead to more international imitation, while in peace and freedom men can afford to have national variety. But some things in this country were certainly copied from the Christian invaders, and even if they are not Christian, they are in many ways strangely European. The walls and gates which now stand, whatever stood before them and whatever comes after them, carry a memory of those men from the West who came here upon that wild adventure, who climbed this rock and clung to it so perilously, from the victory of Godfrey to the victory of Saladin. And that is why this momentary Eastern exile reminded me so strangely of the hill of Rye and of home. I do not forget, of course, that all these visible walls and towers are but the battlements and pinnacles of a buried city, or of many buried cities. I do not forget that such buildings have foundations that are to us almost like fossils, the gigantic fossils of some other geological epoch. Something may be said later of those lost empires whose very masterpieces are to us like petrified monsters. From this height, after long histories unrecorded, fell the forgotten idol of the Jebusites, on that day when David's javelin men scaled the city and carried through it. In darkness, behind his coloured curtains, the God whose image had never been made by man. Here was waged that endless war between the graven gods of the plain and the invisible God of the mountain. From here the hosts carrying the sacred fish of the Philistines were driven back to the sea from which their worship came. Those who worshipped on this hill had come out of bondage in Egypt and went into bondage in Babylon. Small as was their country, there passed before them almost the whole pageant of the whole pagan world. All its strange shapes and strong, almost cruel colours remain in the records of their prophets, whose lightest phrase seems heavier than the pyramids of Egypt, and whose very words are like winged bulls walking. All this historic or prehistoric interest may be touched on in its turn, but I am not dealing here with the historic secrets unearthed by the study of the place, but with the historic associations aroused by the sight of it. The traveller is in the position of that famous fantastic who tied his horse to a wayside cross in the snow, and afterwards saw it dangling from the church spire of what had been a buried city. But here the cross does not stand as it does on the top of a spire, but as it does on the top of an Egyptian obelisk in Rome, where the priests have put a cross on the top of the heathen monument for fear it should walk. I entirely sympathize with their sentiment, and I shall try to suggest later why I think that symbol the logical culmination of heathen as well as Christian things. The traveller in the traveller's tale looked up at last and saw, from the streets far below, the spire and cross dominating a Gothic city. If I looked up in a vision and saw it dominating a Babylonian city that blocked the heavens with monstrous palaces and temples, I should still think it natural that it should dominate. But the point here is that what I saw above the ground was rather the Gothic town than the Babylonian, and that it reminded me, if not specially of the cross, at least of the soldiers who took the cross. Nor do I forget the long centuries that have passed over the places since these medieval walls were built, any more than the far more interesting centuries that passed before they were built. But anyone taking exception to the description on the ground may well realize on consideration that it is an exception that proves the rule. There is something very negative about Turkish rule, and the best and worst of it is in the word neglect. Everything that lived under the vague empire of Constantinople remained in a state of suspended animation, like something frozen rather than decayed, like something sleeping rather than dead. It was a sort of Arabian spell like that which turned princes and princesses into marble statues in the Arabian Nights. All that part of the history of the place is a kind of sleep, and that of a sleeper who hardly knows if he has slept an hour or 100 years. When I first found myself in the Jaffa Gate of Jerusalem, my eye happened to fall on something that might be seen anywhere, but which seemed somehow to have a curious significance there. Most people are conscious of some common object which still strikes them as uncommon, as if it were the first fantastic sketch in the sketch-book of nature. I myself can never overcome the sense of something almost unearthly about grass growing upon human buildings. There is in it a wild, even horrible fancy, as if houses could grow hair. When I saw that green hair on the huge stone blocks of the citadel, though I had seen the same thing on any number of ruins, it came to me like an omen or a vision, a curious vision at once of chaos and of sleep. It said that the grass will not grow where the Turk sets his foot, but it is the other side of the same truth to say that it would grow anywhere but where it ought to grow. And though in this case it was but an accident and a symbol, it was a very true symbol. We talk of the green banner of the Turk having been planted on this or that citadel, and certainly it was so planted with splendid valour and sensational victory. But this is the green banner that he plants on all his high cities in the end. Therefore my immediate impression of the walls and gates was not contradicted by my consciousness of what came before and what came after that medieval period. It remained primarily a thing of walls and gates, a thing which the modern world does not perhaps understand so well as the medieval world. There is involved in it all that idea of definition which those who do not like it are fond of describing as dogma. A wall is like a rule, and the gates are like the exceptions that prove the rule. The man making it has to decide where his rule will run and where his exceptions shall stand. He cannot have a city that is all gates any more than a house that is all windows. Nor is it possible to have a law that consists entirely of liberties. The ancient races and religions that contended for this city agreed with each other in this. When they differed about everything else, it was true of practically all of them that when they built a city, they built a citadel. That is, whatever strange thing they may have made, they regarded it as something to be defined and defended. From this standpoint, the Holy City was a happy city. It had no suburbs. That is to say, there are all sorts of buildings outside the wall, but they are outside the wall. Everybody is conscious of being inside or outside a boundary, but it is the whole character of the true suburbs which grow round our great industrial towns, that they grow, as it were, unconsciously and blindly, like grass that covers up a boundary line traced on the earth. This indefinite expansion is controlled neither by the soul of the city from within, nor by the resistance of the lands round about. It destroys at once the dignity of a town and the freedom of a countryside. The citizens are too new and numerous for citizenship, yet they never learn what there is to be learned of the ancient traditions of agriculture. The first sight of the sharp outline of Jerusalem is like a memory of the older type of limitation and liberty. Happy is the city that has a wall, and happier still if it is a precipice. Again, Jerusalem might be called a city of staircases. Many streets are steep, and most actually cut into steps. It is, I believe, an element in the controversy about the cave at Bethlehem, traditionally connected with the Nativity, that the sceptic doubt whether any beasts of burden could have entered a stable that has to be reached by such steps. And indeed, to anyone in a modern city like London or Liverpool, it may well appear odd, like a cab horse climbing a ladder. But as a matter of fact, if the asses and goats of Jerusalem could not go up and down stairs, they could not go anywhere. However this may be, I mention the matter here merely as adding another touch to that angular profile which is the impression involved here. Strangely enough, there is something that leads up to this impression, even in the labyrinth of mountain through which the road winds its way to the city. The hills round Jerusalem are themselves often hewn out in terraces, like a huge stairway. This is mostly for the practical and indeed profitable purpose of vineyards, and serves for a reminder that this ancient seat of civilization has not lost the tradition of the mercy and the glory of the vine. But in outline, such a mountain looks much like the mountain of Purgatory that Dante saw in his vision, lifted in terraces like titanic steps up to God. And indeed this shape also is symbolic as the pointed profile of the Holy City. For a creed is like a ladder, while an evolution is only like a slope. A spiritual and social evolution is generally a pretty slippery slope, a miry slope, where it is very easy to slide down again. Such is something like the sharp and even abrupt impression produced by this mountain city, and especially by its wall with gates, like a house with windows. A gate, like a window, is primarily a picture frame. The pictures that are found within the frame are indeed very various and sometimes very alien. Within this framework are indeed to be found things entirely Asiatic or entirely Moslem, or even entirely nomadic. But Jerusalem itself is not nomadic. Nothing could be less like a mere camp of tents pitched by Arabs. Nothing could be less like the mere chaos of colour in a temporary and tawdry bazaar. The Arabs are there, and the colours are there, and they make a glorious picture, but the picture is in a Gothic frame, and is seen, so to speak, through a Gothic window. And the meaning of all this is the meaning of all windows, and especially of Gothic windows. It is that even light itself is most divine within limits, and that even the Shining One is most shining when he takes upon himself a shape. Such a system of walls and gates, like many other things thought rude and primitive, is really very rationalistic. It turns the town, as it were, into a plan of itself, and even into a guide of itself. This is especially true, as may be suggested in a moment, regarding the direction of the roads leading out of it. But anyhow, a man must decide which way he will leave the city. He cannot merely drift out of the city as he drifts out of the modern cities through a litter of slums. And there is no better way to get a preliminary plan of the city than to follow the wall and fix the gates in the memory. Suppose, for instance, that a man begins in the south with the Zion Gate, which bears the ancient name of Jerusalem. This, to begin with, will sharpen the medieval and even the Western impression, first, because it is here that he has the strongest sentiment of threading the narrow passages of a great castle, but also because the very name of the gate was given to this south-western hill by Godfrey and Tancred during the period of the Latin kingdom. I believe it is one of the problems of the scholars why the Latin conquerors called this hill the Zion Hill, when the other is obviously the Sacred Hill. Jerusalem is traditionally divided into 4 hills, but for practical purposes into 2. The lower eastern hill, where stood the temple and now stands the great mosque, and the western, where is the citadel and the Zion Gate to the south of it. I know nothing of such questions, and I attach no importance to the notion that has crossed my own mind, and which I only mention in passing, for I have no doubt there are 100 objections to it. But it is known that Zion or Sion was the old name of the place before it was stormed by David, and even afterwards the Jebusites remained on this western hill, and some compromise seemed to have been made with them. It is conceivable, I wonder, that even in the 12th century there lingered some local memory of what had once been a way of distinguishing Sion of the Jebusites from Salem of the Jews. The Zion Gate, however, is only a starting point here. If we go southeastward from it, we descend a steep and rocky path, from which can be caught the first and finest vision of what stands on the other hill to the east. The great Mosque of Omar stands up like a peacock, lustrous with mosaics that are like plumes of blue and green. Scholars, I may say here, object to calling it the Mosque of Omar on the petty and pedantic ground that it is not a mosque and it was not built by Omar. But it is my fixed intention to call it the Mosque of Omar, and with ever renewed pertinacity to continue calling it the Mosque of Omar. I possess a special permit from the Grand Mufti to call it the Mosque of Omar. He is the head of the whole Muslim religion, and if he does not know, who does? He told me in the beautiful French, which matches his beautiful manners, that it really is not so ridiculous after all to call the place the Mosque of Omar, since the great Caliph desired and even designed such a building, though he did not build it. I suppose it is rather as if Solomon's temple had been called David's temple. Omar was a great man, and the mosque was a great work, and the two were telescoped together by the excellent common sense of vulgar tradition. There could not be a better example of that great truth for all travellers, that popular tradition is never so right as when it is wrong, and that pedantry is never so wrong as when it is right. And as for the other objection, that the dome of the rock, to give it its other name, is not actually used as a mosque, I answer that Westminster Abbey is not used as an abbey. But modern Englishmen would be much surprised if I were referred to it as Westminster Church, to say nothing of the many modern Englishmen for whom it would be more suitable to call it Westminster Museum. And for whatever purposes the Moslems may actually use their great and glorious sanctuary, at least they have not allowed it to become the private house of a particular rich man. And that is what we have suffered to happen, if not to Westminster Abbey, at least to Welbeck Abbey. The Mosque of Omar, I repeat firmly, stands on the great eastern plateau in place of the temple, and the wall that runs round it on the south side of the city contains only the Dung Gate, on which the fancy need not linger. All along outside this wall the ground falls away into the southern valley, and upon the dreary and stony steep opposite is the place called Akeldama. Wall and valley turn together round the corner of the great temple platform, and confronting the eastern wall across the ravine is the mighty wall of the Mount of Olives. On this side there are several gates now blocked up, of which the most famous, the Golden Gate, carries in its very uselessness a testimony to the fallen warriors of the Cross. For there is a strange Moslem legend that through this gate, so solemnly sealed up, shall ride the Christian king who shall again rule in Jerusalem. In the middle of the square enclosure rises the great dark dome of the rock, and standing near it a man may see for the first time in the distance another dome. It lies away to the west, but a little to the north, and is surmounted not by a crescent, but a cross. Many heroes and holy kings have desired to see this thing, and have not seen it. It is very characteristic of the city, with its medieval medley and huddle of houses, that a man may first see the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which is in the west, by going as far as possible to the east. All the sights are glimpses, and things far can be visible and things near invisible. The traveller comes on the Moslem dome round a corner, and he finds the Christian dome, as it were, behind his own back. But if he goes on round the wall to the northeast corner of the court of the temple, he will find the next entrance, the gate of St. Stephen. On the slope outside, by a strange and suitable coincidence, the loose stones which lie on every side of the mountain city seem to be heaped higher, and across the valley, on the skirts of the Mount of Olives, is the great grey olive of Gethsemane. On the northern side the valley turns into an artificial trench, for the ground here is higher, and the next or northern gate bears the name of Herod, though it might well bear the name either of Godfrey or Saladin. For just outside it stands a pine tree, and beside it a rude bulk of stone, where stood these great captains in turn before they took Jerusalem. Then the wall runs on till it comes to the great Damascus gate, graven I know not why with great roses, in a style wholly heraldic and occidental, and in no way likely to remind us of the rich roses of Damascus, though their name has passed into our own English tongue and tradition, along with another word for the delicate decoration of the sword. But at the first glance, at any rate, it is hard to believe that the roses on the walls are not the western roses of York or Lancaster, or that the swords which guarded them were not the straight swords of England or of France. Doubtless a deeper and a more solemn memory ought to return immediately to the mind, where that gate looks down on the great highway, as if one could see hung over it the sky for ever, the clouds concealing the sunburst that broods upon the road to Damascus. But I am here only confessing the facts or the fancies of my first impression, and again the fancy that came to me first was not of any such alien or awful things. I did not think of Damask or Damascene or the great Arabian city or even the conversion of St. Paul. I thought of my own little house in Buckinghamshire, and how the edge of the country town where it stands is called Aylesbury End, merely because it is the corner nearest to Aylesbury. That is what I mean by saying that these ancient customs are more rational and even utilitarian than the fashions of modernity. When a street in a new suburb is called Pretoria Avenue, the clerk living there does not set out from his villa with the cheerful hope of finding the road leading him to Pretoria. But the man leaving Aylesbury End does know it would lead him to Aylesbury, and the man going out at the Damascus Gate did know it would lead him to Damascus. And the same is true of the next and last of the old entrances, the Jaffa Gate in the east. That when I saw that, I saw something else as well. I have heard that there is a low doorway at the entrance to a famous shrine, which is called the Gate of Humility. But indeed, in this sense, all gates are gates of humility, and especially gates of this kind. Anyone who has ever looked at a landscape under an archway will know what I mean when I say that it sharpens a pleasure with a strange sentiment of privilege. It adds to the grace of distance something that makes it not only a grace but a gift. Such are the visions of remote places that appear in the low gateways of a Gothic town, as if each gateway led into a separate world, and almost as if each dome of sky were a different chamber. But he who walks round the walls of this city in this spirit will come suddenly upon an exception which will surprise him like an earthquake. It looks indeed rather like something done by an earthquake with half-witted sense of humour. Immediately at the side of one of these humble and human gateways there is a great gap in the wall with a wide road running through it. There is something of unreason in the sight which affects the eye as well as the reason. It recalls some crazy tale about the great works of the wise men of Gotham. It suggests the old joke about the man who made a small hole for the kitten as well as a large hole for the cat. Everybody has read about it by this time, but the immediate impression of it is not merely an effect of reading or even of reasoning. It looks lopsided, like something done by a one-eyed giant. But it was done by the last prince of the great Prussian imperial system, in what was probably the proudest moment in all his life of pride. What is true has a way of sounding trite, and what is trite has a way of sounding false. We shall now probably weary the world with calling the German barbaric, just as we very recently wearied the world with calling them cultured and progressive and scientific. But the thing is true, though we say it 1,000 times, and anyone who wishes to understand the sense in which it is true has only to contemplate that fantasy and fallacy in stone, a gate with an open road beside it. The quality I mean, however, is not merely in that particular contrast, as if a front door standing by itself in an open field. It is also in the origin, the occasion, and the whole story of the thing. There is above all this supreme stamp of the barbarian, the sacrifice of the permanent to the temporary. When the walls of the holy city were overthrown for the glory of the German emperor, it was hardly even for that everlasting glory which has been the vision and the temptation of great men. It was for the glory of a single day. It was something rather in the nature of a holiday than anything that could be, even in the most vainglorious sense, a heritage. It did not, in the ordinary sense, make a monument or even a trophy. It destroyed a monument to make a procession. We might almost say that it destroyed a trophy to make a triumph. There is the true barbaric touch in this oblivion of what Jerusalem would look like a century after, or a year after, or even the day after. It is this which distinguishes the savage tribe on the march after a victory from the civilized army establishing a government, even if it be a tyranny. Hence the very effect of it, the effect of the whole Prussian adventure in history, remains something negative and even nihilistic. The Christians made the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and the Moslems made the Mosque of Omar. But this is what the most scientific culture made at the end of the great century of science. It made an enormous hole. The only positive contribution of the 19th century to the spot is an unnaturally ugly clock at the top of an ornamental tower, or a tower that was meant to be ornamental. It was erected, I believe, to commemorate the reign of Abdul Hamid, and it seems perfectly adapted to its purpose, like one of Sir William Watson's sonnets on the same subject. But this object only adds a touch of triviality to the much more tremendous negative effect of the gap by the gate. That remains a parable as well as a puzzle. Under all the changing skies of day and night, with the shadows that gather tinder, the narrow gate of humility, and beside it, blank as daybreak and abrupt as an abyss, the broad road that has led already to destruction. The gap remains like a gash, a sort of wound in the wall, but it only strengthens by contrast the general sense of their continuity. Save this one angle where the 19th century has entered, the vague impression of the 13th or 14th century rather deepens than dies away. It is supported more than many would have supposed, even by the figures that appear in the gateways or pass in the procession under the walls. The brown Franciscans and the white Dominicans would alone give some colour to a memory of the Latin kingdom of Jerusalem. And there are other examples and effects which are less easily imagined in the West. Thus, as I look down the street, I see coming out from under an archway a woman wearing a high white headdress, very like those we have all seen in 100 pictures of tournaments or hunting parties, or the Canterbury Pilgrimage, or the court of Louis XI. She is as white as a woman of the North, and is not, I think, entirely fanciful to trace a certain freedom and dignity in her movement, which is quite different, at least, from the shuffling walk of the shrouded Moslem women. She is a woman of Bethlehem, where a tradition, it is said, still claims as a heroic heritage the blood of the Latin Knights of the Cross. This is, of course, but one aspect of the city, but it is one which may be early noted, yet one which is generally neglected. As I have said, I had expected many things of Jerusalem, but I had not expected this. I had expected to be disappointed with it as a place utterly profaned and fallen below its mission. I had expected to be awed by it. Indeed, I had expected to be frightened of it, as a place dedicated and even doomed by its mission. But I had never fancied that it would be possible to be fond of it, as one might be fond of a little walled town among the orchards of Normandy or the hop fields of Kent. And then there happened a coincidence that was also something like a catastrophe. I was idly watching as it moved down the narrow street to one of the dark doorways. The headdress, like a tower of white drapery, belonged to the Christian woman from the place where Christ was born. After she had disappeared into the darkness of the porch, I continued to look vaguely at the porch, and thought how easily it might have been a small Gothic gate in some old corner of Rouen or even Canterbury. In 20 such places in the town one may see the details that appear to the same associations, so different and so distant. One may see that angular dog-tooth ornament that makes the round Norman gateway look like the gaping mouths of sharks. One may see the pointed niches in the walls, shaped like windows, and serving somewhat the purpose for brackets, on which were to stand sacred images, possibly removed by the Moslems. One may come upon a small court planted with ornamental trees, with some monument in the centre, which makes it the precise impression of something in a small French town. There are no Gothic spires, but there are numberless Gothic doors and windows, and he who first strikes the place at this angle, as it were, may well feel the northern element as native and the eastern element as intrusive. While I was thinking all these things, something happened which in that place was almost a portent. It was very cold, and there were curious colours in the sky. There had been chilly rains from time to time, and the whole air seemed to have taken on something sharper than a chill. It was as if a door had been opened in the northern corner of the heavens, letting in something that changed all the face of the earth. Great grey clouds with halos of lurid pearl and pale green were coming up from the plains or the sea and spreading over the towers of the city. In the middle of the moving mass of grey vapours was a splash of paler vapour, a wan white cloud, whose white seemed somehow more ominous than gloom. It went over the high citadel like a white wild goose flying, and a few white feathers fell. It was the snow, and it snowed day and night until that eastern city was sealed up like a village in Norway or northern Scotland. It rose in the streets till men might almost have been drowned in it like the sea of solid foam. And the people of the place told me there had been no such thing seen in it in all recent records, or perhaps in the records of all its 4,000 years. All this came later, but for me at the moment, looking at the scene in so dreamy a fashion, it seemed merely like a dramatic conclusion to my dream. It was but an accident confirming what was but an aspect, but it confirmed it with a strange and almost supernatural completeness. The white light out of the window in the north lay on all the roofs and turrets of the mountain town, for there is an aspect in which snow looks less like frozen water than like solidified light. As the snow accumulated, there accumulated also everywhere those fantastic effects of frost which seemed to fit in with the fantastic qualities of medieval architecture, and which make an icicle seem like the mere extension of a gargoyle. It was the atmosphere that has led so many romancers to make medieval Paris a mere black and white study of night and snow. Something had redrawn in silver all things, from the rude ornament on the old gateways to the wrinkles on the ancient hills of Moab. Fields of white, still spotted with green, swept down into the valleys between us and the hills, and high above them the holy city lifted her head into the thunder-clouded heavens, wearing a white headdress like the daughter of the Crusaders. End of chapter 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The New Jerusalem by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 4. The Philosophy of Sightseeing. Various cultivated critics told me that I should find Jerusalem disappointing, and I fear it will disappoint them that I am not disappointed. Of the city as a city I shall try to say something elsewhere, but the things which these critics have especially in mind are at once more general and more internal. They concern something tawdry, squalid, or superstitious about the shrines and those who use them. Now, the mistake of critics is not that they criticize the world, it is that they never criticize themselves. They compare the alien with the ideal, but they do not at the same time compare themselves with the ideal. Rather, they identify themselves with the ideal. I have met a tourist who had seen the Great Pyramid, and who told me that the pyramid looked small. Believe me, the tourist looked much smaller. There is indeed another type of traveller who is not at all small in the moral, mental sense, who will confess such disappointments quite honestly as a piece of realism about his own sensations. In that case he generally suffers from the defect of most realists, that of not being realistic enough. He does not really think out his own impressions thoroughly, or he would generally find they are not so disappointing after all. A humorous soldier told me that he came from Derbyshire, and that he did not think much of the pyramid because it was not so tall as the peak. I pointed out to him that he was really offering the tallest possible tribute to a work of man in comparing it to a mountain, even if he thought it was a rather small mountain. I suggested that it was a rather large tombstone. I appealed to those with whom I debated in that district as to whether they would not be faintly surprised to find such a monument during their quiet rambles in a country churchyard. I asked whether each one of them, if he had such a tombstone in the family, would not feel it natural, if hardly necessary, to point it out, and that with a certain pride. The same principle of the higher realism applies to those who are disappointed with the sight of the Sphinx. The Sphinx really exceeds expectations because it escapes expectations. Monuments commonly look impressive when they are high, and often when they are distant. The Sphinx is really unexpected because it is found suddenly in a hollow and unnaturally near. Its face is turned away, and the effect is as creepy as coming into a room apparently empty and finding somebody as still as the furniture. Or it is as if one found a lion couchant in that hole in the sand, as indeed the buried part of the monster is in the form of a couchant lion. If it was a real lion, it would hardly be less arresting merely because it was near, nor could the first emotion of the traveller be adequately described as disappointment. In such cases there is generally some profit in looking at the monument a second time, or even at our own sensations a second time. So I reasoned, striving with wild critics in the wilderness. But the only part of the debate which is relevant here can be expressed in the statement that I do not think the pyramid big, for the deep and simple reason that it is bigger than I am. I delicately suggested to those who were disappointed in the Sphinx that it was just possible that the Sphinx was disappointed in them. The Sphinx has seen Julius Caesar. It has very probably seen St. Francis. And when he brought his flaming charity to Egypt, it has certainly looked in the first high days of the revolutionary victories on the face of the young Napoleon. Is it not barely possible, I hinted to my friends and fellow tourists, that after these experiences it might be a little depressed at the sight of you and me? But as I say, I only reintroduced my remarks in connection with a greater matter than these dead things of the desert, in connection with a tomb to which even the pyramids are but titanic lumber, and a presence greater than the Sphinx, since it is not only a riddle but an answer. Before I go on to deeper defences of any such cult or culture, I wish first to note a sort of test for the first impressions of an ordinary tourist like myself, to whom much that is really full of an archaic strength may seem merely stiff, or much that really deals with a deep devotional psychology may seem merely distorted. In short, I would put myself in the position of the educated Englishman who does quite honestly receive a mere impression of idolatry. Incidentally, I may remark, it is the educated Englishman who is the idolater. It is he who only reverences the place and does not reverence the reverence for the place. It is he who is supremely concerned about whether a mere object is old or new, or whether a mere ornament is gold or gilt. In other words, it is he who values the visible things rather than the invisible. For no sane man can doubt that invisible things are vivid to the priests and pilgrims of these shrines. In the midst of emotions that have moved the whole world out of its course, girt about with crowds who will die or do murder for a definition, the educated English gentleman, in his blindness, bows down to wood and stone, for the only thing wrong about that admirable man is that he is blind about himself. No man will really attempt to describe his feelings when he first stood at the gateway of the grave of Christ. The only record relevant here is that I did not feel the reaction, not to say repulsion, that many seem to have felt about its formal surroundings. Either I was particularly fortunate, or others are particularly fastidious. The guide who showed me the sepulchre was not particularly noisy or profane or palpably mercenary. He was rather more than less sympathetic than the same sort of man who might have shown me Westminster Abbey or Stratford-on-Avon. He was a small, solemn, owlish old man, a Roman Catholic in religion, but so far from deserving the charge of not knowing the Bible, he deserved rather a gentle remonstrance against his assumption that nobody else knew it. If there was anything to smile at in associations so sacred, it was the elaborate simplicity with which he told the first facts of the gospel story, as if he were evangelizing a savage. Anyhow, he did not talk like a cheapjack at a stall, but rather like a teacher in an infant school. He made it very clear that Jesus Christ was crucified, in case anyone should suppose he was beheaded, and often stopped in his narrative to repeat that the hero of these events was Jesus Christ, lest we should fancy it was Nebuchadnezzar or the Duke of Wellington. I do not in the least mind being amused at this, but I have no reason whatever for doubting that he may have been a better man than I. I gave him what I should have given a similar guide in my own country. I parted from him as politely as from one of my own countrymen. I also, of course, gave money, as is the custom, to the various monastic custodians of the shrines. But I see nothing surprising about that. I am not quite so ignorant as not to know that without the monastic brotherhoods supported by such charity, there would not by this time be anything to see in Jerusalem at all. There was only one class of men whose consistent concern was to watch these things, from the age of heathens and heresies to the age of Turks and tourists, and I am certainly not going to sneer at them for doing no practical work and then refuse to pay them for the practical work they do. For the rest, even the architectural defacement is overstated. The church was burned down and rebuilt in a bad and modern period. But the older parts, especially the Crusaders' porch, are as grand as the men who made them. The incongruities there are those of local colour. In connection, by the way, with what I said about beasts of burden, I mounted a series of steep staircases to the roof of the convent beside the Holy Sepulchre. When I got to the top, I found myself in the placid presence of two camels. It would be curious to meet two cows on the roof of a village church. Nevertheless, it is the only moral of the chapter interpolated here, that we can meet things quite as curious in our own country. When the critic says that Jerusalem is disappointing, he generally means that the popular worship there is weak and degraded, and especially that the religious art is gaudy and grotesque. In so far as there is any kind of truth in this, it is still true that the critic seldom sees the whole truth. What is wrong with the critic is that he does not criticize himself. He does not honestly compare what is weak in this particular world of ideas with what is weak in his own world of ideas. I will take an example from my own experience, and in a manner at my own expense. If I have a native heath, it is certainly Kensington High Street, off which stands the house of my childhood. I grew up in that thoroughfare, which Mr. Max Beerbohm, with his usual easy exactitude of phrase, has described as dapper, with a leaning to the fine arts. Dapper was never perhaps a descriptive term for myself, but it is quite true that I owe a certain taste for the arts to the sort of people among whom I was brought up. It is also true that such a taste, in various forms and degrees, was fairly common in the world which may be symbolized as Kensington High Street. And whether or no it is a tribute, it is certainly a truth that most people with an artistic turn in Kensington High Street would have been very much shocked in their sense of propriety if they had seen the popular shrines of Jerusalem. The sham gold, the garish colours, the fantastic tales, and the feverish tumult. But what I want such people to do, and what they never do, is to turn this truth around. I want them to imagine not a Kensington aesthete walking down David Street to the Holy Sepulchre, but a Greek monk or a Russian pilgrim walking down Kensington High Street to Kensington Gardens. I will not insist here on all the 100 plagues of plutocracy that would really surprise such a Christian peasant, especially that curse of an irreligious society, unknown in religious societies, Moslem as well as Christian, the detestable denial of all dignity to the poor. I am not speaking now of moral, but of artistic things, of the concrete arts and crafts used in popular worship. Well, my imaginary pilgrim would walk past Kensington Gardens till his sight was blasted by a prodigy. He would either fall on his knees as before a shrine, or cover his face as from a sacrilege. He would have seen the Albert Memorial. There is nothing so conspicuous in Jerusalem. There is nothing so gilded and gaudy in Jerusalem. Above all, there is nothing in Jerusalem that is on so large a scale and at the same time in so gay and glittering a style. My simple Eastern Christian would almost certainly be driven to cry aloud, to what superhuman God was this enormous temple erected? I hope it is Christ, but I fear it is Antichrist. Such, he would think, might well be the great and golden image of the Prince of the world, set up in this great open space to receive the heathen prayers and heathen sacrifices of a lost humanity. I fancy he would feel a desire to be at home again amid the humble shrines of Zion. I really cannot imagine what he would feel if he were told that the gilded idol was neither a god nor a demon, but a petty German prince who had some slight influence in turning us into the tools of Prussia. Now I myself, I cheerfully admit, feel that enormity in Kensington Gardens as something quite natural. I feel it so because I have been brought up, so to speak, under its shadow, and stared at the graven images of Raphael and Shakespeare almost before I knew their names, and long before I saw anything funny in their figures being carved on a smaller scale under the feet of Prince Albert. I even took a certain childish pleasure in the gilding of the canopy and spire, as if in the golden palace of what was, to Peter Pan and all children, something of a fairy garden. So do the Christians of Jerusalem take pleasure, and possibly a childish pleasure, in the gilding of a better palace besides a noble garden, ornamented with a somewhat worthier aim. But the point is that the people of Kensington, whatever they might think about the Holy Sepulchre, do not think anything at all about the Albert Memorial. They are quite unconscious of how strange a thing it is, and that simply because they are used to it. The religious groups in Jerusalem are also accustomed to their coloured background, and they are surely none the worse if they still feel rather more of the meaning of the colours. It may be said that they retain their childish illusion about their Albert Memorial. I confess I cannot manage to regard Palestine as a place where a special curse was laid on those who can become like little children. And I never could understand why such critics who agree that the kingdom of heaven is for children should forbid it to be the only sort of kingdom that children would really like, a kingdom with real crowns of gold or even of tinsel. But that is another question, which I shall discuss at another place. The point is, for the moment, that such people would be quite as much surprised at the place of tinsel in our lives as we are at its place in theirs. If we are critical of the petty things they do to glorify great things, they would find quite as much to criticize as in Kensington Gardens in the great things we do to glorify petty things. If we wonder at the way in which they seem to gild the lily, they would wonder quite as much at the way we gild the weed. There are countless other examples, of course, of this principle of self-criticism as the necessary condition of all criticism. It applies quite as much, for instance, to the other great complaint which my Kensington friend would make after the complaint about paltry ornament, the complaint about what is commonly called backsheesh. Here again there is really something to complain of, though much of the fault is not due to Jerusalem, but rather to London and New York. The worst superstition of Jerusalem, like the worst profligacy of Paris, is a thing so much invented for Anglo-Saxons that it might be called an Anglo-Saxon institution. But here again the critic could only really judge fairly if he realized with what abuses at home he ought really to compare this particular abuse abroad. He ought to imagine, for example, the feelings of a religious Russian peasant if he really understood all the highly coloured advertisements covering High Street, Kensington Station. It is really not so repulsive to see the poor asking for money as to see the rich asking for more money. And advertisement is the rich asking for more money. A man would be annoyed if he found himself in a mob of millionaires all holding out their silk hats for a penny, or all shouting with one voice, "Give me money." Yet advertisement does really assault the eye very much as a shout would assault the ear. Budge boots are the best simply means, "Give me money." Use Seraphic soap simply means, "Give me money." It is a complete mistake to suppose that common people make our towns commonplace with unsightly things like advertisements. Most of those whose wares are thus placarded everywhere are very wealthy gentlemen with coronets and country seats, men who are probably very particular about the artistic adornment of their own homes. They disfigure their towns in order to decorate their houses. To see such men crowding and clamouring for more wealth would really be a more unworthy sight than a scramble of poor guides. Yet this is what would be conveyed by all the glare of gaudy advertisement to anybody who saw and understood it for the first time. Yet for us who are familiar with it, all that gaudy advertisement fades into a background, just as the gaudy Oriental patterns fade into a background for those Oriental priests and pilgrims. Just as the innocent Kensington gentleman is wholly unaware that his black top hat is relieved against a background or encircled as by a halo of a yellow hoarding about mustard, so is the poor guide sometimes unaware that his small doings are dark against the fainter and more fading gold in which are traced only the humbler halos of the 12 apostles. But all these misunderstandings are merely convenient illustrations and introductions, leading up to the great fact of the main misunderstanding. It is a misunderstanding of the whole history and philosophy of the position, that is, the whole story and the whole moral of the story. The critic of the Christianity of Jerusalem emphatically manages to miss the point. The lesson he ought to learn from it is one which the Western and modern man needs most, and does not even know that he needs. It is the lesson of constancy. These people may decorate their temples with gold or with tinsel, but their tinsel has lasted longer than our gold. They may build things as costly and ugly as the Albert Memorial, but the thing remains a memorial, a thing of immortal memory. They do not build it for a passing fashion and then forget it, or try hard to forget it. They may paint a picture of a saint as gaudy as any advertisement of a soap, but one saint does not drive out another saint, as one soap drives out another soap. They do not forget their recent idolatries, as the educated English are now trying to forget their very recent idolatry of everything German. These Christian bodies have been in Jerusalem for at least 1,500 years. Save for a few years after the time of Constantine and a few years after the First Crusade, they have been practically persecuted all the time. At least they have been under heathen masters whose attitude toward Christendom was hatred, and whose type of government was despotism. No man living in the West can form the faintest conception of what it must have been to live in the very heart of the East through the long and seemingly everlasting epoch of Moslem power. A man in Jerusalem was in the centre of the Turkish Empire, as a man in Rome was in the centre of the Roman Empire. The imperial power of Islam stretched away to the sunrise and the sunset, westward to the mountains of Spain and eastward toward the wall of China. It must have seemed as if the whole earth belonged to Muhammad, to those who in this rocky city renew their hopeless witness to Christ. What we have to ask ourselves is not whether we happen in all respects to agree with them, but whether we in the same condition should even have the courage to agree with ourselves. It is not a question of how much of their religion is superstition, but of how much of our religion is convention, how much is custom, and how much a compromise even with custom, how much a thing made facile by the security of our own society or the success of our own state. These are powerful supports, and the enlightened Englishman from a cathedral town or a suburban chapel walks these wild eastern places with a certain sense of assurance and stability. Even after centuries of Turkish supremacy, such a man feels he would not have descended to such credulity. He would not be fighting for the holy fire or wrangling with beggars in the Holy Sepulchre. He would not be hanging fantastic lamps on a pillar peculiar to the Armenians, or peering into the gilded cage that contains the brown Madonna of the Copts. He would not be the dupe of such degenerate fables. God forbid. He would not be grovelling at such grotesque shrines. No, indeed, he would be many 100 yards away, decorously bowing towards a more distant city, where above the only formal and official open place in Jerusalem, the mighty mosaics of the Mosque of Omar proclaim across the valleys the victory and the glory of Muhammad. That is the real lesson that the enlightened traveller should learn, a lesson about himself. That is the test that should really be put to those who say that the Christianity of Jerusalem is degraded. After 1,000 years of Turkish tyranny, the religion of a London fashionable preacher would not be degraded. It would be destroyed. It would not be there at all to be jeered at by every prosperous tourist out of a train de luxe. It is worth while to pause upon the point, for nothing has been so wholly missed in our modern religious ideals as the ideal of tenacity. Fashion is called progress. Every new fashion is called a new faith. Every faith is a faith which offers everything except faithfulness. It was never so necessary to insist that most of the really vital and valuable ideas in the world, including Christianity, would never have survived at all if they had not survived their own death, even in the sense of dying daily. The ideal was out of date almost from the first day. That is why it is eternal. For whatever is dated is doomed. As for our own society, if it proceeds at its present rate of progress and improvement, no trace or memory of it will be left at all. Some think that this would be an improvement in itself. We have come to live morally, as the Japanese live literally, in houses of paper. But they are pavilions made of the morning papers, which have to be burned on the appearance of the evening editions. Well, 1,000 years hence, the Japanese may be ruling in Jerusalem, the modern Japanese who no longer live in paper houses, but in sweated factories and slums. They and the Chinese, that much more dignified and democratic people, seem to be about the only people of importance who have not yet ruled Jerusalem. But though we may think the Christian chapels as thin as Japanese tea houses, they will still be Christian. Though we may think the sacred lamps as cheap as Chinese lanterns, they will still be burning before a crucified Creator of the world. But beside this need of making strange cults the test not of themselves but ourselves, the sights of Jerusalem also illustrate the other suggestion about the philosophy of sightseeing. It is true, as I have suggested, that after all the Sphinx is larger than I am, and on the same principle the painted saints are saintlier than I am, and the patient pilgrims more constant than I am. But it is also true, as in the lesser matter before mentioned, that even those who think the Sphinx small generally do not notice the small things about it. They do not even discover what is interesting about their own disappointment. And similarly, even those who are truly irritated by the unfamiliar fashions of worship in a place like Jerusalem do not know how to discover what is interesting in the very existence of what is irritating. For instance, they talk of Byzantine decay or barbaric delusion, and they generally go away with an impression that the ritual and symbolism is something dating from the Dark Ages. But if they would really note the details of their surroundings, or even of their sensations, they would observe a rather curious fact about such ornament of such places as the Church of the Holy Sepulchre as may really be counted unworthy of them. They would realize that what they would most instinctively reject as superstition does not date from what they would regard as the ages of superstition. There really are bad pictures, but they are not barbaric pictures. They are florid pictures in the last faded realism of the Renaissance. There really is stiff and ungainly decoration, but it is not the harsh or ascetic decoration of a Spanish cloister. It is much more like the pompous yet frivolous decorations of a Parisian hotel. In short, in so far as the shrine has really been defaced, it has not been defaced by the Dark Ages, but rather, if anything, by the Age of Reason. It is the enlightened 18th century which regarded itself as the very noonday of natural culture and common sense that has really, though indirectly, laid its disfiguring finger on the dark but dignified Byzantine temple. I do not particularly mind it myself, for in such great matters I do not think taste is the test. But if taste is to be made the test, there is matter for momentary reflection in this fact, for it is another example of the weakness of what may be called fashion. Voltaire, I believe, erected a sort of temple to God in his own garden, and we may be sure that it was in the most exquisite taste of the time. Nothing would have surprised him more than to learn that, 50 years after the success of the French Revolution, almost every free thinker of any artistic taste would think his temple far less artistically admirable than the nearest gargoyle on the Notre Dame. Thus it is progress that must be blamed for most of these things, and we ought not to turn away in contempt from something antiquated, but rather recognize with respect and even alarm a sort of permanent man-trap in the idea of being modern. So that the moral of this matter is the same as that of the other, that these things should raise in us not merely the question of whether we like them, but of whether there is anything very infallible or imperishable about what we like. At least the essentials of these things endure, and if they seem to have remained fixed as effigies, at least they have not faded like fashion plates. It has seemed worth while to insert here this note on the philosophy of sightseeing, however dilatory or disproportionate it may seem. For I am particularly and positively convinced that unless these things can somehow or other be seen in the right historical perspective and philosophical proportions, they are not worth seeing at all. And let me say in conclusion that I can not only respect the sincerity but understand the sentiments of a man who says they are not worth seeing at all. Sightseeing is a far more difficult and disputable matter than many seem to suppose, and a man refusing it altogether might be a man of sense and even a man of imagination. It was the great Wordsworth who refused to visit Yarrow. It was only the small Wordsworth who revisited it after all. I remember the first great sight in my own entrance to the Near East, when I looked by accident out of the train going to Cairo, and saw far away across the luminous flats a faint triangular shape, the Pyramids. I could understand a man who had seen it turning his back and retracing his old journey to his own country and his own home, saying, "I will go no further, for I have seen afar off the last houses of the kings." I can understand a man who had only seen in the distance Jerusalem sitting on the hill, going no further and keeping that vision forever. It would of course be said that it was absurd to come at all and to see so little, to which I answer that in that sense it is absurd to come at all. It is no more fantastic to turn back for such a fancy than it was to come for a similar fancy. A man cannot eat the pyramids. He cannot buy or sell the holy city. There can be no practical aspect either of his coming or going. If he has not come for a poetic mood, he has come for nothing. If he has come for such a mood, he is not a fool to obey that mood. The way to be really a fool is to try to be practical about unpractical things. It is to try to collect clouds or preserve moonshine like money. Now there is much to be said for the view that to search for a mood is in its nature moonshine. It may be said that this is especially true in the crowded and commonplace conditions in which most sightseeing has to be done. It may be said that 30 tourists going together to see a tombstone is really as ridiculous as 30 poets going together to write poems about the nightingale. There would be something rather depressing about a crowd of travellers walking over hill and dale after the celebrated cloud of Wordsworth, especially if the crowd is like the cloud, and moveth altogether if it moved at all. A vast mob assembled on Salisbury Plain to listen to Shelley's Skylark would probably, after an hour or two, consider it a rather subdued sort of skylarking. It may be argued that it is just as illogical to hope to fix beforehand the elusive effects of the works of man as of the works of nature. It may be called a contradiction in terms to expect the unexpected. It may be counted mere madness to anticipate astonishment, or to go in search of a surprise. To all of which there is only one answer: that such anticipation is absurd, and such realization will be disappointing, that images will seem to be idols, and idols will seem to be dolls, unless there be some rudiment of such a habit of mind as I have tried to suggest in this chapter. No great works will seem great, and no wonders of the world will seem wonderful, unless the angle from which they are seen is that of historical humility. One more word may be added of a more practical sort. The place where the most passionate convictions on this planet are concentrated is not one where it will always be wise, even from a political standpoint, to air our plutocratic patronage and our sceptical superiority. Strange scenes have already been enacted round that flame where the holy fire bursts forth to declare that Christ is risen. And whether or no we think the thing holy, there is no doubt about it being fiery. Whether or no the superior person is right to expect the unexpected, it is possible that something may be revealed to him that he really does not expect. And whatever he may think about the philosophy of sightseeing, it is not unlikely that he may see some sights. End of chapter 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The New Jerusalem by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 5. The Streets of the City. When Jerusalem had been half buried in snow for 2 or 3 days, I remarked to a friend that I was prepared henceforward to justify all the Christmas cards. The cards that spangle Bethlehem with frost are generally regarded by the learned merely as vulgar lies. At best they are regarded as popular fictions, like that which made the shepherds in the Nativity play talk a broad dialect of Somerset. In the deepest sense, of course, this democratic tradition is truer than most history. But even in the cruder and more concrete sense, the tradition about the December snow is not quite so false as is suggested. It is not a mere local illusion for Englishmen to picture the Holy Child in a snowstorm, as it would be for the Londoners to picture him in a London fog. There can be snow in Jerusalem, and there might be snow in Bethlehem, and when we penetrate to the idea behind the image, we find it is not only possible but probable. In Palestine, at least, in these mountainous parts of Palestine, men have the same general sentiment about the seasons as in the West or the North. Snow is a rarity, but winter is a reality. Whether we regard it as the divine purpose of a mystery or the human purpose of a myth, the purpose of putting such a feast in winter would be just the same in Bethlehem as it would be in Balaam. Anyone thinking of the Holy Child as born in December would mean by it exactly what we mean by it, that Christ is not merely a summer sun of the prosperous, but a winter fire for the unfortunate. In other words, the semi-tropical nature of the place, like its vulgarity and desecration, can be and are enormously exaggerated. But it is always hard to correct the exaggeration without exaggerating the correction. It would be absurd, seriously, to deny that Jerusalem is an Eastern town, but we may say it was Westernized without being modernized. Anyhow, it was medievalized before it was modernized, and in the same way it would be absurd to deny that Jerusalem is a southern town, in the sense of being normally out of the way of snowstorms. But the truth can be suggested by saying that it has always known the quality of snow, but not the quantity. And the quantity of snow that fell on this occasion would have been something striking and even sensational in Sussex or Kent. And yet another way of putting the proportions of the thing would be to say that Jerusalem has been besieged more often and by more different kinds of people than any town upon the globe, that it has been besieged by Jews and Assyrians, Egyptians and Babylonians, Greeks and Romans, Persians and Saracens, Frenchmen and Englishmen. But perhaps never before in all its agony of ages has it ever really been besieged by winter. In this case it was not only snowed on, it was snowed up. For some days the city was really in a state of siege. If the snow had held for a sufficient number of days, it might have been in a state of famine. The railway failed between Jerusalem and the nearest station. The roads were impassable between Jerusalem and the nearest village, or even the nearest suburb. In some places the snow drifted deep enough to bury a man, and in some places, alas, it did actually bury little children, poor little Arabs whose bodies were stiff where they had fallen. Many mules were overwhelmed as if by floods, and countless trees struck down as if by lightning. Even when the snow began at last to melt, it only threatened to turn the besieged fortress into a sort of island. A river that men could not ford flowed between Jerusalem and the Mount of Olives. Even a man walking about the ordinary streets could easily step up to his knees or up to his waist. Snow stood about like a new system of natural barricades, reared in some new type of revolution. I have already remarked that what struck me most about the city was the city wall. But now a new white wall stood all round the city, and one that neither friend nor foe could pass. But a state of siege, whatever its inconveniences, is exceedingly convenient for a critic and observer of the town. It concentrated all that impression of being something compact, and what, with less tragic attendant circumstances, one might call cosy. It fixed the whole picture in a frame, even more absolute than the city wall, and it turned the eyes of all the spectators inwards. Above all, by its very abnormality, it accentuated the normal divisions and differences of the place, and made it more possible to distinguish and describe them like dramatis persona. The parts they played in the crisis of the snow were very like the parts they played in the general crisis of the state, and the very cut and colour of the figures, turban and tarbush, khaki and burnous and gabardine, seemed to stand out more sharply against that blank background of white. The first fact, of course, was a fact of contrast. When I said that the city struck me in its historic aspect as being at least as much a memory of the Crusaders as of the Saracens, I do not, of course, mean to deny the incidental contrasts between this southern civilization and the civilization of Europe, especially northern Europe. The immediate difference was obvious enough when the gold and the gaudy vegetation of so comparatively Asiatic a city were struck by this strange blast out of the north. It was a queer spectacle to see a great green palm bowed down under a white load of snow, and it was stranger and sadder spectacle to see the people accustomed to live under such palm trees bowed down under such unearthly storms. Yet the very manner in which they bore it is perhaps the first fact to be noted among all the facts that make up the puzzling problem of Jerusalem. Odd as it may sound, you can see that the true Orientals are not familiar with snow by the very fact they accept it. They accept it as we should accept being swallowed by an earthquake, because we do not know the answer to an earthquake. The men from the desert do not know the answer to snow. It seems to them unanswerable. But Christians fight with snow in a double sense. They fight with snow as they fight with snowballs. A Moslem left to himself would no more play with the snowball than make a toy of a thunderbolt. And this is really a type of the true problem that was raised by the very presence of the English soldier in the street, even if he was only shovelling away the snow. It would be far from a bad thing, I fancy, if the rights and wrongs of these Bible countries could occasionally be translated into Bible language. And I suggest this here not in the least because it is a religious language, but merely because it is a simple language. It may be a good thing, and in many ways it certainly is a good thing, that the races native to the Near East, to Egypt or Arabia, should come in contact with Western culture. But it will be unfortunate if this only means coming in contact with Western pedantry, and even Western hypocrisy. As it is, there is only too much danger that the local complaints against the government may be exactly like the official explanation of the government, that is, mere strings of long words with very little meaning involved. In short, if people are to learn to talk English, it will be a refreshing finishing touch to their culture if they learn to talk plain English. Of this it would be hard to find a better working model than what may be called scriptural English. It would be a very good thing for everybody concerned if any really unjust or unpopular official were described only in terms taken from the denunciations of Jezebel and Herod. It would especially be a good thing for the official. If it were true, it would be appropriate, and if it were untrue, it would be absurd. When people are really oppressed, their condition can generally be described in very plain terms connected with very plain things, with bread, with land, with taxes, with children and churches. If imperialists and capitalists do thus oppress them, as they most certainly often do, then the condition of those more powerful persons can also be described in a few and simple words, such as crime and sin and death and hell. But when complaints are made, as they are sometimes in Palestine and still more in Egypt, in the elaborate and long-winded style of a leading article, the sympathetic European is apt to remember how very little confidence he has ever felt in his own leading articles. If an Arab comes to me and says, "The stranger from across the sea has taxed me and taken the corn sheaves from the field of my fathers," I do really feel that he towers over me and my perishing industrial civilization with a terrible appeal to eternal things. I feel he is a figure more enduring than a statue, like the figure of Naboth or of Nathan. But when that simple son of the desert opens his mouth and says, "The self-determination of the proletarian class conscious solidarity as it functions for international reconstruction," and so on, why then I must confess to the weakness of feeling my sympathies instantly and strangely chilled. I merely feel inclined to tell him that I can talk that sort of pidgin English better than he can. If he modelled himself on the great rebels and revolutionists of the Bible, it would at least be a considerable improvement in his literary style. But as a matter of fact, something much more solid is involved than literary style. There is a logic and justice in the distinction, even in the world of ideas, that most people with much more education than the Arab, and therefore much less excuse than the Arab, entirely ignore the distinction, is merely a result of their ignoring ideas and being satisfied with long words. They like democracy because it is a long word. That is the only thing they do like about it. People are entitled to self-government, that is, to such government as is self-made. They are not necessarily entitled to a special and elaborate machinery that somebody else has made. It is their right to make it for themselves, but it is also their duty to think of it for themselves. Self-government of a simple kind has existed in numberless simple societies, and I shall always think it a horrible responsibility to interfere with it. But representative government, or theoretically representative government of an exceedingly complicated kind, may exist in certain complicated societies without their being bound to transfer it to others, or even to admire it for themselves. At any rate, for good or evil, they have invented it themselves, and there is a moral distinction which is perfectly rational and democratic between such inventions and the self-evident rights which no man can claim to have invented. If the Arab says to me, "I don't care a curse for Europe, I demand bread," the reproach is to me both true and terrible. But if he says, "I don't care a curse for Europe, I demand French cookery, Italian confectionery, English Lauderdale," and so on, I think he is rather an unreasonable Arab. After all, we invented these things in auctor auctoritas. And of this problem there is a sort of working model in the presence of the snow in Palestine, especially in the light of the old proverb about the impossibility of snow in Egypt. Palestine is wilder, less wealthy and modernized, more religious and therefore more realistic. The issue between the things only a European can do and the things no European has a right to do is much sharper and clearer than the confusion of verbosity. On the one hand, the things the English can do are more real things, like clearing away the snow, for the very reason that the English are not here, so to speak, building on a French pavement, but on the bare rocks of the eastern wilds. The contact with Islam and Israel is more simple and direct. And on the other side, the discontents and revolts are more real. So far from intending to suggest that the Egyptians have no complaints, I am very far from meaning that they have no wrongs. But curiously enough, the wrongs seem to me more real than the complaints. The real case against our Egyptian adventure was stated long ago by Randolph Churchill, when he denounced a bondholders' war. It is in the whole business of collecting debts due to cosmopolitan finance. But a stranger in Egypt hears little denunciation of cosmopolitan finance, and a great deal of drivel in the way of cosmopolitan idealism. When the Palestinians say that usurers menace their land, they mean the land they dig, an old actuality and not a new abstraction. Their revolt may be right or wrong, but it is real, and what applies to their revolt applies to their religion. There may well be doubts about whether Egypt is a nation, but there is no doubt that Jerusalem is a city, and the nations have come to its light. The problem of the snow proved indeed the text for a tale touching the practical politics of the city. The English soldiers cleared the snow away. The Arabs sat down satisfied or stoical with the snow blocking their own doors or loading their own roofs. But the Jews, as the story went, were at length persuaded to clear away the snow in front of them, and then demanded a handsome salary for having recovered the use of their own front doors. The story is not quite fair, and yet it is not so unfair as it seems. Any rational anti-Semite will agree that such tales, even when they are true, do not always signify an avaricious tradition in Semitism, but sometimes the healthier and more human suggestion of Bolshevism. The Jews do demand high wages, but it is not always because they are in the old sense money grabbers, but rather in the new sense money grabbers, as an enemy would put it. Men sincerely and bitterly convinced of their rights to the surplus of capitalism. There is the same problem in the Jewish colonies in the country districts, in the Jewish explanation of the employment of Arabs and Syrian labour. The Jews argue that this occurs not because they wish to remain idle capitalists, but because they insist on being properly paid proletarians. With all this I shall deal, however, when I treat of the Jewish problem itself. The point for the moment is that the episode of the snow did, in a superficial way, suggest the parts played by the three parties and the tales told about them. To begin with, it is right to say that the English do a great many things as they clear away the snow, simply because nobody else would do them. They did save the Oriental inhabitants from some of the worst consequences of the calamity. Probably they sometimes save the inhabitants from something which the inhabitants do not regard as a calamity. It is the danger of all such foreign efficiency that it often saves men who do not want to be saved. But they do, in many cases, do things from which Moslems profit, but which Moslems by themselves would not propose, let alone perform. And this has a general significance even in our first survey, for it suggests a truth easy to abuse, but I think impossible to ignore. I mean that there is something non-political about Moslem morality. Perverse as it may appear, I suspect that most of their political movements result from their non-political morality. They become politicians because they know they are not political, and feel the simple and more or less healthy life is at a disadvantage in face of the political supremacy of the English and the political subtlety of the Jews. For instance, the tradition of Turkish rule is simply a joke. All the stories about it are jokes, and often very good jokes. My own favourite incident is that which still commemorated in the English cathedral by an enormous hole in the floor. The Turks dug up the pavement looking for concealed English artillery because they had been told that the bishop had given his blessing to 2 cannons. The bishop had indeed recently appointed 2 cannons to the service of the church, but he had not secreted them under the floor of the chancel. There was another agreeable incident when the Turkish authorities, by an impulsive movement of religious toleration, sent for a Greek priest to bury Greek soldiers, and told him to take his choice in a heap of corpses of all creeds and colours. But at once the most curious and the most common touch of comedy is the perpetual social introduction to solid and smiling citizens who have been nearly hanged by the Turks. The fortunate gentleman seems still to be regarding his escape with a broad grin. If you were introduced to a polite Frenchman who had come straight from the guillotine, or an affable American who had only just vacated the electrical chair, you would feel a faint curiosity about the whole story. If a friend introduced somebody saying, "My friend Robinson, his sentence has been commuted to penal servitude," or "My Uncle William, just come from Dartmoor prison," your mind and perhaps your lips would faintly form the syllables, "What for?" But evidently under Turkish rule, being hanged was like being knocked down by a cab. It might happen to anybody. This is a parenthesis, since I am only dealing here with the superficial experience of the streets, especially in the snow. But it will be well to safeguard it by saying that this unpolitical carelessness and comprehensiveness of the indiscriminate Turk has its tragic as well as its comic side. It was by no means everybody that escaped hanging, and there was a tree growing outside the Jaffa Gate at which men might still shudder as they pass it in the sunlight. It was what a modern revolutionary poet has called bitterly the tree of man's making, and what a medieval revolutionary poet called the fruit tree in the orchard of the king. It was the gibbet, and lives have dropped from it like leaves from a tree in autumn. Yet even on the sterner side we can trace the truth about the Moslem fatalism, which seems so alien to political actuality. There was a popular legend or proverb that this terrible tree was in some way bound up with the power of the Turk, and perhaps the Moslem, over a great part of the earth. There is nothing more strange about that Moslem fatalism than a certain gloomy magnanimity which can invoke omens and oracles against itself. It is astonishing how often the Turks seem to have accepted a legend or prophecy about their own ultimate failure. De Quincey mentions one of them in The Blow That Half Broke the Palladium of Byzantium. It is said that the Moslems themselves predict the entry of a Christian king of Jerusalem through the Golden Gate. Perhaps that is why they have blocked up the fatal gate. But in any case, they dealt in that fashion with the fatal tree. They elaborately bound and riveted it with iron, as if accepting the popular prophecy which declared that so long as it stood, the Turkish Empire would stand. It was as if the wicked man of Scripture had daily watered a green bay tree to make sure that it should flourish. In the last chapter I have attempted to suggest a background of the battlemented walls with the low gates and narrow windows, which seem to relieve the liveliest of the coloured groups against the neutral tints of the north, and how this was intensified when the neutral tints were touched with the positive hue of snow. In the same merely impressionist spirit, I would here attempt to sketch some of the externals of the actors in such a scene, though it is hard to do justice to such a picture, even in the superficial matter of the picturesque. Indeed, it is hard to be sufficiently superficial, for in the East nearly every external is a symbol. The greater part of it is the gorgeous rag-heap of the Arabian humanity, and even about that one could lecture on almost every coloured rag. We hear much of the gaudy colours of the East, but the most striking thing about them is that they are delicate colours. It is rare to see a red that is merely like a pillar box, or a blue that is Reckitt's blue. The red is sure to have the enrichment of tawny wine or blood oranges, and the blue of peacocks or the sea. In short, these people are artistic in the sense that used to be called aesthetic, and it is a nameless instinct that preserves these nameless tints. Like all such instincts, it can be blunted by bullying rationalism. Like all such children, these people do not know why they prefer the better, and can therefore be persuaded by sophists that they prefer the worst. But there are other elements emerging from the coloured crowd which are more significant, and therefore more stubborn. A stranger entirely ignorant of that world would feel something like a chill to the blood when he first saw the black figures of the veiled Moslem women, sinister figures without faces. It is as if in that world every woman were a widow. When he realized that these were not the masked mutes at a very grisly funeral, but merely ladies literally obeying a convention of wearing veils in public, he would probably have a reaction of laughter. He would be disposed to say flippantly that it must be a dull life, not only for the woman, but the men, and that a man might well want 5 wives if he had to marry them before he could even look at them. But he will be wise not to be satisfied with such flippancy, for the complete veiling of the Moslem women of Jerusalem, though not a finer thing than the freedom of the Christian woman of Bethlehem, is almost certainly a finer thing than the more coquettish compromise of the other Muslim women of Cairo. It simply means that the Moslem religion is here more sincerely observed, and this in turn is part of something that a sympathetic person will soon feel in Jerusalem if he has come from these more commercial cities of the East. A spiritual tone decidedly more delicate and dignified, like the clear air about the mountain city. Whatever the human vices involved, it is not altogether for nothing that this is the holy town of 3 great religions. When all is said, he will feel that there are some tricks that could not be played, some trades that could not be plied, some shops that could not be opened within a stone's throw of the sepulchre. This indefinable seriousness has its own fantasies of fanaticism or formalism, but if these are vices, they are not vulgarities. There is no stronger example of this than the real Jews of Jerusalem, especially those from the ghettos of Eastern Europe. They can be immediately picked out by the peculiar wisps of hair worn on each side of the face, like something between curls and whiskers. Sometimes they look strangely effeminate, like some rococo burlesque of the ringlets of the early Victorian women. Sometimes they look considerably more like the horns of a devil, and one need not be an anti-Semite to say that the face is often made to match. But though they may be ugly or even horrible, they are not vulgar like the Jews at Brighton. They trail behind them too many primeval traditions and laborious loyalties, along with their grand though often greasy robes of bronze or purple velvet. They often wear on their heads that odd turban of fur worn by the rabbis in the pictures of Rembrandt. And indeed that great name is not irrelevant, for the whole truth at the back of Zionism is in the difference between the picture of a Jew by Rembrandt and a picture of a Jew by Sargent. For Rembrandt the rabbi was, in a special and double sense, a distinguished figure. He was something distinct from the world of the artist, who drew a rabbi as he would a Brahmin. But Sargent had to treat his sitters as solid citizens of England or America, and consequently his pictures are direct provocations to a pogrom. But the light that Rembrandt loved falls not irreverently on the strange hairy halos that can still be seen on the shaven heads of the Jews of Jerusalem, and I should be sorry for any pogrom that brought down any of their grey wisps or whiskers in sorrow to the grave. The whole scene, indeed, seriousness apart, might be regarded as a fantasia for barbers, for the different ways of dressing the hair would alone serve as symbols of different races and religions. Thus the Greek priests of the Orthodox Church, bearded and robed in black, with black towers upon their heads, have for some strange reason their hair bound up behind like a woman's. In any case, they have in their pomp a touch of the bearded bulls of Assyrian sculpture, and this strange fashion of curling, if not oiling, the Assyrian bull, gives the newcomer an indescribable and illogical impression of the unnatural sublimity of archaic art. In the Apocalypse, somewhere, there is an inspiringly unintelligible allusion to men coming on the earth, whose hair is like the hair of women, and their teeth like the teeth of lions. I have never been bitten by an Orthodox clergyman, and cannot say whether his teeth are at all leonine, though I have seen 7 of them together enjoying their lunch at an hotel with a decorum and dispatch. But the twisting of the hair in the womanish fashion does for us touch that note of the abnormal which the mystic meant to convey in his poetry, and which others feel rather as a recoil into humour. The best and last touch to this topsy-turvydom was given when a lady, observing one of these reverend gentlemen, who for some reason did not carry this curious coiffure, exclaimed in a tone of heart-rending surprise and distress, "Oh, he's bobbed his hair!" Here again, of course, even a superficial glance at the pageant of the street should not be content with this comedy. There is an intellectual interest in the external pomp and air of placid power in these ordinary Orthodox parish priests, especially if we compare them with the comparatively prosaic and jog-trot good nature of the Roman monks, called in this country the Latins. Mingling in the same crowd with these black-robed pontiffs can be seen shaven men in brown habits, who seem in comparison to be both busy and obscure. These are the sons of St. Francis, who came to the East with a grand simplicity and thought to finish the Crusades with a smile. The spectator will be wise to accept this first contrast that strikes the eye with an impartial intellectual interest. It has nothing to do with personal character, of course, and many Greek priests are as simple in their tastes as they are charming in their manners, while any Roman priest can find as much ritual as they may happen to want in other aspects of their own religion. But it is broadly true that the Roman and Greek Catholicism are contrasted in this way in the country, and the contrast is the flat contrary to all our customary associations in the West. In the East it is Roman Catholicism that stands for much that we associate with Protestantism. It is Roman Catholicism that is by comparison plain and practical and scornful of superstition and concerned for social work. It is Greek Catholicism that is stiff with gold and gorgeous with ceremonial, with its hold on ancient history and its inheritance of imperial tradition. In the cant of our own society, we may say it is the Roman who rationalizes and the Greek who Romanizes. It is the Roman Catholic who is impatient with Russian and Greek childishness and perpetually appealing for common sense. It is the Greek who defends such childishness as childlike faith, and would rebuke such common sense as common skepticism. I do not speak of the theological tenets, or even the deeper emotions involved, but only, as I have said, of contrasts visible even in the street. and the whole difference is sufficiently suggested in two phrases I heard within a few days. A distinguished Anglo-Catholic, who has himself much sympathy with the Greek Orthodox tradition, said to me, "After all, the Romans were the first Puritans." And I heard that a Franciscan, being told that this Englishman, and perhaps English generally, were disposed to make an alliance with the Greek Church, had only said by way of comment, "And a good thing too, the Greeks might do something at last." Anyhow, the first impression is that the Greek is more gorgeous in black than the Roman in colours. But the Greek, of course, can also appear in colours, especially in those external forms of frozen yet fiery colours which we call jewels. I have seen the Greek patriarch, that magnificent old gentleman, walking down the street like an emperor in the Arabian Nights, hung all over with historic jewels as thick as beards or buttons, with a gigantic cross of solid emeralds that might have been given him by the green genie of the sea, if any of the genies are Christians. These things are toys, but I am entirely in favour of toys, and rubies and emeralds are almost as intoxicating as that sort of lustrous coloured paper they put inside Christmas crackers. This beauty has been best achieved in the north in the glory of coloured glass, and I have seen great Gothic windows in which one could really believe that the robes of martyrs were giant rubies, or the starry sky a single enormous sapphire. But the colours of the West are transparent, the colours of the East opaque. I have spoken of the Arabian Nights, and there is really a touch of them even in the Christian churches, perhaps increased with the tradition of early Christian secrecy. There are glimpses of gorgeously tiled walls, of blue curtains and green doors and golden inner chambers that are just like the entrance to an Eastern tale. The Orthodox are at least more Oriental in the sense of being more ornamental, more flat and decorative. The Romans are more Western, I might even say more modern, in the sense of having more realism even in their ritualism. The Greek cross is a cross, the Roman cross is a crucifix. But these are deeper matters. I am only trying to suggest a sort of silhouette of the crowd, like the similar silhouette of the city, a profile or outline of the heads and hats, like the profile of the towers and the spires. The tower that makes this Greek priest look like a walking catafalque is by no means alone among the horns thus fantastically exalted. There is the peaked hood of the Armenian priest, for instance, the stately survival of that strange Monophysite heresy which perpetuated itself in pomp and pride mainly through the sublime accident of the Crusades. That black cone also rises above the crowd with something of the immemorial majesty of a pyramid, and rightly so, for it is typical of the prehistoric poetry by which these places lived, that some say it is a surviving memory of Ararat and the Ark. Again, the high and white headgear of the Bethlehem women, or to speak more strictly of the Bethlehem wives, has already been noted in another connection, but it is well to remark it again among the colours of the crowd, because this at least has a significance essential to all criticism of such a crowd. Most travellers from the West regard such an Eastern city far too much as a Moslem city, like the lady whom Mr. Maurice Baring met, who travelled all over Russia and thought all the churches were mosques. But in truth it is very hard to generalize about Jerusalem, precisely because it contains everything, and its contrasts are real contrasts. And anybody who doubts that its Christianity is Christian, a thing fighting for our own culture and morals on the borders of Asia, need only consider the concrete fact of these women of Bethlehem and their costume. There is no need to sneer in any unsympathetic fashion at all the domestic institutions of Islam. The sexes are never quite so stupid as some feminists represent, and I dare say a woman often has her own way in a harem as well as in a household. But the broad difference does remain, and if there be one thing, I think, that can safely be said about all Asia and all Oriental tribes, it is this, that if a married woman wears any distinctive mark, it is always meant to prevent her from receiving the admiration or even the notice of strange men. Often it is only made to disguise her. Sometimes it is made to disfigure her. It may be the masking of the face, as among the Moslems. It may be the shaving of the head, as among the Jews. It may, I believe, be the blackening of the teeth and other queer expedients among the people of the Far East. But it is never meant to make her look magnificent in public. And the Bethlehem wife is made to look magnificent in public. She not only shows all the beauty of her face, and she is often very beautiful, she wears a towering erection which is as unmistakably meant to give her consequence as the triple tiara of the Pope. A woman wearing such a crown, and wearing it without a veil, does stand, and can only conceivably stand, for what we call the Western view of women, but should rather call the Christian view of women. This is the sort of dignity which must of necessity come from some vague memory of chivalry. The woman may or may not be, as the legend says, a lineal descendant of a crusader. But whether or no she is his daughter, she is certainly his heiress. She may be put last among the local figures I have here described, for the special reason that her case has this rather deeper significance. For it is not possible to remain content with the fact that the crowd offers such varied shapes and colours to the eye, when it also offers much deeper divisions and even dilemmas to the intelligence. The black dress of the Moslem women and the white dress of the Christian woman are in a sober truth as different as black and white. They stand for real principles in a real opposition, and the black and white will not easily disappear in the dull grey of our own compromises. The one tradition will defend what it regards as modesty, and the other what it regards as dignity, with passions far deeper than most of our paltry political appetites. Nor do I see how we can deny such a right of defence, even in the case we consider less enlightened. It is made all the more difficult by the fact that those who consider themselves the pioneers of enlightenment generally also consider themselves the protectors of native races and aboriginal rights. Whatever view we take of the Moslem Arab, we must at least admit that the greater includes the less. It is manifestly absurd to say we have no right to interfere in his country, but have a right to interfere in his home. It is the intense interest of Jerusalem that there can thus be two universes in the same street. Indeed, there are 10 rather than 2, and it is a proverb that the fight is not only between Christian and Moslem, but between Christian and Christian. At this moment, it must be admitted, it is almost entirely a fight of Christian and Moslem, allied against Jew. But of that I shall have to speak later. The point for the moment is that the varied colours of the streets are a true symbol of the varied colours of the soul. It is perhaps the only modern place where the war waged between ideas has such a visible and vivid heraldry. And the fact alone may well leave the spectator with one final reflection, for it is a matter in which the modern world may well have to learn something from the motley rabble of this remote eastern town. It may be an odd thing to suggest that a crowd in Bond Street or Piccadilly should model itself on this masquerade of religions. It would be facile and fascinating to turn it into a satire or extravaganza. Every good and innocent mind would be gratified with the image of a bowler hat in the precise proportions of the dome of St. Paul's, and surmounted with little ball and cross symbolizing the loyalty of some Anglican to his mother church. It might even be pleasing to see the street dominated with a more graceful top hat modelled on the Eiffel Tower, and signifying the wearer's faith in scientific enterprise, or perhaps in its frequent concomitant of political corruption. These would be fair Western parallels to the headdresses of Jerusalem, modelled on Mount Ararat or Solomon's Temple, and some may insinuate that we are not ever likely to meet them in the Strand. A man wearing whiskers is not even compelled to plead some sort of excuse or authority for wearing whiskers, as the Jew can for wearing ringlets. And though the Anglican clergyman may indeed be very loyal to his mother church, there might be considerable hesitation if his mother bade him bind his hair. Nevertheless, the more historical view of the London and Jerusalem crowds, who show as far from impossible to domesticate such symbols that some day a lady's jewels might mean something like the sacred jewels of the patriarch, or a lady's furs mean something like the furred turban of the rabbi. History indeed will show us that we are not so much superior to them as inferior to ourselves. When the Crusader came to Palestine, and came riding up that road from Jaffa, where the orange plantations glow on either side, they came with motives which may have been mixed, and are certainly disputed. There may have been different theories among the Crusaders. There are certainly different theories among the critics of the Crusaders. Many sought God, some gold, some perhaps black magic. But whatever else they were in search of, they were not in search of the picturesque. They were not drawn from a drab civilization by that mere thirst for colour that draws so many modern artists to the bazaars of the East. In those days there were colours in the West as well as in the East, and a glow in the sunset as well as in the sunrise. Many of the men who rode up that road were dressed to match the most glorious orange garden and to rival the most magnificent Oriental king. King Richard cannot have been considered dowdy even by comparison when he rode on that high red saddle graven with golden lions, with his great scarlet hat and his vest of silver crescents. That squire of the comparatively unobtrusive household of Joinville, who was clad in scarlet striped with yellow, must surely have been capable, if I may be allowed the expression, of knocking them in the most magnificent Asiatic bazaar. Nor were these external symbols less significant, but rather more significant than the corresponding symbols of the Eastern civilization. It is true that heraldry began beautifully as an art and afterwards degenerated into a science. But even in being a science it had to possess a significance, and the Western colours were often allegorical where the Eastern were only accidental. To a certain extent this more philosophical ornament was doubtless imitated, and I have remarked elsewhere on the highly heraldic lions which even the Saracens carved over the gates of St. Stephen. But it is the extraordinary and even exasperating fact that it was not imitated as the most meaningless sort of modern vulgarity is imitated. King Richard's great red hat, embroidered with beasts and birds, has not overshadowed the earth so much as the billycock, which no one has yet thought of embroidering with any such natural and universal imagery. The Cockney tourist is not only more likely to set out with the intention of knocking them, but he has actually knocked them, and Orientals are imitating the tweeds of the tourist more than they imitated the stripes of the squire. It is a curious and perhaps melancholy truth that the world is imitating our worst, our weariness and our dingy decline, when it did not imitate our best with the highest moment of our morning. Perhaps it is only when civilization becomes a disease that it becomes an infection. Possibly it is only when it becomes a very virulent disease that it becomes an epidemic. Possibly, again, that is the meaning both of cosmopolitanism and imperialism. Anyhow, the tribes sitting by Afric's sunny fountains did not take up the song when Francis of Assisi stood on the very mountain of the Middle Ages singing the Canticle of the Sun. When Michelangelo carved a statue in snow, Eskimos did not copy him, despite their large natural quarries or resources. Laplanders never made a model of the Elgin marbles with a frieze of reindeers instead of horses. Nor did Hottentots try to paint mumbo-jumbo, as Raphael has painted Madonnas. But many a savage king has worn a top hat, and the barbarian has sometimes been so debased as to add to it a pair of trousers. Explosive bullets and the brutal factory system numbers of advanced natives are anxious to possess. And it was this reflection, arising out of the mere pleasure of the eye in the parti-coloured crowd before me, that brought back to my mind the chief problem and peril of our position in Palestine, on which I touched earlier in this chapter, the peril which is largely at the back both of the just and the unjust objections to Zionism. It is the fear that the West, in its modern mercantile mood, will send not its best, but its worst. The artisan way of putting it from the point of view of the Arab is that it will mean not so much the English merchants as the Jewish moneylender. I shall write elsewhere of a better type of Jew and the truths they really represent. But the Jewish moneylender is in a curious and complex sense the representative of this unfortunate paradox. He is not only unpopular both in the East and the West, but he is unpopular in the West for being Eastern, and in the East for being Western. He is accused in Europe of Asiatic crookedness and secrecy, and in Asia of European vulgarity and bounce. I have said apropos of the Arab that the dignity of the Oriental is in his long robe. The mere mercantile Jew is the Oriental who has lost his long robe, which leads to a dangerous liveliness in the legs. He bustles and hustles too much, and in Palestine some of the unpopularity even of the better sort of Jew is simply due to his restlessness. But there remains a fear that it will not be a question of the better sort of Jew, or even the better sort of British influence. The same ignominious inversion which reproduces everywhere the factory chimney without the church tower, which spreads a Cockney commerce but not a Christian culture, has given many men a vague feeling that the influence of modern civilization will surround these ragged but coloured groups with something as dreary and discoloured, as unnatural and desolate as the unfamiliar snow in which they were shivering as I watched them. There seemed a sort of sinister omen in this strange visitation that the North had sent them, in the fact that when the north wind blew at last, it had only scattered on them this silver dust of death. It may be that this more melancholy mood was intensified by that pale landscape and those impassable ways. I do not dislike snow. On the contrary, I delight in it, and if it had drifted as deep as in my own country against my door, I should have thought it the triumph of Christmas, and a thing as comic as my own dog and donkey. But the people in the coloured rags did dislike it, and the effects of it were not comic but tragic. The news that came in seemed in that little lonely town like the news of a great war or even of a great defeat. Men fell to regarding it as they have fallen too much to regarding the war, merely as an unmixed misery. And here the misery was really unmixed. As the snow began to melt, corpses were found in it, homes were hopelessly buried, and even the gradual clearing of the roads only brought him stories of the lonely hamlets lost in the hills. It seemed as if a breath of the aimless destruction that wanders in the world had drifted across us, and no task remained for men but the weary rebuilding of ruins and the numbering of the dead. Only as I went out of the Jaffa Gate, a man told me that the tree of the 100 deaths, that was the type of the eternal caliphate of the Crescent, was cast down and lying broken in the snow. End of chapter 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The New Jerusalem by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 6. The Groups of the City. Palestine is a striped country. That is the first effect of landscape on the eyes. It runs in great parallel lines, wavering into vast hills and valleys, but preserving the parallel pattern, as if drawn boldly but accurately with giant chalks of green and grey and red and yellow. The natural explanation, or, to speak less foolishly, the natural process of this is simple enough. The stripes are the strata of the rock, only they are striped by the great rains, so that everything has to grow on ledges, repeating yet again that terraced character to be seen in the vineyards and the staircase streets of the town. But though the cause is, in a sense, in the ruinous strength of the rain, the hues are not the dreary hues of ruin. What earth there is commonly a red clay, richer than that of Devon, a red clay of which it would be easy to believe that the giant limbs of the first man were made. What grass there is not only an enamel of emerald, but is literally crowded with those crimson anemones which might well have called forth the great saying touching Solomon in all his glory. And even what rock there is coloured with 1,000 secondary and tertiary tints, as are the walls and streets of the holy city which is built from the quarries of these hills. For the old stones of the old Jerusalem are as precious as the precious stones of the new Jerusalem, and at certain moments of morning or of sunset every pebble might be a pearl. And all these coloured strata rise so high and roll so far that they might be skies rather than slopes, as if we looked up at a frozen sunset or a daybreak fixed forever with its fleeting bars of cloud. And indeed the fancy is not without a symbolic suggestiveness. This is the land of eternal things, but we tend too much to forget that recurrent things are eternal things. We tend to forget that subtle tones and delicate hues, whether in the hills or the heavens, were to the primitive poets and sages as visible as they are to us, and the strong and simple words in which they describe them do not prove that they do not realize them. When Wordsworth speaks of the clouds that gather round the setting sun, we assume that he has seen every shadow of colour and every curve of form. But when the Hebrew poet says, "He hath made the clouds his chariot," we do not always realize that he was full of indescribable emotions, aroused by indescribable sights. We vaguely assume that the very sky was plainer in primitive times. We feel as if there has been a fashion in sunsets, or as if dawn was always grey in the Stone Age or brown in the Bronze Age. But there is another parable written in those long lines of many-coloured clay and stone. Palestine is in every sense a stratified country. It is not only true in the natural sense, as here where the clay has fallen away and left visible the very ribs of the hills. It is true in the quarries where men dig, in the dead cities where they excavate, and even in the living cities where they still fight and pray. The sorrow of all Palestine is that its divisions in culture, politics, and theology are like its divisions in geology. The dividing line is horizontal instead of vertical. The frontier does not run between states, but between stratified layers. The Jew did not appear beside the Canaanite, but on top of the Canaanite. The Greek not beside the Jew, but on top of the Jew. The Moslem not beside the Christian, but on top of the Christian. It is not merely a house divided against itself, but one divided across itself. It is a house in which the first floor is fighting the second floor, in which the basement is oppressed from above, and attics are besieged from below. There is a great deal of gunpowder in the cellars, and people are by no means comfortable, even on the roof. In days of what some call Bolshevism, it may be said that most states are houses in which the kitchen has declared war on the drawing-room. But this will give no notion of the toppling pagoda of political and religious and racial differences, of which the name is Palestine. To explain that, it is necessary to give the traveller's first impressions more particularly in their order, and before I return to this view of the society as stratified, I must state the problem more practically as it presents itself while the society still seems fragmentary. We are always told that the Turk kept the peace between the Christian sects. It would be nearer the nerve of vital truth to say that he made the war between the Christian sects. But it would be nearer still to say that the war is something not made by Turks, but made up by infidels. The tourist visiting the churches is often incredulous about the tall tales told about them, but he is completely credulous about the tallest of all tales, the tale that is told against them. He believes in a frantic, fratricidal war perpetually waged by Christian against Christian in Jerusalem. It freshens the free sense of adventure to wander through those crooked and cavernous streets, expecting every minute to see the Armenian patriarch trying to stick a knife into the Greek patriarch, just as it would add to the romance of London to linger about Lambeth and Westminster in the hope of seeing the Archbishop of Canterbury locked in a deadly grapple with the President of the Wesleyan Conference. And if we return to our homes at evening without having actually seen those things with the eyes of flesh, the vision has none the less shone on our path, and led us round many corners with alertness and with hope. But in bald fact, religion does not involve perpetual war in the East, any more than patriotism involves perpetual war in the West. What it does involve in both cases is a defensive attitude, a vigilance on the frontiers. There is no war, but there is an armed peace. I have already explained the sense in which I say that the Moslems are unhistoric or even anti-historic. Perhaps it would be nearer the truth to say that they are prehistoric. They attach themselves to the tremendous truisms which men might have realized before they had any political experience at all, which might have been scratched with primitive knives of flint upon primitive pots of clay. Being simple and sincere, they do not escape the need for legends. I might almost say that, being honest, they do not escape the need for lies. But their mood is not historic. They do not wish to grapple with the past. They do not love its complexities, nor do they understand the enthusiasm for its details and even its doubts. Now, in all this, the Moslems of a place like Jerusalem are the very opposite of the Christian of Jerusalem. The Christianity of Jerusalem is highly historic, and cannot be understood without historical imagination. And this is not the strong point, perhaps, of those among us who generally record their impressions of the place. As the educated Englishman does not know the history of England, it would be unreasonable to expect him to know the history of Moab or of Mesopotamia. He receives the impression, in visiting the shrines of Jerusalem, of a number of small sects squabbling about small things. In short, he has before him a tangle of trivialities which include the Roman Empire in the West and the East, the Catholic Church in its two great divisions, the Jewish race, the memories of Greece and Egypt, and the whole Mohammedan world in Asia and Africa. It may be that he regards these as small things, but I should be glad if he would cast his eye over human history and tell me what are the large things. The truth is that the things that meet today in Jerusalem are by far the greatest things that the world has yet seen. If they are not important, nothing on this earth is important, and certainly not the impressions of those who happen to be bored by them. But to understand them, it is necessary to have something which is much commoner in Jerusalem than in Oxford or Boston, that sort of living history which we call tradition. For instance, the critic generally begins by dismissing these conflicts with the statement that they are all about small points of theology. I do not admit that theological points are small points. Theology is only thought applied to religion, and those who prefer a thoughtless religion need not be so very disdainful of others with a more rationalistic taste. The old joke that the Greek sects only differed about a single letter is about the lamest and most illogical joke in the world. An atheist and a theist only differed by a single letter, yet theologians are so subtle as to distinguish definitely between the two. But though I do not in any case allow that it is idle to be concerned about theology as a matter of actual fact, these quarrels are not chiefly concerned about theology. They are concerned about history. They are concerned with the things about which the only human sort of history is concerned: great memories of great men, great battles for great ideas, the love of brave people for beautiful places, and the faith by which the dead are alive. It is quite true that with this historic sense men inherit heavy responsibilities and revenges, fury and sorrow and shame, it is also true that without it men die, and nobody even digs their graves. The truth is that these quarrels are rather about patriotism than about religion, in the sense of theology. That is, they are just such heroic passions about the past as we call in the West by the name of nationalism, but they are conditioned by the extraordinarily complicated position of the nations, or what corresponds to the nations. We of the West, if we wish to understand it, must imagine ourselves as left with all our local loves and family memories unchanged, but the places affected by them intermingled and tumbled about by some almost inconceivable convulsion. We must imagine cities and landscapes to have turned on some unseen pivots or been shifted about by some unseen machinery, so that our nearest was furthest and our remotest enemy our neighbour. We must imagine monuments on the wrong sites, and the antiquities of the one country emptied out on top of the other. And we must imagine through all this the thin but tough threads of tradition, everywhere tangled and yet everywhere unbroken. We must picture a new map, made out of the broken fragments of the old map, and yet with every one remembering the old map and ignoring the new. In short, we must try to imagine, or rather we must try to hope, that our own memories would be as long and our own loyalties as steady as the memories and loyalties of the little crowd in Jerusalem, and hope or pray that we could only be as rigid, as rabid, and as bigoted as are these benighted people. Then, perhaps, we might preserve all our distinctions of truth and falsehood in a chaos of time and space. We have to conceive that the tomb of Napoleon is in the middle of Stratford-on-Avon, and that the Nelson Column is erected on the field of Bannockburn, that Westminster Abbey has taken wings and flown away to the most romantic situation on the Rhine, and that the wooden Victory is stranded like the Ark on Ararat, on the top of the hill of Tara, that the pilgrims to the Shrine of Lords have to look for it in the island of Runnymede, and that the only existing German statue of Bismarck is to be found in the Pantheon at Paris. This intolerable topsy-turvydom is no exaggeration of the way in which stories cut across each other and sites are imposed upon each other in the historic chaos of the Holy City. Now we in the West are very lucky in having our nations normally distributed into their native lands, so that good patriots can talk about themselves without perpetually annoying their neighbours. Some of the pacifists tell us that national frontiers and divisions are evil because they exasperate us to war. It would be far truer to say that national frontiers and divisions keep us at peace. It would be far truer to say that we can always love each other so long as we do not see each other. But the people of Jerusalem are doomed to have a difference without division. They are driven to set pillar against pillar in the same temple, while we can set city against city across the plains of the world. While for us a church rises from its foundations as naturally as a flower springs from a flower bed, they have to bless the soil and curse the stones that stand on it. While the land we love is solid under our feet to the earth's centre, they have to see all they love and hate lying in strata like alternate night and day, as incompatible and as inseparable. Their entanglements are tragic, but they are not trumpery or accidental. Everything has a meaning. They are loyal to great names, as men are loyal to great nations. They have differences about which they feel bound to dispute to the death, but in their death they are not divided. Jerusalem is a small town of big things, and the average modern city is a big town full of small things. All the most important and interesting powers in history are here gathered within the area of a quiet village, and if they are not always friends, at least they are necessarily neighbours. This is a point of intellectual interest and even intensity that is far too little realized. It is a matter of modern complaint that in a place like Jerusalem the Christian groups do not always regard each other with Christian feelings. It is said that they fight each other, but at least they meet each other. In a great industrial city like London or Liverpool, how often do they even meet each other? In a large town men live in small cliques, which are much narrower than classes, but in this small town they live at least by large contacts, even if they are conflicts. Nor is it really true, in the daily humours of human life, that they are only conflicts. I have heard an eminent English clergyman from Cambridge bargaining for a brass lamp with a Syrian of the Greek Church, and asking the advice of a Franciscan friar who was standing smiling in the same shop. I have met the same representative of the Church of England at a luncheon party with the wildest Zionist Jews, and with the Grand Mufti, the head of the Moslem religion. Suppose the same Englishman had been, as he might well have been, an eloquent and popular vicar in Chelsea or Hampstead. How often would he have met a Franciscan or a Zionist? Not once in a year. How often would he have met a Moslem or a Greek Syrian? Not once in a lifetime. Even if he were a bigot, he would be bound in Jerusalem to become a more interesting kind of bigot. Even if his opinions were narrow, his experiences would be wide. He is not, as a fact, a bigot, nor, as a fact, are the other people bigots. But at the worst they could not be unconscious bigots. They could not live in such uncorrected complacency as is possible to a larger social set in a larger social system. They could not be quite so ignorant as a broad-minded person in a big suburb. Indeed, there is something fine and distinguished about the very delicacy and even irony of their diplomatic relations. There is something of chivalry in the courtesy of their armed truce, and it is a great school of manners that includes such differences in morals. This is an aspect of the interest of Jerusalem which can easily be neglected and is not easy to describe. The normal life there is intensely exciting, not because the factions fight, but rather because they do not fight. Of the abnormal crisis when they did fight, and the abnormal motives that made them fight, I shall have something to say later on. But it was true, for a great part of the time, that what was picturesque and thrilling was not the war, but the peace. The sensation of being in this little town is rather like that of being at a great international congress. It is like that moving and glittering social satire in which diplomatists can join in a waltz who may soon be joining in a war. For the religious and political parties have yet another point in common with separate nations, that even within this narrow space the complicated curve of their frontiers is really more or less fixed, and certainly not particularly fluctuating. Persecution is impossible, and conversion is not at all common. The very able Anglo-Catholic leader to whom I have already referred uttered to me a paradox that was a very practical truth. He said he felt exasperated with the Christian sects, not for their fanaticism, but for their lack of fanaticism. He meant their lack of any fervour and even any hope of converting each other to their respective religions. An Armenian may be quite as proud of the Armenian Church as a Frenchman of the French nation, yet he may no more expect to make a Moslem an Armenian than a Frenchman expects to make an Englishman a Frenchman. If, as we are told, the quarrels could be condemned as merely theological, this would certainly be the very reverse of logical. But as I say, we get much nearer to them by calling them national, and the leaders of the great religions feel much more like the ambassadors of great nations. And as I have also said, that ambassadorial atmosphere can be best expressed on the word irony, sometimes a rather tragic irony. At any tea party or talk in the street between the rival leaders, there is a natural tendency to that sort of wit which consists in veiled allusion to a very open secret. Each male feels that there are heavy forces behind a small point, as the weight of the fencer is behind the point of the rapier. And the point can be yet more pointed because the politics of the city, when I was there, included several men with a taste and talent for such polished intercourse, including especially two men whose experience and culture would have been remarkable in any community in the world: the American consul and the military governor of Jerusalem. If in cataloguing the strata of the society we take first the topmost layer of Western officialism, we might indeed find it not inconvenient to take these two men as representing the chief realities about it. Dr. Glazebrook, the representative of the United States, has the less to do with the internal issues of the country, but his mere presence and history is so strangely picturesque that he might be put among the first reasons for finding the city interesting. He is an old man now, for he actually began life as a soldier in the Southern and Secessionist Army, and still keeps alive in every detail not merely the virtues but the very gestures of the old Southern and Secessionist aristocrat. He afterward became a clergyman of the Episcopalian Church and served as a chaplain in the Spanish-American War. Then, at an age when most men have long retired from the most peaceful occupations, he was sent out by President Wilson to the permanent battlefield of Palestine. The brilliant services he performed there in the protection of British and American subjects are here chiefly interesting as throwing a backward light on the unearthly topsy-turvydom of Turkish rule. There appears in his experiences something in such rule which we are perhaps to forget in a vision of stately Eastern princes and gallant Eastern warriors, something more tyrannical even than the dull pig-headedness of Prussianism. I mean the most atrocious of all tortures, which is called caprice. It is the thing we feel in the Arabian tales, when no man knows whether the Sultan is good or bad, and he gives the same vizier 1,000 pounds or 1,000 lashes. I have heard Dr. Glazebrook describe a whole day of hideous hesitation in which fugitives for whom he pleaded were allowed 4 times to embark and 4 times were brought back again to their prison. There is something there dizzy as well as dark, a whirlpool in the very heart of Asia, and something wilder than our own worst oppressions in the peril of those men who looked up and saw above all the power of Asiatic arms their hopes hanging on a rocking mind like that of a maniac. The tyrant let them go at last, avowedly out of a simple sentiment for the white hair of the council, and the strange respect that many Moslems feel for the minister of any religion. Once at least the trembling rock of barbaric rule nearly fell on him and killed him. By a sudden movement of lawlessness, the Turkish military authorities sent to him, demanding the English documents left in his custody. He refused to give them up, and he knew what he was doing. In standing firm, he was not even standing like Nurse Cavell against organized Prussia under the full criticism of organized Europe. He was rather standing in a den of brigands, most of whom had never heard of the international rules they violated. Finally, by another freak of friendliness, they left him and his papers alone. But the old man had to wait many days in doubt, not knowing what they would do, since they did not know themselves. I do not know what were his thoughts, or whether they were far from Palestine and all possibilities that tyranny might return and reign forever. But I have sometimes fancied that, in the ghastly silence, he may have heard again only the guns of Lee and the last battle of the Wilderness. If the mention of the American consul refers back to the oppression of the past, the mention of the military governor brings back all the problems of the present. Here I only sketch these groups as I first found them in the present, and it must be remembered that my present is already past. All this was before the latest change from military to civil government, but the mere name of Colonel Storrs raises a question which is rather misunderstood in relation to that change itself. Many of our journalists, especially at the time of the last and worst of the riots, wrote as if it would be a change from some sort of stiff militarism to a liberal policy akin to parliamentarism. I think this is a fallacy. and a fallacy not uncommon in journalism, which is professedly very much up to date and actually very much behind the times. As a fact, it is nearly 4 years behind the times, for it is thinking in terms of the old, small, and rigidly professional army. Colonel Storrs is the very last man to be called militaristic in the narrow sense. He is a particularly liberal and enlightened type of the sort of English gentleman who readily served his country in war, but who is rather particularly fitted to serve her in politics or literature. Of course, many purely professional soldiers have liberal and artistic tastes, as General Shea, one of the organizers of Palestinian victory, has a fine taste in poetry, or Colonel Popham, then Deputy Governor of Jerusalem, an admirable taste in painting. But while it is sometimes forgotten that many soldiers are men, it is now still more strange to forget that most men are soldiers. I fancy there are now few things more representative than the British Army. Certainly it is much more representative than the British Parliament. The men I knew, and whom I remember with so much gratitude, working under General Bowles at the seat of government on the Mount of Olives, were certainly not narrowed by any military professionalism, and had, if anything, the mark of quite different professions. One was a very shrewd and humorous lawyer employed on a legal problem about enemy property. Another was a young schoolmaster with keen and clear ideas, or rather ideals, about education for all the races in Palestine. These men did not cease to be themselves because they were all dressed in khaki, and if Colonel Storrs recurs first to the memory, it is not because he had become a colonel in the trade of soldiering, but because he is the sort of man who could talk equally about all these other trades and 20 more. Incidentally, and by way of example, he can talk about them in 10 languages. There is a story, which, whether or no it be true, is very typical, that one of the Zionist leaders made a patriotic speech in Hebrew and broke off short in his recollection of this partially revived national tongue, whereupon the governor of Jerusalem finished his Hebrew speech for him. Whether to exactly the same effect or not, it would be impertinent to inquire. He is a man rather recalling the 18th century aristocrat with his love of wit and classical learning, one of that small group of the governing class that contains his uncle, Harry Crust, and was warmed with the generous culture of George Wyndham. It was a purely mechanical distinction between the military and civil government that would lend to such figures the stiffness of a drumhead court-martial. And even those who differed with him accused him in practice not of militarist lack of sympathy with any of those he ruled, but rather with too imaginative a sympathy with some of them. To know these things, however slightly, and then read the English newspapers afterward, is often amusing enough. But I have only mentioned the matter because there is a real danger in so crude a differentiation. It would be a bad thing if a system, military in form but representative in fact, gave place to a system representative in form but financial in fact. That is what the Arabs and many of the English fear. And with the mention of that fear we come to the next stratum after the official. It must be remembered that I am not at this stage judging these groups, but merely very rapidly sketching them like figures and costumes in the street. The group standing nearest to the official is that of the Zionists, who are supposed to have a place at least in our official policy. Among these also I am happy to have friends, and I may venture to call the official head of the Zionists an old friend in a matter quite remote from Zionism. Dr. Eder, the president of the Zionist Commission, is a man for whom I conceived a respect long ago when he protested as a professional physician against the subjection of the poor to medical interference to the destruction of all moral independence. He criticized with great effect the proposal of legislators to kidnap anybody else's child whom they chose to suspect of feeble-mindedness. They were themselves too feeble-minded to define. It was defended very characteristically by a combination of precedent and progress, and we were told that it only extended the principle of the lunacy laws. That is to say, it only extended the principle of the lunacy laws to people whom no sane man would call lunatics. It is as if they were to alter the terms of a quarantine law from lepers to light-haired persons, and then say blandly that the principle was the same. The humour and human sympathy of a Jewish doctor was very welcome to us when we were accused of being anti-Semites, and we afterwards asked Dr. Eder for his own views on the Jewish problem. We found he was then a very strong Zionist, and this was long before he had the faintest chance of figuring as a leader of Zionism. And this accident is important, for it stamps the sincerity of the small group of original Zionists who were in favour of this nationalist ideal when all the international Jewish millionaires were against it. To my mind, the most serious point now against it is that the millionaires are for it. But it is enough to note here the reality of the ideal in men like Dr. Eder and Dr. Weizmann, and doubtless many others. The only defect that need to be noted as a mere detail of portraiture is a certain excessive vigilance and jealousy and pertinacity in the wrong place, which sometimes makes the genuine Zionists unpopular with the English, who themselves suffer unpopularity for supporting them. For though I am called an anti-Semite, there were really periods of official impatience when I was almost the only pro-Semite in the company. I went about pointing out what was really to be said for Zionism to people who were represented by the Arabs as the mere slaves of the Zionists. This group of Arab anti-Semites may be taken next, but very briefly, for the problem itself belongs to a later page. And the one thing to be said of it here is very simple. I never expected it, and even now I do not fully understand it. But it is the fact that the native Moslems are more anti-Semitic than native Christians. Both are more or less so, and have formed a sort of alliance out of the fact. The banner carried by the mob bore the Arabic inscription, "Moslems and Christians are brothers." It is as if the little wedge of Zionism had closed up the cracks of the Crusades. Of the Christian crowds in that partnership and the Christian creeds they are proud to inherit, I have already suggested something. It is only as well to note that I have put them out of their strict order in the stratification of history. It is too often forgotten that in these countries the Christian culture is older than the Moslem culture. I, for one, regret that the old Pax Romana was broken up by the Arabs, and hold that in the long run there was more life in that Byzantine decline than in the Semitic revival. And I will add what I cannot here develop or defend, that in the long run it is best that the Pax Romana should return, and that the suzerainty of those lands, at least, will have to be Christian, and neither Moslem nor Jewish. To defend it is to defend a philosophy, but I do not hold that there is in that philosophy, for all the talk of its persecutions in the past, a possibility of comprehension and many-sided sympathy, which is not in the narrow intensity either of the Moslem or the Jew. Christianity is really the right angle of that triangle, and the other two are very acute angles. But in the meetings that led up to the riots, it is the more Moslem part of that mixed crowds that I chiefly remember, which touches the same truth, that the Christians are the more potentially tolerant. But many of the Moslem leaders are as dignified and as human as many of the Zionist leaders. The Grand Mufti is a man I cannot imagine as either insulting anybody or being conceivably the object of insult. The Moslem mayor of Jerusalem was another such figure, belonging also, I believe, to one of the Arab aristocratic houses. The Grand Mufti is a descendant of Muhammad, and I shall not forget his first appearance at the first of the riotous meetings in which I found myself. I will give it as the first of two final impressions with which I will end this chapter. I fear, on a note of almost anarchic noise, the unearthly beating and braying of the eastern gongs and horns of the two fierce desert faiths against each other. I first saw from the balcony of the hotel the crowd of rioters come rolling up the street. In front of them went two fantastic figures turning like teetotums in an endless dance, and twirling two crooked and naked scimitars, as the Irish were supposed to twirl shillelaghs. I thought it a delightful way of opening a political meeting, and I wished we could do it at home at the general election. I wished that instead of the wearisome business of Mr. Bonar Law taking the chair and Mr. Lloyd George addressing the meeting, Mr. Law and Mr. Lloyd George would only hop and caper in front of a procession, spinning round and round till they were dizzy, and waving and crossing a pair of umbrellas in 1,000 invisible patterns. But this political announcement or advertisement, though more intelligent than our own, had, as I could readily believe, another side to it. I was told that it was often a prelude to ordinary festivals, such as weddings, and no doubt it remains from some ancient ritual dance of a religious character. But I could imagine that it might sometimes seem to a more rational taste to have a too religious a character. I could imagine that those dancing men might indeed be dancing dervishes, with their heads going round in a more irrational sense than their bodies. I could imagine that at some moments it might suck the soul into what I have called in metaphor the whirlpool of Asia, or the whirlwind of a world whipped like a top with a raging monotony, the cyclone of eternity. That is not the sort of rhythm, nor the sort of religion, by which I myself should hope to save the soul. But it is intensely interesting to the mind, and even the eye, and I went downstairs and wedged myself into the thick and thronging press. It surged through the gap by the gate, where the men climbed lamp-posts and roared out speeches, and more especially recited national poems in rich, resounding voices, a really moving effect, at least for one who could not understand a word that was said. Feeling had already gone as far as knocking Jews' hats off and other popular sports, but not as yet on any universal and systematic scale. I saw a few of the antiquated Jews with wrinkles and ringlets peering about here and there, some set as spies or representatives of the Zionists, to take away the anti-Semitic colour from the meeting. But I think this unlikely, especially as it would have been pretty hard to take it away. It is more likely, I think, that the archaic Jews were really not unamused, and perhaps not unsympathetic spectators. For the Zionist problem is complicated by a real quarrel in the ghetto about Zionism. The old religious Jews do not welcome the new nationalist Jews. It would sometimes be hardly an exaggeration to say that one party stands for the religion without the nation, and the other for the nation without the religion. Just as the old agricultural Arabs hate the Zionists as the instruments of new Western business grab and sharp practice, so the old peddling and pedantic but intensely pious Jews hate the Zionists as the instruments of new Western atheism of free thought. Only I fear that when the storm breaks, such distinctions are swept away. The storm was certainly rising. Outside the Jaffa Gate the road runs up steeply and is split in two by the wedge of a high building, looking as narrow as a tower and projecting like the prow of a ship. There is something almost theatrical about its position and stage properties. Its one high curtained window and balcony, with a sort of pole or flagstaff, for the place is official or rather municipal. Round it swelled the crowd with its songs and poems and passionate rhetoric in a kind of crescendo, and then suddenly the curtain of the window rose like the curtain of the theatre, and we saw on that high balcony the red fez and the tall figure of the Mahometan mayor of Jerusalem. I did not understand his Arabic observations, but I know when a man is calming a mob, and the mob did become calmer. It was as if a storm swelled in the night and gradually died away in the grey morning. But there are perpetual mutterings of that storm. My point for the moment is that the exasperations come chiefly from the two extremes of the two great Semitic traditions of monotheism, and certainly not primarily from these poor Eastern Christians of whose fanaticism we have been taught to make fun. From time to time there are gleams of the extremities of Eastern fanaticism, which are almost ghastly to Western feeling. They seem to crack the polish of the dignified leaders of the Arab aristocracy and the Zionist school of culture, and reveal a volcanic substance of which only Oriental creeds have been made. One day a wild Jewish proclamation is passed from hand to hand, denouncing disloyal Jews who refuse the teaching Hebrew, telling doctors to let them die and hospitals to let them rot, ringing with the old unmistakable and awful accent that bade men dash their children against the stones. Another day the city would be placarded with posters printed in Damascus, telling the Jews who looked to Palestine for national home that they should find it a national cemetery. And when these cries clash, it is like the clash of those two crooked eastern swords that crossed and recrossed and revolved like blazing wheels in the vanguard of the marching mob. I felt the fullest pressure of the problem when I first walked round the whole of the harem enclosure, the courts of the old temple, where the high muezzin towers now stand at every corner, and heard the clear voices of the call to prayer. The sky was laden with a storm that became the snowstorm, and it was the time at which the old Jews beat their hands and mourn over what are believed to be the last stones of the temple. There was a movement in my own mind that was attuned to these things, and impressed by the straight limits and steep sides of that platform of the mountains. For the sense of crisis is not only in the intensity of the ideals, but in the very conditions of the reality with which this chapter began. And the burden of it is the burden of Palestine, the narrowness of the boundaries, and the stratification of the rock. A voice not of my reason, but rather sounding heavily in my heart, seemed to be repeating sentences like pessimistic proverbs. There is no place for the Temple of Solomon but on the ruins of the Mosque of Omar. There is no place for the nation of the Jews but in the country of the Arabs. And these whispers came to me first not as intellectual conclusions upon the conditions of the case, of which I should have much more to say and to hope, but rather as hints of something immediate and menacing and yet mysterious. I felt almost a momentary impulse to flee from the place, like one who has received an omen. For two voices had met in my ears, and within the same narrow space and in the same dark hour, electric and yet eclipsed with cloud, I had heard Islam crying from the turret and Israel wailing at the wall. End of chapter 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The New Jerusalem by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 7. The Shadow of the Problem. A traveller sees the 100 branches of a tree long before he is near enough to see its single and simple root. He generally sees the scattered or sprawling suburbs of a town long before he has looked upon the temple or the marketplace. So far I have given impressions of the most motley things merely as they came, in chronological and not in logical order. The first flying vision of Islam as a sort of sea, with something both of the equality and the emptiness and the grandeur of its purple seas of sand. The first sharp silhouette of Jerusalem, like Mount St. Michael, lifting above that merely Moslem flood, a crag still crowned with the towers of the Crusaders. The mere kaleidoscope of the streets, with little more than a hint of the heraldic meaning of the colours. A merely personal impression of a few of the leading figures whom I happened to meet first, and only the faintest suggestion of the groups for which they stood. So far I have not even tidied up my own first impressions of the place, far less advanced a plan for tidying up the place itself. In any case, to begin with, it is easy to be far too much of a hurry about tidying up. This has already been noted in the more obvious case of all that religious art that bewildered the tourist with its churches full of flat and gilded icons. Many a man has had the sensation of something as full as a picture gallery and as futile as a lumber room, merely by not happening to know what is really of value, or especially in what way it is really valued. An Armenian or a Syrian might write a report on his visit to England, saying that our national and especially our naval heroes were neglected and left to the lowest dregs of the rabble, since the portraits of Benbow and Nelson, when exhibited to the public, were painted on wood by the crudest and most incompetent artists. He would not perhaps fully appreciate the fine shade of social status and utility implied in a public-house sign. He might not realize that the sign of Nelson could be hung on high everywhere, because the reputation of Nelson was high everywhere, not because it was low anywhere. That his bad portrait was really a proof of his good name. Yet the too rapid reformer may easily miss even the simple and superficial parallel between the wooden pictures of admirals and the wooden pictures of angels. Still less will he appreciate the intense spiritual atmosphere that makes the real difference between an icon and an inn sign, and makes the inns of England noble and national as they are, relatively the homes of Christian charity, but hardly a Christian faith. He can hardly bring himself to believe that Syrians can be as fond of religion as Englishmen of beer. Nobody can do justice to these cults who has not some sympathy with the power of a mystical idea to transmute the meanest and most trivial objects with a kind of magic. It is easy to talk of superstitiously attaching importance to sticks and stones, but the whole poetry of life consists of attaching importance to sticks and stones, and not only to those tall sticks we call the trees of those large stones we call the mountains. Anything that gives to the sticks of our own furniture or the stones of our own backyard even a reflected or indirect divinity is good for the dignity of life. And this is often achieved by the dedication of similar and special things. At least we should desire to see the profane things transfigured by the sacred, rather than the sacred disenchanted by the profane. And it was a prophet walking on the walls of this mountain city who said that in his vision all the bowls should be as the bowls before the altar, and on every pot in Jerusalem should be written holy unto the Lord. Anyhow, this intensity about trifles is not always understood. Several quite sympathetic Englishmen told me merely as a funny story, and God forbid that I should deny that it is funny, the fact of the Armenians, or some such people, having been allowed to suspend a string of lamps from a Greek pillar by means of a nail, and their subsequent alarm when their nail was washed by the owners of the pillar, a sort of symbol that their nail had finally fallen into the hands of the enemy. It strikes us as odd that a nail should be so valuable or so vivid to the imagination, and yet to men so close to Calvary, even nails are not entirely commonplace. All this regarding decent delay and respect for religion, or even for superstition, is obvious and has already been observed. But before leaving it, we may note that the same argument cuts the other way. I mean that we should not insolently impose our own ideas of what is picturesque any more than our own ideas of what is practical. The aesthete is sometimes more of a vandal than a vandal. The proposed reconstructions of Jerusalem have been on the whole reasonable and sympathetic, but there is always a danger from the activities, I might almost say the antics, of a sort of antiquary who is more hasty than an anarchist. If the people of such places revolt against their own limitations, we must have a reasonable respect for their revolt, and we must not be impatient even with their impatience. It is their town. They have to live in it, and not we. As they are the only judges of whether their antiquities are really authorities, so they are the only judges of whether their novelties are really necessities. As I pointed out more than once to many of my friends in Jerusalem, we should be very much annoyed if artistic visitors from Asia took similar liberties in London. It would be bad enough if they proposed to conduct excavations in Pimlico or Paddington without much reference to the people who live there. But it would be worse if they began to relieve them of the mere utilitarianism of Chelsea Bridge or Paddington Station. Suppose an eloquent Abyssinian Christian were to hold up his hand and stop the motor omnibuses from going down Fleet Street, on the ground that the thoroughfare was sacred to the simpler locomotion of Dr. Johnson. We should be pleased at the African's appreciation of Johnson, but our pleasure would not be unmixed. Suppose, when you or I are in the act of stepping into a taxicab, an excitable Coptic Christian were to leap from behind a lamp-post and implore us to save the grand old growler, or the cab, called the gondola of London. I admit and enjoy the poetry of the hansom. I admit and enjoy the personality of the true cabman of the old four-wheeler, upon whose massive manhood descended something of the tremendous tradition of Tony Weller. But I am not so certain as I should like to be that I should at the moment enjoy the personality of the Copt. For these reasons it seems really desirable, or at least defensible, to defer any premature reconstruction of disputed things, and to begin this book as a mere notebook or sketchbook of things as they are, or at any rate as they appear. It was in this irregular order and in this illogical disproportion that things did in fact appear to me, and it was some time before I saw any real generalization that would reduce my impressions to order. I saw that the groups disagreed, and to some extent why they disagreed, long before I could consider seriously anything on which they would be likely to agree. I have, therefore, confined the first section of this book to a mere series of such impressions, and left to the last section a study of the problem of an attempt at the solution. Between these two I have inserted a sort of sketch of what seems to me the determining historical events that make the problem what it is. Of these I will only say for the moment that, whether by a coincidence or for some deeper cause, I feel it myself to be a case of first thoughts being best, and that some further study of history served rather to solidify what had seemed merely a sort of vision. I might almost say that I fell in love with Jerusalem at first sight, and the final impression, right or wrong, served only to fix the fugitive fancy which had seen in the snow on the city the white crown of a woman of Bethlehem. But there is another cause for my being content for the moment with this mere chaos of contrasts. There is a very real reason for emphasizing those contrasts and for shunning the temptation to shut our eyes to them, even considered as contrasts. It is necessary to insist that the contrasts are not easy to turn into combinations, that the red robes of Rome and the green scars of Islam will not very easily fade into a dingy russet, that the gold of Byzantium and the brass of Babylon will require a hot furnace to melt them into any kind of amalgam. The reason for this is akin to what has already been said about Jerusalem as a knot of realities. It is especially a knot of popular realities. Although it is so small a place, or rather because it is so small a place, it is a domain and a dominion for the masses. Democracy is never quite democratic except when it is quite direct, and it is never quite direct except when it is quite small. So soon as a mob has grown large enough to have delegates, it has grown large enough to have despots. Indeed, the despots are often much the more representative of the two. Now, in a place so small as Jerusalem, what we call the rank and file really counts, and it is generally true, in religions especially, that the real enthusiasm, or even fanaticism, is to be found in the rank and file. In all intense religions, it is the poor who are more religious and the rich who are more irreligious. It is certainly so with the creeds and causes that come to a collision in Jerusalem. The great Jewish population throughout the world did hail Mr. Balfour's declaration with something almost of the tribal triumph they might have shown when the Persian conqueror broke the Babylonian bondage. It was rather the plutocratic princes of Jewry who long hung back and hesitated about Zionism. The mass of Mahometans really are ready to combine against the Zionists as they might have combined against the Crusades. It is rather the responsible Mahometan leaders who will naturally be found more moderate and diplomatic. This popular spirit may take a good or bad form, and a mob may cry out many things, right and wrong. But a mob cries out no popery. It does not cry out not so much popery, still less only a moderate admixture of popery. It shouts 3 cheers for Gladstone. It does not shout a gradual and evolutionary social tendency towards some ideal similar to that of Gladstone. It would find it quite a difficult thing to shout, and it would find exactly the same difficulty with all the advanced formula about nationalism and internationalism and the class-conscious solidarity. No rabble could roar at the top of its voice the collectivist formula of the nationalism of all the means of production, distribution, and exchange. The mob of Jerusalem is no exception to the rule, but rather an extreme example of it. The mob of Jerusalem has cried some remarkable things in its time, but they were not pedantic and they were not evasive. There was a day when it cried a single word, crucify. It was a thing to darken the sun and rend the veil of the temple, but there was no doubt about what it meant. This is an age of minorities powerful and predominant, partly through the power of wealth and partly through the idolatry of education. Their powers appeared in every crisis of the Great War, when a small group of pacifists and internationalists, a microscopic minority in every country, were yet constantly figuring as diplomatists and intermediaries, and men on whose attitude great issues might depend. A man like Mr. MacDonald, not a workman nor a formal or real representative of workmen, was followed everywhere by the limelight, while the millions of workmen who worked and fought were out of focus, and therefore looked like a fog. Just as such figures give a fictitious impression of unity between the crowds fighting for different flags and frontiers, so there are similar figures giving a fictitious unity to the crowds following different creeds. There are already Moslems who are modernists. There have always been a ruling class of Jews who are materialists. Perhaps it would be true to say about much of the philosophical controversy in Europe that many Jews tend to be materialists, but all tend to be monists, though the best in the sense of being monotheists. The worst are in a much grosser sense materialists, and have motives very different from the dry idealism of men like Mr. MacDonald, which is probably sincere enough in its way. But with whatever motives, these intermediaries everywhere bridge the chasm between creeds as they do the chasm between countries. Everywhere they exalt the minority that is indifferent over the majority that is interested, just as they would make an international congress out of the traitors of all nations. So they would make an ecumenical council out of the heretics of all religions. Mild constitutionalists in our own country often discuss the possibility of a method of protecting the minority. If they will find any possible method of protecting the majority, they will have found something practically unknown to the modern world. The majority is always at a disadvantage. The majority is difficult to idealize because it is difficult to imagine. The minority is generally idealized, sometimes by its servants, always by itself. But my sympathies are generally, I confess, with the impotent and even invisible majority. And my sympathies, when I go beyond the things I myself believe, are with all the poor Jews who do believe in Judaism, and all the Mahometans who do believe in Mahometanism, not to mention so obscure a crowd as the Christians who do believe in Christianity. I feel I have more morally and even intellectually in common with these people, and even the religions of these people, than with the supercilious negations that make up the most part of what is called enlightenment. It is these masses whom we ought to consider everywhere. but it is especially these masses whom we must consider in Jerusalem. And the reason is in the reality I have described, that the place is like a Greek city or a medieval parish. It is sufficiently small and simple to be a democracy. This is not a university town full of philosophies. It is a Zion of the 100 sieges, raging with religions, not a place where resolutions can be voted and amended, but a place where men can be crowned and crucified. There is one small thing neglected in all our talk about self-determination, and that is determination. There is a great deal more difference than there is between most motions and amendments, between the things for which democracy will vote and the things on which a democracy is determined. You can take a vote among Jews and Christians and Muslims about whether lamp posts should be painted green or portraits of politicians painted at all, and even their solid unanimity may be solid indifference. Most of what is called self-determination is like that. But there is no self-determination about it. The people are not determined. You cannot take a vote when the people are determined. You accept a vote, or something very much more obvious than a vote. Now, it may be that in Jerusalem there is not one people, but rather 3 or 4. But each is a real people, having its public opinion, its public policy, its flag, and almost, as I have said, its frontier. It is not a question of persuading weak and wavering voters at a vague parliamentary election to vote on the other side for a change, to choose afresh between 2 middle-class gentlemen who look exactly alike and only differ on a question about which nobody knows or cares anything. It is a question of contrasts that will almost certainly remain contrasts, except under the flood of some spiritual conversion which cannot be foreseen and certainly cannot be enforced. We cannot enroll these people under our religion because we have not got one. We can enroll them under our government, and if we are obliged to do that, the obvious essential is that, like Roman rule before Christianity, or the English rule in India, it should profess to be impartial, if only by being irreligious. That is why I willingly set down for the moment only the first impressions of a stranger in a strange country. It is because our first safety is in seeing that it is a strange country, and our present preliminary peril that we may fall into the habit of thinking it a familiar country. It does no harm to put the facts in a fashion that seem disconnected, for the first fact of all is that they are disconnected. And the first danger of all is that we may allow some international nonsense or newspaper cant to imply that they are connected when they are not. It does no harm, at any rate, to start with, to state the differences as irreconcilable. For the first and most unfamiliar fact the English have to learn in this strange land is that the differences can be irreconcilable. And again, the chief danger is that they may be persuaded that the wordy compromises of Western politics can reconcile them, that such abysses can be filled up with rubbish, or such chasms bridged with cobwebs. For we have created in England a sort of compromise which may up to a certain point be workable in England, though there are signs that even in England that point is approaching or is past. But in any case, we could only do with that compromise as we could do without conscription, because an accident had made us insular and even provincial. So in India, where we have treated the peoples as different from ourselves and from each other, we have at least partly succeeded. So in Ireland, where we have tried to make them agree with us and each other, we have made one never-ending nightmare. We can no more subject the world to the English compromise than to the English climate, and both are things of incalculable cloud and twilight. We have grown used to a habit of calling things by the wrong names and supporting them by the wrong arguments, and even doing the right things for the wrong cause. We have party governments which consist of people who pretend to agree when they really disagree. We have party debates which consist of people who pretend to disagree when they really agree. We have whole parties named after things they no longer support or things they would never dream of proposing. We have a mass of meaningless parliamentary ceremonials that are no longer even symbolic. The rule by which a parliamentarian possesses a constituency but not a surname, or the rule by which he becomes a minister in order to cease to be a member. All this would seem the most superstitious and idolatrous mummery to the simple worshippers in the shrines of Jerusalem. You may think what they say fantastic, or what they mean fanatical, but they do not say one thing and mean another. The Greek may or may not have a right to say he is orthodox, but he means that he is orthodox, in a very different sense from that in which a man supporting a new Home Rule Bill means that he is a Unionist. A Moslem would stop the sale of strong drink because he is a Moslem, but he is not quite so muddle-headed as to profess to stop it because he is a Liberal and a particular supporter of the party of liberty. Even in England, indeed, it will generally be found that there is something more clear and rational about the terms of theology than those of politics and popular science. A man has at least a more logical notion of what he means when he calls himself an Anglo-Catholic than when he calls himself an Anglo-Saxon. But the old Jew, with the drooping ringlets, shuffling in and out of the little black booths of Jerusalem, would not condescend to say he is a child of anything like the Anglo-Saxon race. He does not say he is a child of the Aramaico-Semitic race. He says he is a child of the chosen race, brought with thunder and with miracles and with mighty battles out of the land of Egypt and out of the house of bondage. In other words, he says something that means something, and something that he really means. One of the white Dominicans or brown Franciscans from the great monasteries of the Holy City may or may not be right in maintaining that a papacy is necessary to the unity of Christendom. But he does not pass his life in proving that the papacy is not a papacy, as many of our liberal constitutionalists pass it in proving that the monarchy is not a monarchy. The Greek priests spend an hour on what seem to the sceptic mere meaningless formalities of the preparation of the Mass. But they would not spend a minute if they were themselves sceptics and thought them meaningless formalities, as most modern people do think of the formalities about Black Rod or the bar of the house. They would be far less ritualistic than we are if they cared as little for the Mass as we do for the mace. Hence it is necessary for us to realize that these rude and simple worshippers of all the different forms of worship really would be bewildered by the ritual dances and elaborate ceremonial antics of John Bull, as by the superstitious forms and almost supernatural incantations of most of what we call plain English. Now I take it we retain enough realism and common sense not to wish to transfer these complicated conventions and compromises to a land of such ruthless logic and such rending divisions. We may hope to reproduce our laws. We do not want to reproduce our legal fictions. We do not want to insist on everybody referring to Mr. Peter or Mr. Paul as the honourable member for Wadi Walla, because a retiring parliamentarian has to become a steward of the Chiltern Hundreds. We shall not insist on a retiring Palestinian official becoming the steward of the Moabitic Hundreds. But yet in much more subtle and more dangerous ways we are making that very mistake. We are transferring the fictions and even the hypocrisies of our own insular institutions from a place where they can be tolerated to a place where they will be torn in pieces. I have confined myself hitherto to descriptions and not to criticisms, to stating the elements of the problem rather than attempting as yet to solve it, because I think the danger is rather that we shall underrate the difficulties than overdo the description, that we shall too easily deny the problem rather than that we shall too severely criticize the solution. But I would conclude this chapter with one practical criticism, which seems to me to follow directly from all that is said here of our legal fictions and local anomalies. One thing at least has been done by our own government which is entirely according to the ritual or routine of our own Parliament. It is a Parliament of Pooh-Bah, where anybody may be Lord High everything else. It is a Parliament of Alice in Wonderland, where the name of a thing is different from what it is called. and even from what its name is called. It is death and destruction to send out these fictions into foreign daylight, where they will be seen as things and not theories. And knowing all this, I cannot conceive the reason or even the meaning of sending out Sir Herbert Samuel as the British representative in Palestine. I have heard it supported as an interesting experiment in Zionism. I have heard it denounced as a craven concession to Zionism. I think it is quite obviously a flat and violent contradiction to Zionism. Zionism, as I have always understood it, and indeed as I have always defended it, consists in maintaining that it would be better for all parties if Israel had the dignity and distinctive responsibility of a separate nation, and that this should be effected if possible, or so far as possible, by giving the Jews a national home, preferably in Palestine. But where is Sir Herbert Samuel's national home? If it is in Palestine, he cannot go there as a representative of England. If it is in England, he is so far a living proof that a Jew does not need a national home in Palestine. If there is any point in the Zionist argument at all, you have chosen precisely the wrong man and sent him to precisely the wrong country. You have asserted not the independence but the dependence of Israel, and yet you have ratified the worst insinuations about the dependence of Christendom. In reason, you could not more strongly state that Palestine does not belong to the Jews than by sending a Jew to claim it for the English. And yet, in practice, of course, all the anti-Semites will say he is claiming it for the Jews. You combine all possible disadvantages of all possible courses of action. You run all the risks of the hard Zionist adventure while actually denying the high Zionist ideal. You make a Jew admit he is not a Jew but an Englishman, even while you allow all his enemies to revile him because he is not an Englishman but a Jew. Now this sort of confusion or compromise is as local as a London fog. A London fog is tolerable in London. Indeed, I think it is very enjoyable in London. There is a beauty in that brown twilight as well as in the clear skies of the Orient and the South. But it is simply horribly dangerous for a Londoner to carry his cloud of fog about with him in the crystalline air about the crags of Zion, or under the terrible stars of the desert. There men see differences with almost unnatural clearness, and call things by savagely simple names. We in England may consider all sorts of aspects of a man like Sir Herbert Samuel. We may consider him as a liberal, or a friend of the Fabian Socialists, or a cadet of one of the great financial houses, or a member of Parliament who is supposed to represent certain miners in Yorkshire, or in 20 other more or less impersonal ways. But the people in Palestine will see only one aspect, and it will be a very personal aspect indeed. For the enthusiastic Moslems, he will simply be a Jew. For the enthusiastic Zionists, he will not really be a Zionist. For them, he will always be the type of Jew who would be willing to remain in London, and who is ready to represent Westminster. Meanwhile, for the masses of Moslems and Christians, he will only be the aggravation in practice of the very thing of which he is the denial in theory. He will not mean that Palestine is not surrendered to the Jews, but only that England is. Now, I have nothing as yet to do with the truth of that suggestion. I merely give it as an example of the violent and unexpected reactions we shall produce if we thrust our own unrealities amid the red-hot realities of the Near East. It is like pushing a snowman into a furnace. I have no objection to a snowman as part of our own Christmas festivities. Indeed, as has already been suggested, I think such festivities a great glory of the English life. But I have seen the snow melting in the steep places about Jerusalem, and I know what a cataract it could feed. As I considered these things, a deepening disquiet possessed me, and my thoughts were far away from where I stood. After all, the English did not indulge in this doubling of parts and muddling of mistaken identity in their real and unique successes in India. They may have been wrong or right, but they were realistic about Moslems and Hindus. They did not say Moslems were Hindus, or send a highly intelligent Hindu from Oxford to rule Moslems as an Englishman. They may not have cared for things like the ideal of Zionism, but they understood the common sense of Zionism, the desirability of distinguishing between entirely different things. But I remembered that of late their tact had often failed them, even in their chief success in India, and that every hour brought worse and wilder news of their failure in Ireland. I remembered that in the early Victorian time, against the advice only of the wisest and subtlest of the early Victorians, we had tied ourselves to the triumphant progress of industrial capitalism, and that progress had now come to a crisis, and what might well be a crash. And now, on the top of all, our fine patriotic tradition of foreign policy seemed to be doing these irrational and random things. A sort of fear took hold of me, and it was not for the Holy Land that I feared. A cold wave went over me like that unreasonable change and chill with which a man far from home fancies his house has been burned down, or that those dear to him are dead. For one horrible moment at least, I wondered if we had come to the end of a compromise and comfortable nonsense, and if at last the successful stupidity of England would topple over like the successful wickedness of Prussia, because God is not mocked by the denial of reason any more than the denial of justice. And I fancied the very crowds of Jerusalem retorted on me words spoken to them long ago, that a great voice crying of old along the Via Dolorosa was rolled back on me like thunder from the mountains, and that all those alien faces are turned against us today, bidding us weep not for them who have faith and clarity and a purpose, but weep for ourselves and for our children. End of chapter 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The New Jerusalem by G. K. Chesterton. Chapter 8. The Other Side of the Desert. There was a story in Jerusalem so true or so well told that I can see the actors in it like figures in a coloured costume on a lighted stage. It occurred during the last days of Turkish occupation, while the English advance was still halted before Gaza and heroically enduring the slow death of desert warfare. There were German and Austrian elements present in the garrison with the Turks, though the three allies seemed to have held strangely aloof from each other. In the Austrian group there was an Austrian lady, who had some dignity or other, like Lord Lundy's grandmother. She was very beautiful, very fashionable, somewhat frivolous, but with fits of Catholic devotion. She had some very valuable Christian virtues, such as indiscriminate charity for the poor and indiscriminate loathing for the Prussians. She was a nurse. She was also a nuisance. One day she was driving just outside the Jaffa Gate when she saw one of those figures which make the holy city seem like the eternal crisis of an epic. Such a man will enter the gate in the most ghastly rags, as if he were going to be crowned king in the city, with his head lifted as if he saw apocalyptic stars in heaven, and a gesture at which the towers might fall. This man was ragged beyond all the moving rag heap. He was as gaunt as a gallows tree, and the thing he was uttering with arms held up to heaven was evidently a curse. The lady sent an inquiry by her German servant, whom also I can see in a vision, with his face of wood and his air of still trailing all the heraldic trappings of the Holy Roman Empire. This ambassador soon returned in a state and said, "Your serene high sublimity," or whatever it is, "he says he is cursing the English." Her pity and her patriotism were alike moved, and she again sent the plenipotentiary to discover why he cursed the English, or what tale of wrong or ruin at English hands lay behind the large gestures of his despair. A second time the wooden intermediary returned and said, "Your ecstatic Excellency," or whatever be the correct form, "he says he is cursing the English because they don't come." There are a great many morals to this story, beside the general truth to which it testifies, that the Turkish rule was not popular, even with Moslems, and that the German war was not particularly popular, even with Turks. When all deductions are made for the patriot as a partisan, and his way of picking up only what pleases him, it remains true that the English attack was very widely regarded rather as a rescue than an aggression. And what complaint there really was, in many cases, a complaint that the rescue did not come with a rush, that the English forces had to fall back when they had actually entered Gaza, and could not for long afterwards continue their advance on Jerusalem. This kind of criticism of military operations is always, of course, worthless. In journalists it is generally worthless without being even harmless. There were some in London whose pessimistic wailing was less excusable than that of the poor Arab in Jerusalem, who cursed the English with the addition of being English themselves, who did it, not as he did, before one foreigner, but before all foreign opinion, and who advertised their failure in a sort of rags less reputable than his. No one can judge of a point like the capture and loss of Gaza unless he knows a huge mass of technical and local detail that can only be known to the staff on the spot. It is not a question of lack of water, but of exactly how little water, not of the arrival of reinforcements, but of exactly how much reinforcement, not of whether time presses, but of exactly how much time there is. Nobody can know these things who is editing a newspaper at the other end of the world. And these are the things which, for the soldier on the spot, make all the difference between jumping over a paling and jumping over a precipice. Even the latter, as the philosophic relativist will eagerly point out, is only a matter of degree. But this is a parenthesis, for the purpose with which I mention the anecdote is something different. It is the text of another and somewhat more elusive truth, some appreciation of which is necessary to a sympathy with the more profound problems of Palestine. And it might be expressed thus: it is a proverb that the Eastern methods seem to us slow, that the Arabs trail along on labouring camels while the Europeans flash by on motors or monoplanes. But there is another and stranger sense in which we do seem to them slow, and they do seem to themselves to have a secret swiftness. There is a sense in which we here touch the limits of a land of lightning, across which, as in a dream, the motor car can be seen as crawling like a snail. I have said that there is another side to the desert, though there is something queer in talking of another side to something so bare and big and oppressively obvious. But there is another side besides the big and bare truths, like giant bones, that the Moslem has found there. There is, so to speak, an obverse of the obvious. And to suggest what I mean, I must go back again to the desert, and the days I spent there, being carted from camp to camp, and giving what were courteously described as lectures. All I can say is that if those were lectures, I cannot imagine why everybody is not a lecturer. Perhaps the secret is already out, and multitudes of men in evening dress are already dotted about the desert, wandering in search of an audience. Anyhow, in my own wanderings I found myself in the high narrow house of the base commandant at Kenatra, the only house in the whole circle of the horizon, and from the wooden balustrade and veranda running round the top of it could be seen 9 miles of tents. Sidney Smith said that the bulbous domes of the Brighton Pavilion looked as if St. Paul's Cathedral had come down there and littered, and that grey vista of countless cones, looking rather as if the Great Pyramids had multiplied itself on a prolific scale of the herring. Nor was there even such a foolish fancy without its serious side. For though these pyramids would pass, the plan of them was also among the mightiest of the works of man, and the king in every pyramid was alive. For this was the great camp that was the pivot of the greatest campaign, and from that balcony I had looked on something all the more historic, because it may never be seen again. And the dusk fell and the moon brightened above that great ghostly city of canvas. I had fallen into talk with 3 or 4 of the officers at the base, grizzled and hard-headed men, talking with all the curious and almost colourless common sense of the soldier. All that they said was objective. One felt that everything they mentioned was really a thing and not merely a thought, a thing like a post or a palm tree. I think there is something in this of a sympathy between the English and the Moslems, which may have helped us in India and elsewhere. For they mentioned many Moslem proverbs and traditions, lightly enough but not contemptuously, and in particular another of the proverbial prophecies about the term of Turkish power. They said there was an old saying that the Turk would never depart till the Nile flowed through Palestine. And this at least was evidently a proverb of pride and security, like many such, who should say until the sea is dry or the sun rises in the west. And one of them smiled and made a small gesture as of attention, and in the silence of that moonlit scene we heard the clanking of a pump. The water from the Nile had been brought in pipes across the desert. And I thought that the symbol was a sound one, apart from all vanities. For this is indeed the special sort of thing that Christendom can do, and that Islam by itself would hardly care to do. I heard more afterwards of that water, which was eventually carried up to the hills to Jerusalem, when I myself followed it thither, and all I heard bore testimony to this truth, as so far as it goes, the sense among the natives themselves of something magic in our machinery, and that in the main a white magic, the sense of all the more solid sort of social service that belongs rather to the West than to the East. When the fountain first flowed in the holy city in the mountains, and Father Waggett blessed it for the use of men, it is said that an old Arab standing by said in the plain and powerful phraseology of his people, "The Turks were here for 500 years, and they never gave us a cup of cold water." I put first this minimum of truth about the validity of Western work, because the same conversation swerved slowly, as it were, to the Eastern side. These same men, who talked of all things as if they were chairs and tables, began to talk quite calmly of things more amazing than table-turning. They were as wonderful as if the water had come there like the wind, without any pipes or pumps, or if Father Waggett had merely struck the rock like Moses. They spoke of a solitary soldier at the end of a single telephone wire across the wastes, hearing of something that had that moment happened hundreds of miles away, and then coming upon a casual Bedouin who knew it already. They spoke of the whole tribes moving and on the march, upon news that could only come a little later by the swiftest wires of the white man. They offered no explanation of these things. They simply knew that they were there, like the palm trees and the moon. They did not say it was telepathy. They lived much too close to realities for that. That word, which will instantly leap to the lips of too many of my readers, strikes me as merely an evidence of two of our great modern improvements, the love of long words and the loss of common sense. It may have been telepathy, whatever that is, but a man must be almost stunned with stupidity if he is satisfied to say telepathy as if he were saying telegraphy. If everybody is satisfied about how it is done, why does not everybody do it? Why does not a cultivated clergyman in Cornwall make a casual remark to an old friend of his at the University of Aberdeen? Why does not a harassed commercial traveller in Barcelona settle a question by merely thinking about his business partner in Berlin? The common sense of it, of course, that the name makes no sort of difference. The mystery is why some people can do it and others cannot, and why it seems to be easy in one place and impossible in another. In other words, it comes back to that very mystery which of all mysteries the modern world thinks most superstitious and senseless, the mystery of locality. It works back at last to the hardest of all the hard sayings of supernaturalism, that there is such a thing as holy or unholy ground, as divinely or diabolically inspired people, that there may be such things as sacred sites or even sacred stones. In short, that the airy nothing of spiritual essence, evil or good, can have quite literally a local habitation and a name. It may be said in passing that this genius loci is here very much the presiding genius. It is true that everywhere today a parade of the theory of pantheism goes with a considerable practice of particularism, and that people everywhere are beginning to wish they were somewhere. And even where it is not true of men, it seems to be true of the mysterious forces which men are once more studying. The words we now address to the unseen powers may be vague and universal, but the words they are said to address to us are parochial and even private. While the higher thought centre would widen worship everywhere to a temple not made with hands, the Psychical Research Society is conducting practical experiments round a haunted house. Men may become cosmopolitans, but ghosts remain patriots. Men may or may not expect an act of healing to take place at a holy well, but nobody expects it 10 miles from the well, and even the sceptic who comes to expose the ghost-haunted churchyard has to haunt the churchyard like a ghost. There may be something faintly amusing about the idea of demigods with door-knockers and dinner tables and demons. One may almost say, keeping the home fires burning. But the driving force of this dark mystery of locality is all the more indisputable, because it drives against most modern theories and associations. The truth is that upon a more transcendental consideration, we do not know what place is any more than we know what time is. We do not know of the unknown powers, that they cannot concentrate in space as in time, or find in a spot something that corresponds to a crisis. And if this be felt everywhere, it is necessarily and abnormally felt in those allegedly holy places and sacred spots. It is felt supremely in all those lands of the Near East which lie about the holy hill of Zion. In these lands an impression grows steadily on the mind, much too large for most of the recent religious or scientific definitions. The bogus heraldry of Haeckel is obviously insufficient, as of any quaint old chronicle tracing the genealogies of English kings through the chiefs of Troy to the children of Noah. There is no difference except that the tale of the Dark Ages can never be proved, while the travesty of Darwinian theory can sometimes be disproved. But I should diminish my meaning if I suggested it as a mere score in the Victorian game of Scripture versus science. Some much larger mystery veils the origins of man than most partisans on either side have realized, and in these strange primeval plains the traveller does realize it. It was never so well expressed as by one of the most promising of those whose literary possibilities were gloriously broken off by the Great War. Lieutenant Ware Cornish, who left a strange and striking fragment about a man who came to these lands with a mystical idea of forcing himself back against the stream of time into the very fountain of creation. This is a parenthesis, but before resuming the more immediate matter of the supernormal tricks of the tribes of the East, it is well to recognize this is very real, if much more general, historic impression about the particular lands in which they lived. I have called it a historic impression, but it might more truly be called a prehistoric impression. It is best expressed in symbol, by saying that the legendary site of the Garden of Eden is in Mesopotamia. It is equally well expressed in concrete experience, by saying that when I was in these parts, a learned man told me that the primitive form of wheat had just, for the first time, been discovered in Palestine. The feeling that fills the traveller may be faintly suggested thus: that here, in this legendary land between Asia and Europe, may well have happened whatever did happen; that through this eastern gate, if any, entered whatever made and changed the world. Whatever else this narrow strip of land may seem like, it does really seem to the spirit, and almost to the senses, like the bridge that may have borne across archaic abysses the burden and the mystery of man. Here have been civilizations as old as any barbarism, to all appearance perhaps older than any barbarism. Here is the camel, the enormous unnatural friend of man, the prehistoric pet. He is never known to have been wild, and might make a man fancy that all wild animals had once been tame. As I said elsewhere, all might be a runaway menagerie: the whale a cow that went swimming and never came back, the tiger a large cat that took the prize and the prize giver and escaped to the jungle. This is not, I venture to think, true, but it is true as Pithecanthropus and primitive man and all the other random guesses from dubious bits of bone and stone. And the truth is some third thing, too tremendous to be remembered by men. Whatever it was, perhaps the camel saw it, but from the expression on the face of that old family servant, I feel sure he will never tell. I have called this the other side of the desert, and in another sense it is literally the other side. It is the other shore of that shifting and arid sea. Looking at it from the west, and considering mainly the case of the Moslem, we feel the desert is but a barren borderland of Christendom. But seen from the other side, it is the barrier between us and a heathendom far more mysterious and even more monstrous than anything Moslem can be. Indeed, it is necessary to realize this more vividly in order to feel the virtue of the Moslem movement. It belongs to the desert, but in one sense it was rather a clearance in the cloud that rests upon the desert, a rift of pale but clean light in volumes of vapour rolled on it like smoke from the strange lands beyond. It conceived a fixed hatred of idolatry, partly because its face was turned towards the multitudinous idolatries of the lands of sunrise. And as I looked eastward, I seemed to be conscious of the beginnings of that other world, and saw, like a forest of arms or dream full of faces, the gods of Asia on their 1,000 thrones. It is not a mere romance that calls it a land of magic, or even of black magic. Those who carry that atmosphere to us are not the romanticists, but the realists. Everyone can feel it in the work of Mr. Rudyard Kipling. And when I once remarked on his repulsive little masterpiece called The Mark of the Beast to a rather cynical Anglo-Indian officer, he observed moodily, "It's a beastly story, but those devils really can do jolly queer things." It is but to take a commonplace example out of the countless more notable ones, to mention the many witnesses to the mango trick. Here again we have from time to time to weep over the weak-mindedness that hurriedly dismisses it as the practice of hypnotism. It is as if people were asked to explain how one unarmed Indian had killed 300 men, and they said it was only the practice of human sacrifice. Nothing that we know as hypnotism will enable a man to alter the eyes in the heads of a huge crowd of total strangers, wide awake in broad daylight. And if it is hypnotism, it is something so appallingly magnified as to need a new magic to explain the explanation. Certainly something that explains it better than a Greek word for sleep. But the impression of these special instances is but one example of a more universal impression of the Asiatic atmosphere, and that atmosphere itself is only an example of something vaster still, for which I am trying to find words. Asia stands for something which the world in the West as well as the East is more and more feeling as a presence, and even a pressure. It might be called the spiritual world let loose, or a sort of psychical anarchy, a jungle of mango plants, and it is pressing upon the West also today because of the breaking down of certain materialistic barriers that have hitherto held it back. In plain words, the attitude of science is not only modified, it is now entirely reversed. I do not say it with mere pleasure. In some ways I prefer our materialism to their spiritualism. But for good or evil, the scientists are now destroying their own scientific world. The agnostics have been driven back on agnosticism and are already recovering from the shock. They find themselves in a really unknown world under really unknown gods, a world which is more mystical, or at least more mysterious. For in the Victorian age the agnostics were not really agnostics. They might better be described as reverent materialists, or at any rate monists. They had at least at the back of their minds a clear and consistent concept of their rather clockwork cosmos. That is why they could not admit the smallest speck of the supernatural into their clockwork. But today it is very hard for a scientific man to say where the supernatural ends or the natural begins, or what name should be given to either. The word agnostic has ceased to be a polite word for atheist. It has become a real word for a very real state of mind, conscious of many possibilities beyond that of the atheist, and not excluding that of the polytheist. It is no longer a question of defining or denying a simple central power, but of balancing the brain in a bewilderment of new powers which seem to overlap and might even conflict. Nature herself has become unnatural. The wind is blowing from the other side of the desert, not now with noble truism, "There is no God but God," but rather with that other motto out of the deeper anarchy of Asia, drawn out by Mr. Kipling in the shape of a native proverb in the very story already mentioned. "Your gods and my gods, do you or I know which is the stronger?" There was a mystical story I read somewhere in my boyhood, of which the only image that remains is that of a rose bush growing mysteriously in the middle of a room. Taking this image for the sake of argument, we can easily fancy a man half conscious and convinced that he is delirious, or still partly in a dream, because he sees such a magic bush growing irrationally in the middle of his bedroom. All the walls and furniture are familiar and solid, the table, the clock, the telephone, the looking-glass, or what not. There is nothing unnatural but this one hovering hallucination or optical delusion of green and red. Now that was very much the view taken of the Rose of Sharon, the mystical rose of the sacred tradition of Palestine, by any educated man about 1850. When the rationalism of the 18th century was supposed to have found full support in the science of the 19th, he had a sentiment about a rose. He was still glad it had fragrance or atmosphere, though he remembered with a slight discomfort that it had thorns. But what bothered him about it was that it was impossible. And what made him think it impossible was that it was inconsistent with everything else. It was one solitary and monstrous exception to the sort of rules that ought to have no exceptions. Science did not convince him there were few miracles, but that there were no miracles. And why should there be miracles only in Palestine, and only for one short period? It was a single and senseless contradiction to an otherwise complete cosmos. For the furniture fitted in bit by bit and better, and the bedroom seemed to grow more and more solid. The man recognized the portrait of himself over the mantelpiece, or the medicine bottles on the table, like the dying lover in Browning. In other words, science so far had steadily solidified things. Newton had measured the walls and ceiling and made a calculus of their 3 dimensions. Darwin was already arranging the animals in rank as neatly as a row of chairs, or Faraday the chemical elements as clearly as a row of medicine bottles. From the middle of the 18th century to the middle of the 19th, science was not only making discoveries, but all the discoveries were in one direction. Science is still making discoveries, but they are in the opposite direction. For things are rather different when the man in the bed next looks at the bedroom. Not only is the rose bush still very obvious, but the other things are looking very odd. The perspective seems to have gone crooked. The walls seem to vary in measurement till the man thinks he is going mad. The wallpaper has a new pattern of strange spirals instead of round dots. The table seems to have moved by itself across the room and thrown the medicine bottles out of the window. The telephone has vanished from the wall. The mirror does not reflect what is in front of it. The portrait of himself over the mantelpiece has a face that is not his own. That is something like a vision of the vital change in the whole trend of natural philosophy in the last 20 or 30 years. It matters little whether we regard it as the deepening or the destruction of the scientific universe. It matters little whether we say that grander abysses have opened in it, or merely that the bottom has fallen out of it. It is quite self-evident that scientific men are at war with wilder and more unfathomable fancies than the facts of the age of Huxley. I attempt no controversy about any of the particular cases. It is the cumulative effect of all of them that makes the impression one of common sense. It is really true that the perspective and dimensions of the man's bedroom have altered. The disciples of Einstein will tell him that straight lines are curved, and perhaps measure more one way than the other. If that is not a nightmare, what is? It is really true that the clock has altered, for time has turned into the fourth dimension, or something entirely different, and the telephone may fairly be said to have faded from view in favour of the invisible telepath. It is true that the pattern of the paper has changed, for the very pattern of the world has changed. We are told that it is not made of atoms like the dots, but of electrons like the spirals. Scientific men of the first rank have seen a table move by itself and walk upstairs by itself. It does not matter here whether it was done by the spirits. It is enough that few still pretend that it is entirely done by the spiritualist. I am not dealing with doctrines, but with doubts, with the mere fact that all these things have grown deeper and more bewildering. Some people really are throwing their medicine bottles out of the window, and some of them at least are working purely psychological cures of a sort that would once have been called miraculous healing. I do not say we know how far this could go. It is my whole point that we do not know, that we are in contact with numbers of new things of which we know uncommonly little. But the vital point is not that science deals with what we do not know, but that science is destroying what we thought we did know. Nearly all the latest discoveries have been destructive, not of the old dogmas of religion, but rather of the recent dogmas of science. The conservation of energy could not itself be entirely conserved. The atom was smashed to atoms, and dancing to the tune of Professor Einstein, even the law of gravity is behaving with lamentable levity. And when the man looks at the portrait of himself, he really does not see himself. He sees his other self, which some say is the opposite of his ordinary self, his subconscious self, or his subliminal self, said to rage and rule in his dreams, or a suppressed self which hates him though it is hidden from him, or the alter ego of a dual personality. It is not to my present purpose to discuss the merit of these speculations, or whether they be medicinal or morbid. My purpose is served in pointing out the plain historical fact that if you had talked to a utilitarian and rationalist of Bentham's time, who told men to follow enlightened self-interest, he would have been considerably bewildered. If you had replied, brightly and briskly, "And to which self do you refer? The subconscious, the conscious, the latent criminal, or suppressed, or others that we fortunately have in stock?" When the man looks at his own portrait in his own bedroom, it doesn't really melt into the face of a stranger, or flicker into the face of a fiend. When he looks at the bedroom itself, in short, it becomes clearer and clearer that it is exactly this comfortable and solid part of the vision that is altering and breaking up. It is the walls and furniture that are only a dream or memory. And when he looks again at the incongruous rose bush, he seems to smell as well as see, and he stretches forth his hand, and his fingers bleed upon a thorn. It will not be altogether surprising if the story ends with the man recovering full consciousness and finding he has been convalescing in a hammock in a rose garden. It is not so very unreasonable when you come to think of it, or at least when you come to think of the whole of it. He was not wrong in thinking the whole must be a consistent whole, and that one part seems inconsistent with the other. He was only wrong about which part was wrong, through being inconsistent with the other. Now the whole of the rationalistic doubt about the Palestinian legends, from its rise to the early 18th century, out of the last movements of the Renaissance, was founded on the fixity of facts. Miracles were monstrosities because they were against natural law, which was necessarily immutable law. The prodigies of the Old Testament, or the mighty works of the New, were extravagances, because they were exceptions, and they were exceptions because there was a rule, and that an immutable rule. In short, there was no rose tree growing out of the carpet of a trim and tidy bedroom, because rose trees do not grow out of carpets in trim and tidy bedrooms. So far it seemed reasonable enough, but it left out one possibility, that a man can dream about a room as well as a rose, and that a man can doubt about a rule as well as an exception. As soon as the men of science began to doubt the rules of the game was up. They could no longer rule out all the old marvels as impossible, in the face of the new marvels which they had to admit as possible. They were themselves dealing now with a number of unknown quantities. What is the power of mind over matter? When is matter an illusion of mind? What is identity? What is individuality? Is there a limit to logic in the last extremes of mathematics? They knew by 100 hints that their non-miraculous world was no longer watertight, that floods were coming in from somewhere, in which they were already out of their depth, and down among very fantastical deep-sea fishes. They could hardly feel certain even about the fish that swallowed Jonah, when they had no test except the very true one, that there are more fish in the sea than ever came out of it. Logically, they would find it quite as hard to draw the line at the miraculous draught of fishes. I do not mean that they, or even I, need here depend on those particular stories. I mean that the difficulty now is to draw a line, and a new line, after the obliteration of an old and much more obvious line. Anyone can draw it for himself as a matter of mere taste in probability, but we have not made a philosophy until we can draw it for others. And the modern men of science cannot draw it for others. Men could easily mark the contrast between the force of gravity and the fable of the ascension. They cannot all be made to see any such contrast between the Leviathan that is now discussed as a possibility and the ascension which is still derided as a miracle. I do not even say that there is not a great difference between them. I say that science is now plunged too deep in new doubts and possibilities to have authority to define the difference. I say the more it knows of what seems to have happened, or what is said to have happened, in many modern drawing-rooms, the less it knows what did or did not happen on that lofty and legendary hill, where a spire rises over Jerusalem and can be seen beyond Jordan. But with that part of the Palestinian story which is told in the New Testament, I am not directly concerned till the next chapter, and the matter here is a more general one. The truth is that, through 1,000 channels, something has returned to the modern mind. It is not Christianity. On the contrary, it would be true to say that it is paganism. In reality, it is a very special sense of paganism, because it is polytheism. The word will startle many people, but not the people who know the modern world best. When I told the distinguished psychologist at Oxford that I differed from his view of the universe, he answered, "Why universe? Why should it not be a multiverse?" The essence of polytheism is the worship of gods who are not God, that is, who are not necessarily the author and the authority of all things. Men are feeling more and more that there are many spiritual forces in the universe, and the wisest men feel that some are to be trusted more than others. There will be a tendency, I think, to take a favourite force, or in other words a familiar spirit. Mr. H.G. Wells, who is, if anybody is, a genius among moderns and a modern among geniuses, really did this very thing. He selected a god who was really more like a demon. He called his book God, the Invisible King, but the curious point was that he specially insisted that his god differed from other people's god in the very fact that he was not a king. He was very particular in explaining that his deity did not rule in any almighty or infinite sense, but merely influenced like any wandering spirit. Nor was he particularly invisible, if there can be said to be any degree in invisibility. Mr. Wells' invisible god was really like Mr. Wells' invisible man. You almost felt he might appear at any moment, at any rate to one devoted worshipper, and that, as if in old Greece, a glad cry might ring out through the woods of Essex, the voice of Mr. Wells crying, "We have seen, he hath seen us, a visible God." I do not mean this disrespectfully, but on the contrary very sympathetically. I think it worthy of so great a man to appreciate and answer the general sense of a richer and more adventurous spiritual world around us. It is a great emancipation from the leaden materialism which weighed on men of imagination 40 years ago. But my point for the moment is that the mode of the emancipation was pagan or even polytheistic, in the real philosophical sense that it was the selection of a single spirit out of many there might be in the spiritual world. The point is that while Mr. Wells worships his God, who is not his creator or even necessarily his overlord, there is nothing to prevent Mr. William Archer, also emancipated from adoring another God in another temple, or Mr. Arnold Bennett, should he similarly liberate his mind, from bowing down to a third God in a third temple. My imagination rather fails me, I confess, in evoking the image and symbolism of Mr. Bennett's or Mr. Archer's idolatries, and if I had to choose between the three I should probably be found an acolyte in the shrine of Mr. Wells. But anyhow, the trend of all this is to polytheism, rather as it existed in the old civilization of paganism. There is the same modern mark in spiritualism. Spiritualism also has the trend of polytheism, if it be in a form more akin to ancestor worship. But whether it be the invocation of ghosts or of gods, the mark of it is it invokes something less than the divine. Nor am I at all quarrelling with it on that account. I am merely describing the drift of the day, and it seems clear that it is towards the summoning of spirits to our aid, whatever their position in the unknown world, and without any clear doctrinal plan of that world. The most probable result would seem to be a multitude of psychic cults, personal and impersonal, from the vaguest reverence for the powers of nature to the most concrete appeal to crystals or mascots. When I say that the agnostics have discovered agnosticism and have now recovered from the shock, I do not mean merely to sneer at the identity of the word agnosticism with the word ignorance. On the contrary, I think ignorance the greater thing, for ignorance can be creative, and the thing it can create, and soon probably will create, is one of the lost arts of the world, a mythology. In a word, the modern world will probably end exactly where the Bible begins, in that inevitable setting of spirit against spirit, or God against God. We shall soon be in a position to do more justice, not only to the New Testament, but to the Old Testament. Our descendants may very possibly do the very thing we scoff at the old Jews for doing, grope for and cling to their own deity, as one rising above rivals who seem to be equally real. They also may feel him not primarily as the sole or even the supreme, but only as the best, and have to abide the miracles of ages to prove that he is also the mightiest. For them also he may at first be felt as their own, before he is extended to others. He also, from the collision with colossal idolatries and towering spiritual tyrannies, may emerge only as a god of battles and a lord of hosts. Here, between the dark wastes and the clouded mountain, was fought out what must seem even to the indifferent a wrestle of giants, driving the world out of its course. Jehovah of the mountains, casting down Baal of the desert and Dagon of the sea. Here wandered and endured that strange and terrible and tenacious people, who held, high above all their virtues and their vices, one indestructible idea, that they were but the tools in that tremendous hand. Here was the first triumph of those who, in some sense beyond our understanding, had rightly chosen among the powers invisible, and found their choice a great God above all gods. So the future may suffer not from the loss, but the multiplicity of faith, and its fate be far more like the cloudy and mythological war in the desert than like the dry radiance of theism or monism. I have said nothing here of my own faith, or of that name on which I am well persuaded the world will be most wise to call. But I do believe that the tradition founded in that far tribal battle, in that far eastern land, did indeed justify itself by leading up to the lasting truth, and that it will once again be justified of all its children. What has survived through an age of atheism as the most indestructible would survive through an age of polytheism as the most indispensable. If among many gods it could not presently be proved to be the strongest, some would still know it was the best. Its central presence would endure through times of cloud and confusion, in which it was judged only as a myth among myths, or a man among men. Even the old heathen test of humanity and the apparition of the body, touching which I have quoted the verse about the pagan polytheist as sung by the neo-pagan poet, is a test which that incarnate mystery will abide the best. And however much or little our spiritual inquirers may lift the veil from their invisible kings, they will not find a vision more vivid than a man walking unveiled upon the mountains, seen of men and seeing a visible God. End of chapter 8.